is from and making the necessary preparations for this very important conference. I would request for an applause in that regard. And I'm requesting that applause because sitting in the office, I could see my colleagues running up and down and being concerned and consulting. And for us as the leadership within the ministry, just ensuring that everything goes according to plan that has culminated in what we are seeing this morning. Namibia's internationally acclaimed community-based natural resource management program is working towards restoring the link between conservation and rural development and achieving biodiversity conservation within the framework of national development plans and poverty reduction strategies. Director of Ceremonies, CBNRM program aims at promoting sustainable rural livelihoods while having regard to the sustainable use of the country's fragile natural resource base. Through community-based natural resource management programs, Namibia is able to restore, secure, and enhance the biodiversity and ecosystem processes that support sustainable benefits to conservancies. You will agree with me, ladies and gentlemen, that much of the tourism to Namibia is based on wildlife viewing, or forestry, beautiful landscape, wetland areas, culture, and enjoyment of the country's wide open spaces. CBNRM therefore plays a major role to our conservation and tourism in our beautiful Namibia. I have no doubt that our CBNRM program has made significant contribution to poverty alleviation and rural development in Namibia, and will continue to do so in the future. However, there are challenges we face in this program, and amongst those relate to governance and financial management of conservancies, community forests and community associations, human-wildlife conflict, and poaching of wild animals and plants. This conference should therefore discuss these challenges, amongst others, and propose resolutions to address the issues that the program is faced with. Our CBNRM program is an exciting episode of Namibia's development. It is a uniquely African success story that involves partnership between government and communities. CBNRM partners, the private sector, and donors, all working together for national development and biodiversity conservation. I invite you all to participate in these discussions openly and candidly as per the program. And once again, I welcome you all. I thank you, Director of Ceremonies.
Thank you very much, Executive Director, sir, for setting it all for us and welcoming everyone to this very important conference. It's now my honor to invite Professor Selma Lendovo, Chairperson of NACSO, for some remarks.
Good morning. I was just rescued recently by my ED from saying the entire list. Thank you so much, Director of Ceremonies, our Honorable Minister, Honorable Meme Ndileni Daniel, our ED of our ministry, Mr. Hayambo. And I really want to shorten my salute because of the time constraint that has been alluded to. However, I would want to greet everybody in the house, just indicating that your presence is really, really acknowledged. particularly acknowledging our community members, our regional representative, and our regional leaders. Your presence is really appreciated. Now, my name is Selma Lendelvo, as it has been indicated, and I am the chairperson of NACSO, but I'm also a researcher at the University of Namibia. I have been given an opportunity to say a few remarks, and that few remarks I will probably start with just saying who NACSO is. NACSO, as it has been indicated by the Director of Ceremonies and also by our ED, it is a support organization for all institutions that work with community forest, community conservancies, and of course, community projects are also increasing and diversifying. It consists mainly of NGOs, but the University of Namibia, an academic institution, is also a member, and there are also associate members from the diplomatic developmental partners, such as WWF. It's really my honor to address you this morning, and we thank God, just as our pastor have said, that we have arrived all safely. Your presence demonstrates today not only your commitment to conservation, but also your belief in transformation and ensuring that our communities are empowered. Today we gather here as partners, as friends. In CBNRM, we do not know hierarchy. We have friends in CBNRM, starting from communities, government, civil society, researchers, private sector, international collaborators. We are all united for a shared vision, a Namibia where conservation and community well-being advance together. So NACSO has been working very hard, and it has always been our effort to ensure that the CBNRM continues. Now, I always say that if in 2026 we are still saying NACSO is standing, it is because of the resilience that we have developed over years to be able to withstand all the storms and all the disturbances that has been happening in this world. COVID is one of the biggest, through the partnership that has been already indicated, and even the partnership I indicated, we are today standing, working closely with our partners for the advancement that we are busy with today. We have, as NACSO, we have been working around the clock, thinking about if we do not sustain what we are doing, we are likely to start talking about it as history. And currently, the NACSO partnership, together with all other partners, we've been talking about sustainable funding for the CBNRM sector. It's not really about the CBNRM to boast that we are the best and strong sector, but it is really to say that we want to ensure that the country developmental goals are achieved successfully. CBNRM is rooted in a simple but profound truth. Those who live close to the land are its best protectors. And it's a testimony of the CBNRM program today that eventually even make programs such as the CASA even much more stronger. I believe that the CASA network is one of the strongest because the foundation has been laid in the countries that are part of CASA. This model of conservation recognizes that sustainability cannot be imposed from above. Unfortunately, the government can take its stick to force communities to do things. You will not succeed. It must grow from the ground. It must grow from within. CBNRM is not merely a policy framework. It's a national commitment, just as I said, to to empower our communities, strengthening local governance, and ensuring that national resources contribute directly to improve livelihoods. Now, in Namibia, I think good governance is not because we have the best frameworks, but it's because of how good governance have been embedded within everything that we do, starting from our local communities. Namibia's progress in this regard is remarkable. Communal conservancies and community forest and other, as I said, emerging community association and community groups account almost nearly for 20% of our land, generating employment, strengthening local economies, and contributing to national development. These achievements stand as a testament that it is possible when communities, government, NGOs, academia work hand in hand. I know that I have been causing a lot of fights in the NACSO network for not being a civil society. And it has always been for me something that I appreciate, that the civil society acknowledges or even understand how to work with other sectors. And probably that is the reason why the University of Namibia continue to be active within the CBNRM sector, and also lately I see our sister university, NAST, also being very actively in the aspects of promotion of conservation. Yet, we must also acknowledge that our journey is not complete. We face increasingly a lot of pressure, just as indicated by our ED, the mounting threats of climate change, growing human-wildlife conflict, and human-wildlife conflict emanating from human-wildlife interactions, which always it's the same also in our communities. When we are very close, we tend to have quite a lot of conflicts. And these are issues that I believe we will discuss in depth to see how do we innovatively and creatively address such issues. Governance and capacity challenges, and the need to ensure that benefits are both equitable and sustainable, and they penetrate through the way it is intended to go. I am also pleased to say that the CBNRM sector has been increasingly spreading across the entire country. There were regions that you say, these are the CBNRM regions, but today, even the eastern region, the southern regions, they are witnessing the activities of CBNRM. But within every challenge lies an opportunity, and this conference gives us a platform to transform our obstacles into pathways for innovation, cooperation, and resilience. The theme of our conference, enhancing governance, optimized community benefits, challenges us to deepen our collective efforts to strengthen systems and to ensure that community members, the custodians of our wildlife, forests, and landscape, receive the full benefits of their stewardship. I also want to say that over the years, there has been quite a number of changes in terms of our youth starting to participate actively, and this has always been NACSO's agenda to ensure that youth are participating. Women, marginalized groups are actively participating and benefiting, and we will always be committed to ensure that conservation does benefit us all. And I believe that also in this conference, we will ensure that we get diverse views and diverse contribution from all sectors of our society for an inclusive conservation practices. Ladies and gentlemen, Honorable Minister, together we can build a future where conservation excellence and community prosperity reinforce each other. Together, we can ensure that Namibia remains a global leader in community-driven conservation. Together, we can safeguard our natural heritage, our natural environment for generations to come. With these few words, I just want to thank you and to say that let's continue to move together for a beautiful Namibia. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor, for those remarks. It's indeed that partnership that has brought CBNRM to where it is today. Now, Honorable Governors, Your Excellency, Honorable Members of Parliament, dear delegates, join me now to welcome Honorable Indileni Daniel, Minister of Environment, Forestry and Tourism, to the podium for a keynote address. Madam Minister.
Thank you. You may take your seat. First of all, let me humbly and kindly ask you to allow me to stand on the protocol that is already established. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Yeah, it gives me a great pleasure to officiate this important event as we reflect on one of Namibia's most successful conservation and development model of community-based natural resource management program, which is shortly known as CBNRM. The program stands as a global example, not only in Namibia that we appreciate it, it's a global example of how rural communities are empowered, and when empowered, they can manage natural resources sustainably while also unlocking tourism and economic opportunities. Is that not something that is worth praising Namibia for? This has originated in the 1980s through the efforts of traditional leaders and community to combat poaching. CBNRM has evolved into a national recognized and government-supported program. That is very important. It's a national and government-supported program. It's not only something that this ministry or a program or an activity that this ministry is carrying out on an annual basis, but it's something that the government, the Republic of Namibia, has recognized. Allow me to comment the dedicated women and men who sustain this program, our community game guards, conservancies, and community forest committees, and all stakeholders who continue to serve under challenging conditions. Your work is the backbone of this success. Or whatever you do is the backbone of this success. Today, communal conservancies and community forests are not protecting biodiversity, they are also creating jobs. And that is something that is also very important. We are also, this initiative is also generating income and improving livelihood. But there is a method how to improve livelihood. It's not by only benefiting individuals, but thinking of something that will benefit the whole community. This is a proof that conservation and development are not opposing forces, but mutually reinforcing pillars of sustainable growth. We have seen remarkable wildlife recovery through this initiative, including the return of iconic species such as elephants, cheetahs, and black rhinos. This success is underpinned by a strong legislative framework that the government or the Republic of Namibia continue to commitment to devolving, very important, rights to communities. When you are given a right, I think one should look at that and say, thank you. At least this is the right that is given to the community to govern, to safeguard all what is around them. Some of these legislators, just to mention some of them, is the Forestry Act 12 of 2001, the Nature Conservation Amendment Act of Act 5 of 1996, Traditional Authority Act 25 of 2000, just to mention those few. These are government legal instrument that empowers you, that is given you that right to do what you are doing. Currently, the communal conservancies cover over 186 square kilometers, 1,000 kilometers, pardon me, 186,000 kilometers, square kilometers. That is quite a big, supporting thousands of Namibians, which is, if we think of in a communal area, which is 60.7% of the communal land is dedicated to that. This translates into 87 conservancies. As of now, the registered conservancies, we have 87 of communal land. In conservancies, pardon me, I just want to repeat that we have 87 conservancies and 48 community forests. The sector employs thousands and contribute to significantly. I have not put all those details or those figures here. Due to time, I have to shorten my speech because of another engagement that came up. But I felt it's important to highlight some of these figures. Out of that, the national economy is, we are generating over 109 million. That is just in 2025 alone. In 2025 alone, we generated 109 million through conservancies. Directors of ceremonies, ladies and gentlemen, the success of CBNRM is built on strong partnership between government, communities, and civil societies represented through Namibia's Association for Community-Based Natural Resources Management program that is now NACSO. We just heard the story, we just learned who NACSO is if we didn't know. And also not to leave out our private sectors, traditional authorities, and the community-based organizations, and all peace-loving communities that are always supporting to this worth noting initiative. However, success must not make us complacent. Whatever, when you have rights, it also comes with responsibilities. You have the rights, yes, but it comes with a lot of responsibilities. And when you have recorded success, it should not give way to complacency. This conference, under the theme, I just want to highlight the theme for this conference. It is enhancing governance for optimized benefits. Enhancing governance for optimized benefits. And that must confront critical challenges. And some of the challenges that come out very strongly, this is not all, is weak governance within our conservancies and accountability in some conservancies. Not all. There are those that are doing a wonderful job. And for those, I think maybe in the future we will set good examples so that others can learn. There's also limited benefit distribution to community members. Some, just few are benefiting. Persistent human-wildlife conflict, that is also a challenge, and I hope after this conference, at least we can work out some mitigation measures. And also external pressures against Namibia's science-based conservation approach. We're also receiving quite a lot of pressure externally that is also kind of hindering our conservation approach. We must respond decisively. Community must see real, tangible benefit from conservations. Governance must be strengthened where it is not in existence or it is weak. Our policies must remain grounded in science, evidence, and national interest. We must think the national interest. The government is doing all it can do to reach out to all our communities, but as community members and people entrusted to lead these these conservancies, let's do our best and let's work and think of the national interest and our communities, and not necessarily ourselves. Director of Ceremonies, ladies and gentlemen, Namibia stands at a critical point in development. We must balance conservation, industrial growth, community development to achieve inclusive and sustainable progress as envisioned in our NDP 6, as well as the Swapo Party manifesto, because that is the government the government that is now in charge, and it has got a vision what they want to achieve. We are also nearing the inclusion of major project finance for permanency initiatives, which provides long-term sustainable funding for conservation and community development. This is a significant step forward, and we remain grateful to all our development partners. We have our development partners that are playing critical roles for us and for the government to achieve its goals. Under the 8th administration, which is the current administration, we are called to deliver by our president, and he has got, it should not be business as usual. We should not become obstacles for our own development. Yes, we need to respect our laws, and I therefore expect this conference to produce bold, practical, and actionable resolutions so that we will strengthen our policies, improve governance, and maximize benefit for our community that we are serving. And I think one thing that I need to urge, very often as leaders, we need to take stock and also learn to say, thank you, Namibia. Thank you, the Republic of Namibia. We appreciate it. There's a lot that we can look and think about. Yes, there are challenges as a nation, and even in our own households. We never said, my house is sorted now, I have no more issue. No matter how rich you are, you will never. And I think as long as there are efforts that our government is trying to reach out to the community, to address those issues, we must also learn to say thank you. Where there is no thank you, sometimes it's so discouraging. And when you are discouraged, what do you say? Yes, but that does not underscore the challenges that we have. We look at the challenges, but we must also learn, especially as leaders, we must also learn to appreciate the good that we are doing and also face challenges, come up with solutions, but those resolutions must be very strong and we must also be able to implement them. They should not just be resolutions that in the end it will not yield any result. With those said, it is now my singular honor and privilege to declare this CBNRM conference officially open. I thank you.
Thank you. You may be seated, please. Thank you, Honorable Minister, for that keynote address, and sorry that we have to run it that fast, but it's the call of leadership. Yes, we are here to look at those challenges and address them. This brings us to the end of the official opening session. Before the Honorable Minister physically leaves us, as it was said, we invite everyone just outside for a photo. We'll see how the camera people can help us to manage it. But the taller, the better. Thank you very much. When we come back in the next session, we now get into the presentations. We have structured the program that we give in each few presentations that will lead us into discussions. I'll be joined by Max Lewis, the director of NACSO, to facilitate the presentations and discussions as we get to the second session. For now, we invite you for a group photograph and coffee and tea, then we come back at 25 minutes past 10. Honorable Governors, Honorable Members of Parliament, Your Excellencies, dear delegates, I ask you to please move outside. The Minister has to leave to State House, and she only has 5 minutes with us.
utunako utunge uye utunako bwiko ya indi
Namibia,
utunge uyo ngaba utunge uyo ngaba utunge uyo ngaba utunge uyo ngaba
let's save the world. Love the world, save the rhinos. Save the rhinos. Namibia, 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 Mama Africa. Let's save the world. Let's save the rhinos. Let's save the world. Let's save the rhinos. Namibia, Mama Africa. Namibia, Mama Africa. Our only heritage, our only culture, our one and only pride, our very own culture.
Mama Africa Masha Mundu Mundove Ngabaitira iyaga itunuka ikuno Ngabaitira iyagira mbuniko kunamibia Ngabaitira iyaga itunuka ikuno Noinjo ngabatina oshina namba ngoshola yange Angabatina ombuniko yana bibi Noinjo ngabatina ogutunde wana bibia Angabatina okanepo kodi driver Onjiri yokabuga getu solo nyamba yombutola yende nyitirira mumiti yeto biwoni lolo ndimbitera ulinu ndi amen Bundu walepako Bundu walepako Bundu walepako Bundu walepako Utunaka utunde uye Utunaka bwiko ya indi Utunaka utunde uye Utunaka bwiko ya indi
Onjiriyo, onjiriyo, onjiriyo mbutura diente kapuka kunyamba. Onjiriyo mbutura diente kapuka kunyamba. Kaitunuko chikununo chomu, kaiyongo mbeyo mundu. Kaitunuko chikununo chomu, kaiyongo mbeyo mundu. Itirai, itirai, itirai. Ongabo utumbe ouye,
Can we please take our seats? We are about to start with the second session. Maxi?
When presenting, I can come with my laptop, ne?
Yes.
I'm a bit worried if I can put my laptop.
Because otherwise that thing is not very, you will be looking down all the time.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
So better come with your laptop.
With the laptop
Someone can
face
just
the
manage it
audience.
from there.
Okay.
But we want you to sit here. You and Johnson can come. Can I invite Director Kahure, Director Ndokosho to come up front, please? Honorable Governors, Honorable Members of Parliament, Your Excellency, Executive Director, esteemed Chief Regional Officers, dear delegates and participants, we are now moving to the second session of our program. A program that will give us an overview of the CBNRM program with a focus on conservancies, community forests, and community associations. This is a session that we will look at where we are coming from, where we are, and what lies ahead of us. But before we get to the presentations, I'm informed today is a special day for someone. The Honorable Governor of Kavango East, Honorable Hamunyera Ambiuka, was born on this day. Happy birthday. Please. Thank you very much. Thank you for that. The Honorable Governor for Maheke is telling him that his birthday was last week. Thank you, Honorable Governors. We're moving to this session as just introduced, and myself and Maxi Lewis will help to facilitate the next sessions. Our first presentation is an update on community or conservancy program, on the conservancy program. And we have Mr. Bennett Kahure. Mr. Kahure is the director responsible for wildlife and national parks at the Ministry of Environment, Forestry and Tourism, and he will give us the presentation. Mr. Kahure.
Thank you very much, Director of Ceremonies and DED, for Natural Resources Management in the Ministry, and the Co-Director of Ceremonies, Ms. Maxi Louis. Thank you very much for the opportunity. My name is Bennett Kahure, and I have already been introduced, and I'll stick to the protocol as it has already been established. Good morning. I'll be taking you on a journey, and I want you to be with me all the way. As I start, I want us to take on the analogy of a child born in 1998. We are together? This child was born in 1998, and let's count together. How old will this child be in 2026? My math says 28 years. Is that? Okay, great. We are together. So this is the journey of that child. Before I take you on this wonderful journey, I want us to talk. Okay, thank you. 25 minutes. 25 minutes. Thank you. I have just been reminded I have 25 minutes. It's 25 past, so a little before 11 I have to finish. I'm trying to see if is it up? Okay, thank you. Okay, it's coming up here. All right, thank you very much. What is the legal basis for the establishment of communal conservancies? And
I think you need to move the slides from here.
Oh, from here. Okay. Like that. Where do I press? To you. Only right. Okay. I've been told this vehicle only has right, not left. You will change it for me, ne? Okay, thank you very much. So, what is the legal basis for the establishment of communal conservancies and community associations? We all know that the Ordinance 4 of 75 has been amended in 1996, and the Amendment Act 5 of 1996 basically gives us the legal basis for the establishment of what is called a communal conservancy. What is the purpose of establishing a communal conservancy. Simply put, it's to provide incentives and conditions for rural people to invest time and money and effort in the conservation of wildlife and indeed the habitats where they find themselves in. And that is for the purpose of creating jobs, but also income from these activities. How do we define a conservancy? A conservancy or an association, as we have them, is any group of persons residing on communal land and which desires to have the area in which they inhabit or any part thereof to be declared as a conservancy, and they shall apply, and they would then apply to the Honorable Minister for such recognition. There's often a confusion, who is a member of a conservancy? The fact that you are residing in a particular area does not automatically constitute you to be a member of that conservancy. You need to be 18 years and older. You need to apply by filling out a particular form, and you must have been in residence of that communal conservancy for at least 3 years. And the traditional authority is the body that will recognize that you qualify to be a member of that constituency by virtue of them confirming that. And once all of this has happened, the communal conservancy itself would then apply through a formal process to the Honorable Minister. I will not bore you with the details of that process, but really to give you a synthesis of how it all works. We can go to the next one. I equally want to link you to why CBNRM is important. How does it link to the National Development Agenda, and equally so international global biodiversity targets? We all know that conservancies or the CBNRM program is indeed part of our visionary policy, which is Vision 2030. It is equally part of the SWAPO Party Manifesto. CBNRM is an important contributor to the 6th National Development Plan, NDP 6 as we know it, and we prominently feature under Chapter 5, which is called the Environmental Sustainability Chapter. And to be specific, under 5.1.4, there is a chapter, if you may, that is titled Biodiversity Ecosystem Management. That is where we fit. Equally so, under the Montreal Biodiversity Framework, commonly known as Target 30, which is basically the 30% of terrestrial, inland, and coastal marine ecosystems to be conserved by the year 2030. We all know that as a country, Namibia is a front runner. We basically are at 46% of coverage in terms of our biodiversity conservation from an aerial coverage perspective. And that is attained or achieved by having communal conservancies, community forests, and associations constituting part of that 46%. However, the key message here is not us having attained that objective. It's really in the effective management and the benefits that are derived from this process to the membership of these conservancies. Next. We all know the period that existed before independence. That is all the time prior to 1990, before our country became independent. And that period was characterized by centralized state power. We all know the dispensation that was occupying our country. We observed declining biodiversity during that period. There was overexploitation of natural resources. There was generally a separation of local people from wildlife, and hence rampant poaching that was taking place at that time. The devolution of utilization of rights was mainly for freehold farming land or commercial farmers, as we know. They were the ones really generating the benefits from having wildlife on their land. Fast forward, 1990 came, and we received our independence in 1990 with our world-acclaimed constitution. Where do we fit as CBNRM within that constitution? Article 95 of our constitution speaks to that approach, where we maintain ecosystems, essential ecological processes, biodiversity, conservation, and the utilization of living natural resources on a sustainable basis. And once we do all of these things, for whom? The benefit is for all Namibians, not just the current generation, but also future generations. So, legally put, as I said earlier on, the Amendment Act 5 of 1996 gives us that legal basis. The first 4 communal conservancies were registered in 1998, hence my earlier reference to how old that child is. Devolution of rights and decision-making was attained through this conservancy legislation to rural communities, conditional rights over wildlife and tourism, and benefits were generated over time through sustainable utilization of this wildlife. Where are we, given the 30-plus year history since 1990? Namibia has a great African recovery story that we can tell, and I'll take you on that journey. What's been the vision? Next. The vision has always been to achieve lasting balance between conservation efforts, the development of rural people by providing ongoing benefits from the sustainable resources, natural resources that we utilize. That is the first part of the vision. The second part of the vision is long-term conservation outside national parks or protected areas, as they are commonly known. And this can only be achieved if it involves the local people, but more importantly, in the areas where they reside. Let me just repeat that again. We have this long-standing vision that long-term conservation can only take place outside national parks when the people who are residing on those pieces of land are involved in the management of these resources on a sustainable basis. Next. What's been our story? We've seen remarkable wildlife recoveries all across Namibia, not just in protected areas, but outside, on communal land, on freehold land, and of course in our protected areas. We are probably the only country that can boast to have a thriving black rhino population outside protected areas on this continent. This is an achievement of notable, of some note. The fact that we are translocating over years, remarkable achievement of these iconic species being found on communal land. We can see them most notably in the Kunene. We are seeing the largest cheetah population free roaming outside protected areas, on freehold farm, on communal land, but also in our protected areas. Our elephant population has thrived from a mere 7,500 at independence. We are now talking about plus minus 24,000 all across the length and breadth of our country. We are seeing a thriving lion population that at 1990 was close to extinction, and it is occupying expanded ranges from all across the length and breadth of our country. We have over time seen close to or over 10,000 different species of animals being translocated from protected areas into communal land, and they are thriving despite climate change impacts, drought, and etc., and etc. What's been the contribution of CBNRM over time? Since 1990, over 15 billion has been injected through our net national income, and that is really the total value of goods and services that continue to circulate in the Namibian economy. 15 billion, ladies and gentlemen. It is not a small feat. It is huge, and it is being recognized not just in the areas where the communal conservancies or rural residents are. We are seeing it in towns through your car rentals. We are seeing it through your bed and breakfasts in our urban areas. We are seeing it through the lodges where our tourists are going. Everyone has a story to tell in the CBNRM book. I believe everyone in this room has a relative, directly or indirectly employed through the tourism sector in one way or the other. That is the contribution of CBNRM, ladies and gentlemen. We have seen over 240,000 rural residents being involved in CBNRM, 87 registered communal conservancies and associations, over 2,000 full-time jobs have been created and sustainably being managed, and over a further 2,500 seasonal jobs that comes and goes through hunting, through other kinds of opportunities. We've seen over 93 different enterprises, from tourism lodges to hunting outfitters to crafts and other NRM activities that are thriving all across our 87 communal conservancies and associations. We have seen conservancies have earned a total of 109 million in the year 2025. And 56% of that revenue has been through tourism, 40% has been through hunting, and the rest through other NRM activities or enterprises. We've not just seen the earnings or the income, we've also seen benefit in terms of meat. Around 288,000 kilograms of meat have gone back into these communal conservancy rural residents. How has it gone back? It has gone through trophy hunting, because we all know when an animal gets trophy hunted, the revenues get repatriated to the conservancy, but the meat stays within the community. It has been done through own use hunting. It has been done through the problem animals that we take off. It has been done through the traditional festivals that we allow our traditional authorities to enjoy the benefits of wildlife in their areas. We have seen remarkable achievements in terms of management and leadership. 47% female treasurers or financial managers, as we call them. There has been 35% female management committees. I think these are notable achievements from this program of CBNRM. The types of benefits that has gone into this program since independence: we've seen cash benefits, as I said earlier on. We've seen socio-economic development infrastructure, such as tractors for plowing. We have seen them physically in our areas. There's been rural electrification schemes. There has been development of water points. There has been development of predator protective crawls all over the country. These are but just a few. Scholarships to students, school fees being paid by communal conservancies as part of the RIP benefits. We have seen support to youth groups. We've seen support to the elderly through soup kitchens, through all sorts of activities being undertaken at that rural area. What has been our governing tools? We have quite a number of them. The one that I wanted to single out, or two, is the CBNRM, National CBNRM Policy of 2013, which is the cornerstone, how that sets the standard of management of communal conservancies and associations. We have the guidelines for management of conservancies. We have the National Policy on Protected Areas, Neighbors and Residents, and a few other policy documents that we use in the management of these institutions. What is the status of CBNRM? We've said we have 87. You are seeing the orange, yellowish orange. That is where these institutions are found, 87 of them. The area in the green outer stripes are community forests, and my colleague Johnson will talk to that. There are a number of associations, 4 of them being the Kiara Majan Association, the Aus Community Trust, the Topnar Association, and the Haikum Association in Etosha. What has been the status of our compliance? In 2024, 68 out of the 87 communal conservancies met the compliance. What do we mean when we say they have met the compliance? They have had a game management and utilization plan. They have had a benefit distribution plan. They held their annual general meetings. They provided a financial report at their annual general meeting, and they held credible elections. Those are the 5 key requirements that a conservancy or a community association needs to meet in order to be compliant. 5 minutes, I'm being reminded. I'm nearly there. We are seeing the green, the dark green, being the different communal conservancies that have met the compliance. We are also seeing worrying signs or trends in the red and the dark red. I'm bad with colors. Where we are seeing that there are signs where communities or conservancies or associations are not meeting the compliance. But the story goes a bit deeper than just meeting those 5 key requirements. The issue is really how credible were the elections and what was the outcome of the election. Was the election held in a constitutional manner? Was it held in a democratic manner? And is the leadership that is being elected really worth noting? And etc., and etc. What are some of the facts over the past 30 years? I won't bore you with the gory detail. We've seen in the 3rd bullet point, I'm illustrating the sort of support that has gone through either the Ministry of Environment, Forestry and Tourism, by extension the Namibian government, but we've seen good partners being alongside us over the past 30 years, and I'll mention a few. We've seen the program Life Plus being funded by the Americans. We've seen the EU Tourism Project, ICIMA, SCEP, NAMPLACE, Millennium Challenge, and contributions of late from the German Development Corporation through CCFN. These are but notably some of our strategic partners that have been with us over the past 30 years or so. As this external funding declines, we have started working on future self-sustainability, and this is very critical. We've seen 56 out of the 87 conservancies generating an income. We are coming from a baseline of 0. We've seen these gradual developments over the past 30 years or so. Our enterprises have increased from a baseline of 0 to 93. We've seen, there's a mistake there, it should be 18%, not 8%, 18% being reinvested into rural development projects that I've mentioned earlier on. These are notable achievements. 2 minutes, I think. What are the key issues in CBNRM? Key questions that we have to ask ourselves. Are the communal conservancies, that child that we refer to being 20 years old, is that child sustainable? Is that child growing to a level where you can say, now my child, you can run on your own? Or are they still dependent on us? What are the real state of affairs at grassroots level? What does the membership really feel? Do they benefit? Are those benefits substantive? We've seen our program be questioned around contribution at household level, not at community aggregate level, at household level. Did we establish committees or conservancies to be run by committees? We have seen these committees running vehicle number 1, vehicle number 2, vehicle number 3, and vehicle number 4. We've seen these things and we continue to see them. Is it why we created these conservancies? What is the value of money for the services that we deliver as MEFT and our field-based partners? Where are we? I think we are doing in some respects, we are doing the same things over and over, but we expect to have a different outcome. This should not be how CBNRM should be in looking into the future. Where are the opportunities? 1 minute. Where are the opportunities in CBNRM? We've been working on the repeal of the Ordinance 4 of 75. We are very close in replacing it with the Wildlife and Protected Areas Management Bill. This is the bill that has been long awaited, where a lot of transformation needs to happen in our sector. We call on our parliamentarians to really help us to push this bill so that it can see it happening. To closing on the project for permanence, which is the long-standing services to be delivered for technical assistance through our field-based partners. We are very close to closing the deal on the Socio-Economic Development Fund, which will enhance and transform this sector from an enterprise and entrepreneurial point of view. We've seen the legacy landscape project already in country and operational in some of our landscapes. We are currently enhancing the Game Product Trust Fund to be able to deliver on that long-term promise, not just for protected areas, but also for community forest and the associations. We have seen emerging opportunities in the green sector: green hydrogen, wind power, solar power, wildlife credits, carbon credits. All these things are wonderful opportunities for this sector to transform from a delivery point of view. NACSO on the other side has also gone into gear. They have constituted the Training Institute. These are all very good opportunities in looking into the future. I will not bore you too much in terms of the challenges or threats. They are all known. The Honorable Minister has cited these. Amongst others, really, what I want to highlight here is the international anti-hunting lobby, which is the pressure coming from external forces. Can you imagine a day when hunting is no longer? I've said 40% of our income or revenues comes from hunting. We need to take hands in order to push back on this threat. Communal conservancies, in terms of financial governance, has been mentioned, and the declining member interest and satisfaction that we need to work on. In conclusion, I'm just saying that some things have to change in our sector. If we were to transform from where we were over the last 30 years and where we want to be into the next 30 years, we need to set ourselves targets. The Honorable Minister already spoke to the fact that it should be business unusual, not business as usual. Therefore, I'm really imploring that our discussions will be structured around what are the targets that we need to achieve for the next 5 years, for the next 10 years, for the next 30 years, and everybody needs to hold the other party accountable. Thank you very much. This was what I had to deliver. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Gaure. He has to tell us a story of 30 years in 25 minutes, so it's not easy. We have structured the program in such a way that we give these presentations, then we will open up for discussions after the presentations. So we now invite the Director of Forestry, is Mr. Johnson Dokosho, to also tell us a similar story about community forests. Younger brother to the Conservancies. 25 years.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you very much, Program Director, Mr. Sikopo. I want to recognize the honorable governors who are present here.
25.
And of course, I want to recognize our ED. Otherwise, he stood here and said, certain things you must just do. And for that reason, where's my presentation? I don't seem to see it here. Okay. Doesn't? Okay. Can you please put it in the presentation mode? And as mentioned already, my name is Johnson Dokosho. I'm the director responsible for forest management. And I'll be talking to you on the community forest program in Namibia. Next. That's my presentation outline. Basically, I'll be giving you a brief history of where we're coming from, the status quo. I'll then touch on some challenges as well as some recommendations before I conclude. Next slide. The mandate of the Directorate of Forestry, which is also in the Ministry of Environment, Forestry and Tourism, is essentially to practice and promote sustainable and participatory management of forest resources to enable socio-economic development and environmental stability. Next. And then when we then say, how is this then linked to the program of community forest? The community forest has been, it has got a basis in what we call a Forest Amendment Act, Act 13 of 2005, which then paved the way for the establishment of a community forest program. Then the community forest itself is actually defined as a designated area within a communal land where local communities have obtained legal rights to manage, use, and benefit the forest resources or from forest resources, authorized in line with the Forest Act and recognized by the Ministry of Environment, Forestry and Tourism. There's usually a written agreement that exists between the community forest and the minister responsible for environment management. And this formal structure is then recognized a body called the Forest Management Body, which is then legally manages forest resources in that particular defined area. Among the first community forests that were established, the first ones were established in 2006 in Namibia, and these were Okongo Community Forest, somewhere in East Ohangwena region, as well as Ukolonkadi Community Forest, which is in Umsati region. And And since then, a number of community forests have been established. I'm going to speak to that in a moment. Can I get the next? I've already explained that, which is really to say that it's a self-governing entity that is legally recognized to manage forest resources in a specific area, and it should be located in a communal area of Namibia. And resources, once they are protected, community are then able to use those forest resources to improve their livelihoods. Next. How does a community forest work? Well, each community forest is mandated or is required to have what we call a constitution. It has to have an elected committee, management committee, sometimes we refer to as a forest management body. And these committees then get to give rights to use certain resources within that particular area, that particular jurisdiction. And I think it's very important to note that 100% of the benefits that are generated through community forest program, I think is similar to my colleagues from the conservancies. 100% benefit goes directly to the community. Government does not take any portion from the funds so generated. In Namibia, we have about 48 community forests, and that's a geographic distribution where they are located. As you can see, majority of them are located in northern parts of Namibia. That's really because that's where the forest resources are found. As you know, the majority of Namibia is semi-arid, and you know, where you have high rainfall, you also tend to have natural resources, including forest resources. And that's why it explains why the concentration is over mainly the northern part of the country. The southern part of the country is mainly semi to desert. Next. Again, in terms of the regions, the number of community forests in particular regions, you can see there. And then we also have emerging community forests where communities are still organizing themselves to apply to be recognized as such. I think it's very, very important to, at this juncture, to also mention, you know, why is this important? The majority of our forests, our community rather, they depend on forest for most of their needs. As we know, I think a study that was carried out indicate up to 90% of our community, particularly in Kavango East and Kavango West region, are dependent on firewood for their energy needs. That certainly then means that these people need to organize themselves so that they're able to use their resources at their disposal, and the firewood certainly is very, very important to sustain the rural communities. There's no electricity there, and I think we have in this room we have a lot of donors. We can also now begin to think about alternative energy sources, including solars and the likes. And I think also it's very important to remember that whilst my brother was talking about community conservancies, we are also, some of the community forests are integrated within the community forest, within the conservancies. In other words, the same area that is a conservancy, it's also a community forest. Why so? He was speaking about the Nature Conservation Ordinance. I'm speaking about the Forest Act. These are two different pieces of laws. Now, the resources are managed according to that, while the conservancies are giving them the rights over wildlife and tourism resources. The Forest Act gives them the right to utilize forest resources and vegetation. So that's the distinction. And therefore, if they are combined, if they are integrated, then that means they will then utilize the wildlife, the tourism, and in addition, the forest resources as well. So you can then pool the resources and you are able to generate more resources and therefore more benefit. Next. That's just to say that total coverage of 9.7 million hectares are covered by community forest. Next, please. What has then been the success story of these community forests? First of all, it's giving, again, as I said, community the right to use timber as well as non-timber forest resources. Now, this is a plethora of resources. You have timber in terms of, quotas that we allocate to community to harvest certain matured trees, and of course, then they are able to process that and bring that to the market. I think on your way here, you might have seen some timbers being sold somewhere next to the road. Majority of that timber is emanating from community forest. You have also poles and, for construction, for, it's used building materials and all that. In non-timber forests, you have fruits, you have things like devil's claw, and so on and so on. So there's quite a lot of benefit that the community derive from these resources. And once they are organized, I think the most important thing, whilst we say, I think my brother was talking about monetary benefit. Yes, it's true. Whilst everything need not to be quantified in money, there is actually inherent benefit that we get from protecting our resources, including forests. Number one, forests and trees ensure that we have the air that we breathe in, called oxygen. Without these resources, you will not be able to have, to lead a decent, life on Earth. So it's already in itself, whilst the community are protecting these areas, they are already ensuring that the Namibians are reaping the ecosystem benefit that is associated with those resources. Next. Through the community forest, we've been able to generate some dollars annually. It's very, very hard to quantify these things because most of it is conflated together with other means of resources, although we are working out a model we have a PhD candidate who's studying to quantify for us, but it suffices to say that it's in millions of dollars that we are generating through these community initiatives. But as I mentioned, it should not always be dollarized for you to say, yeah, well, this benefit. No. Certain things are inherently beneficial just by their nature. Of course, we also need to protect this forest. So through community forests, we organize ourselves to fight forest fires and the likes. And of course, my brother has talked about recovery of wildlife. The forests provide habitat. These animals do not live in towns and so on. They live in the forest. So the forest that is being protected, it's also ensuring that the birds are recovering, they have habitats, the wildlife and what have you. And of course, all that is part of that organized structure. Some community obviously engage in activities such as firewood, things like craft, honey production, and so on and so forth. Continue. Now, certainly with all the successes, we also do recognize that we have some challenges as well. Notably, is the illegal and unsustainable use. There's a word that is missing. Unsustainable use or resource harvesting. We also have challenges related to settlements. Whilst community forests are legally recognized and we have do's and don'ts, one of the don'ts is that we don't allow, or this community forest does not allow for permanent settlement in a certain area. You could graze there, you can set up temporary structures, but not permanent structures. But we have seen in areas where people are occupying this land illegally. And obviously, as you might have seen on TV, in certain places, I think in Ohangwena region, the National Youth Service is busy removing some of these fences because the rules were not followed. Of course, frequent fires. When you have a lot of fires, they tend to burn the vegetation and the trees and all that. So that's quite a challenge. Limited financial returns. Yes, it's true. Compared to our brother program, the bigger brother conservancies, where you are doing hunting and all that, I think in community forest, you know, people are not really getting as much return as possible. But as I mentioned, majority of this rural community have to use wood. They need these resources. Majority of these people do not have access to building materials. They have to use, you know, trees to fence and so on, and build corrals for their animals and all that. They need to graze their livestock, goats and cattle and stuff like that. So they need all this land protected. So it's not always in monetary forms. Limited financial, weak governance, I think it was alluded to in the minister's speech as well. And of course, poor implementation of management plans. And I think this is really an area that we need to improve on. Next. I've got some of the recommendations that certainly very, very importantly, we need to build capacity for the forest management committees or forest management bodies. In settings like rural areas, you know, people move quite a lot, so you have to constantly capacitate these people. So you have got a member in the management committee today, tomorrow he has moved to town for greener pasture and so on, and therefore there's a gap and we need to continuously train them. We need to continue to integrate forestry with income-generating conservancies, as we have heard already, so that we can complement each other. We need to implement sustainable harvesting plans to address issues of poverty, while at the same time we're ensuring environmental sustainability. Of course, we need to strengthen local governance. We need to manage and mitigate wildfires that tend to be very, very destructive of forest resources. And continue? Oh, apparently I must say thank you. But I hope I was within the time that has been allocated to me. But this was just scratching really the surface. We need to delve into the real issues when we get into the discussions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Johnson. I was about to say 5 minutes. So you did your 20 minutes. Thank you very much. Gentlemen, I will have to ask you to step down so that we bring in the next two presenters, but ask the team if we can just reorganize and maybe bring 2 more chairs up front, and we can remove the minister's flowers. But while we do that, maybe at this juncture, let me just say that we have 2 guests to this conference. One is Dr. Nyambe Nyambe. Dr. Nyambe is, as mentioned, he's the executive director. If you can just raise, please. He's the executive director, the CASA Secretariat, Zambian national, if I can say, but based in Kasane, Botswana. So it's not a Nyambe from Shadi Kongoro or Lohonono. It's across. Nyambe is a common name in Namibia. And in my language, it means a lot. I'll tell you the joke about Nyambe and former President Nangolo Mbumba later. Our other guest is Dr. Rogers Luvilo. He is the chairperson of the Community Leaders Network. And this is a Southern Africa Community Leaders Network. And he's the chair of that. Welcome, gentlemen, once again. The two next presentations, Mr. Ronnie Dambas, if you can come forward, please, and Dr. Nyambe Nyambe. And if we can have Mr. Dambas' presentation on, as he gets straight to the podium to give us either way. Mr. Dambas will give us a presentation on the institutional arrangements and the roles of different structures, please, over there. Roles of different structures and forums for conservancies and community forests, as well as community associations.
Yes, thank you very much, Director of Proceedings, Mr. Kolka Shikobo. May I greet you all. Also allow me to especially greet the regional governors that are present. Thanks very much for the opportunity to be accorded a chance. I don't take it for granted to be able to make a contribution through this format at a gathering of this magnitude. I'll be talking about the institutional arrangements, the roles of different forums and structures, and also touch a bit on some shifts that I needed within the CBNRM program. How does this work? Institutional arrangements. Now, part of this has been largely touched by the previous presentations on conservancies and community forest, but I would also want to add that one of the shifts that we need to make is that CBNRM is not just about conservancies and community forest. That CBNRM policy makes provision for broader other natural resources, water point committees, water point user associations, fisheries, and others. And that is, I think, one of the first shifts that also we need to make to embrace fully the policy of CBNRM in its totality. And I've purposefully and deliberately started with the water point associations. It is established by law in terms of the Water Resources Management Act, and it provides the establishment of water points and the user associations. And it is housed by Ministry of Agriculture. Responsible is the Directorate of Rural Water Supply. And also, because of the government's decentralization program, now resorting under the Regional Council. Conservancies, I think that has been talked about quite a lot, but touching on the water constitutes such central theme in many of the aspects that we do within CBNRM, and it's time that we need to integrate them in the conservations. We have got the community forest, and once again, my colleagues have talked quite a lot about that, and due to time, I'll not delve so much into that in terms of what are their roles and what do they do. Another important development is around the fisheries, which is supported by the Inland Act, that provides for the conservation and protection of the fish resources. It is under Ministry of Agriculture, and it's supported by NGOs, in particular by the Namibia Nature Foundation. Briefly about the conservation, the governance structures within this conservancy. I think that was also talked about. It is having members, and it's not automatic that you become a member. I think that has also been said. It has got a Conservancy committee and the traditional authorities, and it also employs staff and game guards. I think one institutional challenge that we need to think about at a platform such as this is the different roles and the multiple hats that some of us carry, because traditional authorities also plays a very critical role, but also some of us as NGOs and support organizations, some of us also become traditional leaders interacting with this. And that creates the complexity when you relate to these structures, as what are you speaking at what particular time. So as we shall be developing regulations, we also need to probably comment on how do we regulate the participation of NGOs and support organizations, institutions in some of these structures, as traditional authorities, as NGO staff, and as various players. Of course, key governance documents are those. Also, the forest aspects, I think that has been quite touched on that. Again, the roles of the Forest Committee that has been touched quite extensively, and also the traditional authorities. And again, the complexities of the roles of the different players and the different multiple hats that we carry complicate things at times. Water point associations, it has got, again, all those that live in that particular area becomes members of this, and they have got also a local committee that runs their affairs, and also traditional authorities have got a role to play there. The community fish reserves, now legally this does not exist, but in practice that has now been implemented, and it's mainly been piloted in the Zambezi region, but of course there is no legal mandate to have community fish reserves on the ground, but basically this management of these resources in some cases happens with the Conservancy Management Committee that provides the support. It has got fish guards, fish monitors, and traditional authority that also provides the supporting mechanisms with it. Some of the structures that has of late come onto the scene is the National Conservancy and Community Forest Alliance that serves as a voice for communities, and it's aimed at influencing policy. They have got the regional conservancy associations. There are now 10 regional associations coming from the different regions, and they are constituted by community forest conservancies, community associations. Now, this is an important development in the CBNRM program. Before, it was mainly government and NGOs and the individual conservancies, but this structure of conservancies and community forest have now organized themselves to be the voice, and they play different roles. Apart from these structures, the support institutions also facilitate regional quarterly level platforms like quarterly meetings in different regions. In Zambezi region and other regions in North Central, it's the peer learning reviews. So conservancies also come together on different levels to be able to reflect and to learn and to improve on their governance stages. Key thing that these National Alliance, and I'm sure they have got a chance to speak later, but is to monitor service delivery quality. That means that there will be an instance of instilling downward accountability. My friend, Mr. Gaure, has talked about the need for improving service delivery quality, setting standards in terms of looking at what needs to improve in terms of how we are delivering services of that. And one of the roles and functions of this structure is to look at what services have been provided and how satisfied are conservancies and communities and other natural resource users with this, and of course to promote good governance and to monitor the compliance aspects. And generally, this is aimed at promoting learning and sharing. Also, we have heard about NACSO, which is the voice of the NGOs that sort of provides the support mechanisms for conservancies and community forests and other natural resource users throughout Namibia. Now that is now the NGO voice. They are there to speak on behalf of NGOs. The community has to be the community voice, speaking on issues that concerns them. For example, the National Alliance has to become a member of the Community Leaders Network that was talked about here, to be able to link at a more SADC level, to be able to air their views around issues that influences them. And through the Community Leaders Network, they become part of the Africa level with ICA and those kind of structures to be able to be heard at that broader level. This is important because it is like on a dancing stage where only other players have been. We need to now realize that there are other players that needs to also enter the dancing floor. And we need to make space for each other so that we can all dance together and we can all have fun together. And that's an important adjustment that we need to make as we move forward. Before, some of these players were not there. We need to recognize that they are now there, and we need to work together, hold hands together. The CBNRM policy makes provision for the establishment of some frameworks to allow the coordination. For example, they said the policy proposes the establishment of a national advisory coordination forum that will be sort of spearheaded by MEFT, and it should at least meet twice a year, and it should be constituted by ministry, civil society, private sector. If we can have, I'm sure there were some attempts to set up something of similar nature, but I think if we can work towards, in the years to come, such kind of structures at a national level to meet more regularly, to reflect on the progresses that we are making, what lessons have been learned, and also it proposes regional CBNRM coordination forums, so that we don't just meet at national level like we are meeting now, but at regional level. And some attempts have been there to establish some attempts have been made to establish the regional coordination forums. I know in the Karas region, the former governor was nominated to be the chairperson. Again, a different stake to be able to say, how can other institutions, because the coordination role is with the regional council. The Hardap Council, Hardap Forum has also attempted to meet, and there, the council was nominated to be the convener of such kind of platforms. Similar attempts were made in Ochozon Juba and also in the North Central regions, having different stakeholders to take part. And these, I think, are some of the forums that we need to continue to promote to be able to enhance coordination. We don't need to only wait to meet at such big gatherings after some time, but regularly, if we can meet to be able to share and learn, I think we can make great progress. And I agree with my previous speakers that we are at the crossroads, and learning and sharing becomes part of it. And it's at these forums, CBNRM, one of the things that it does is that it generates a lot of data. And it's this data that needs to be used to help us to have a good talk about what does this data tell us? What changes do we need to make? How do we interpret the data that has been generated through the annual counts that we're making of the game species? What are the lessons that we're learning? What adjustments are needed in terms of these systems? And I think the policy already provides this. This is not something that I'm proposing. The CBNRM policy of 2013 already speaks about that. Yeah. I also believe that some of the changes that I'm foreseeing is that we have to turn around things, and we have to turn around the tables in this program. I think the program has started and government has created the enabling environment for the program to take. And I agree that we have made great progress and great strides. But I think government must assume that enabling role and create the necessary conditions for CBNRM program to take off. But as you can see from that diagram is that there is so much of government, there is so much heavy work by the NGOs, the Conservancy Committee, members. For example, if you look at the Conservancy, the annual plans that they develop and where the money is being allocated, how much of those budgets from the Conservancies goes to the actual members? How much percentage goes to supporting the natural resources and those people that look after the game, the community game guards, for example? The budgets get smaller and smaller towards those aspects. And this kind of a diagram is saying that, no, Conservancy committees needs to budget more. And there needs to be more allocation towards member benefits. That needs to be, member voice needs to be respected more. Members must be more into the driver's seat. Those are the changes. The resource monitors, the community game guards. As we have heard, this program was started by the community game guards. But as things goes on, the community guards get off the stage. And they, in terms of the budget and in terms of planning, in terms of the investments that we are making, in terms of salaries and what we are paying them, it becomes smaller and smaller and smaller. Now, community game guards, for me, constitutes the core business of the conservancies. If resources are to be allocated, community game guards, kind of a budget, needs to get the larger share because that is your core business. A business that continues to fail to invest in its core business is planning to fail. And I think those are, for me, some of the changes that needs to be introduced to be able to help us to turn around the tables, to be able to say what matters in this program. The NGOs also need to look at, in terms of our budgets, how much of our budgets actually speak to the support that is needed on the ground, or are we maintaining just the infrastructure that is helping us to support the conservancies? These are, I think, some of the conversations that we need to help, but I feel that things need to be turned around and we need to turn the tables and change the ways that we are doing things. I want to also touch on the lessons that my old friend and one of the people that have played, may his soul rest in peace, what Garth Owen Smith have said about CBNRM program, and it's reflecting after 30 years, and he's saying that Kunene and later in Zambezi succeeded, the CBNRM program has succeeded not merely because of potential jobs and income, but because key universal principles of community-based action were followed. A local vision of wildlife being valuable, a sense of ownership, the partnership, and communities were directly involved in the implementation of their wildlife. And the key statement is coming here. If government or NGOs erode any of these principles by being too proactive and taking initiative away from communities, Namibia's CBNRM success could be endangered. I would leave it to you and me to be able to think about where are we in terms of this development and to what extent have we put communities in the driver's seat. Now, when I look at the opening ceremony, this is maybe some of the things that Garth Owen Smith was talking about. Government certainly was an important player that needs to speak in terms of setting the tone and setting the speech. It was good that NGOs through NACSO could make the statements. But I'm seeing that there's an empty chair, that there's an empty voice, and you will tell me whose voice was missing this morning at this important opening platform. Whose voice was missing? Yes. And I think moving forward, the changes that we need, this type of things, as small as it may look, can appear that CBNRM program in Namibia is becoming, can be seen as government-driven, can be seen as NGO-driven, and that's not the message. That's not what we are doing. It does not reflect what we are doing on the ground. We are a truly CBNRM program, and whatever we do must reflect that. And the absence of community voice this morning, I think, could have made it, if we have included it, could have put the icing on the cake, and it would have been a great cake to eat. I think moving forward, I believe that towards a CBNRM vision, one of the things, yes, it's good that we have got a great program, we have made great strides, But I believe that as we move forward, we need to be clear about what is our vision for the next 10, 15 years. Where are we taking each other? Where are we going? Is it clear? I'm sure different organizations, different conservancies, different community forests, different NGOs may have their strategic plans and have their visions cast there. But as a collective, where are we going? And I think the forums that I've previously suggested, like the National CBNRM Forum, etc., the mandate is given by the policy to say that is the kind of a platform that needs to cast the vision. And those of us who read the Bible, Habakkuk says, there must not only be a vision, you must write down that vision and let the vision play. And that will continuously remind you in terms of where we are going. Some recommendations for us to think about, for me, it's let's work towards a common CBNRM vision. Let's invite and engage other line ministries. I've mentioned some of them, those working with fish reserves, those working with rural water supply, to the CBNRM platforms. Let's review and update the CBNRM policy. I think it's a very good policy as it stands, but maybe the program has evolved, some learnings have been made, and it might be important just to update it and to look at that. Activate, implement regional and national CBNRM forums to enhance coordination, reflection. I think some of the work has been started, and I think we can do more to make them more regular. The NGOs and government, I think the partnership that exists between NGOs and government, many people say we don't have such kind of collaboration. We have got great marriage as far as this sector is concerned between how government and NGOs are working together. But like any successful marriage, there are issues to talk about, especially when you are raising children that have now become 28 years old. As per my friend's analogy, how do we as government and as NGOs relate to this child which is now 28 years old? We need to talk as parents. It's not the right concept, but we need to talk as partners that are together supporting this in this marriage. So I'm suggesting that let's not assume this partnership. This program has grown in complexities. There are great opportunities that you need to explore, but regular dialogue platforms to enhance cooperation between NGOs and government to clarify roles and expectations with each other will make our marriage more happier, and the children that we are supporting will be happier, and will be able to dance together on the same floor. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ronnie. That empty chair was actually mine. It was not empty. And we are here for 2 days. That community voice will be heard. Our last presenter in this session is Dr. Nyambe Nyambe, whom we have already introduced. Dr. Nyambe.
Thank you very much, Director of Ceremonies. Allow me to ride on the protocol already rendered and quickly to state that the purpose of this presentation is to share lessons from a regional perspective. And also to say that this child we are talking about is actually older than the 28 years applicable to Namibia. Dr. Lubelo agree with me. The Upper Lupande experiences in Zambia, we're talking of 48 years. So it's really about talking about what's not working, what's working, differences and uniquenesses. And from the presentation so far, Director of Ceremonies, I'll be the first one to admit that CBNRM is touching and transforming lives. Tangible conservation and development outcomes are there. Also, CBNRM is challenging us Now, please, I'll move the slide by myself. Yes, I'm still on the first slide. Deepening and expanding governance, and also critiquing the governance infrastructure that we have. Unlocking and leveraging socioeconomic opportunities. I guess I'm giving this background just to admit that experiences abound, but even then, as the Honorable Minister mentioned, we should not be complacent. Improvements are necessary. And this is what we are trying to do in this presentation. Now, how do I move forward here? Okay, thank you. In terms of the presentation, really, I'll give a context. I'll be fired if I did not bring the CASA perspective here. So I'll talk about CASA and make some comparisons in terms of CBNRM, draw some lessons, talk about common impacts and challenges, emerging pressures and opportunities, some recent developments. I'm talking of the last 3-4 years, very important, as well as some concluding remarks. Director of Ceremonies, distinguished guests, we've heard about the importance of laws, about the importance of participatory governance, the role of benefit sharing, as well as the importance of natural resources, but also to indicate natural resource dependency in our communities when it comes to CBNRM. We're not talking about just wildlife, forests, water resources, non-timber forest products, and emerging opportunities in areas such as payment for ecosystem services, wildlife credits, and the likes. And when you look at CBNRM generally, you see some alignment in terms of commitment to reducing poverty, strengthening social cohesion, improving governance and transparency, and of course, sustainable resource and land use practices. And glad that Ronnie Dempas brought up this issue. Living with complexity, unraveling complexity. When we're talking about CBNRM, these are real challenges. And when we're talking about CBNRM, Director Kahure made the point regarding hunting. But I want to broaden it. When you're talking about CBNRM, we're talking about the 3 objectives of the Convention on Biological Diversity related to biodiversity conservation, sustainable use, as well as access and benefit sharing, generated from a whole range of opportunities, some of which I've listed here. But I want to also take you back to a very important year, 2019, when Zimbabwe hosted the Africa Wildlife Economy Summit, and some statements that came from some of our leaders who were there. I will not read, but just to mention here that there was recognition of human-wildlife conflict. There was realization and talk about involvement of people. Are we together? Another quote from that summit, focusing on community rights and the need for these to be part of the new paradigm. That's 2019. And last but not the least, I'm just sharing these to remind us that what we are doing is not new, but what we are doing is remarkably important as we move forward. So, we're talking about CBNRM, and maybe why am I here? I'm here in part because of what I'll shortly share, the mission of CASA that the 5 partner states agreed upon, which emphasizes harmonization and opportunities to streamline approaches. But what you are seeing in the center here is the landscape called Kavango Zambezi Transfrontier Conservation Area. And there is approximately 1 million square kilometers of TFCAs within the region. CASA accounts for almost 60%. Namibia is part of CASA. The other partner states being Angola, Botswana, Zambia, and Zimbabwe. I will not read the vision and mission. Apologies, we didn't check the screen earlier, but I just want to encourage you to look at the objectives. Each and every objective summarized from the treaty, there are 11 of them, each one of them has relevance to CBNRM. There's the objective on sustainable use, there's the objective on inclusivity, there's the objective on infrastructure development, connectivity and conservation. Tell me which one is not linked to CBNRM. Sorry. Just some quick stats about CASA for you to keep at the back of your mind, but I want to specifically talk to the fact that there is about 3 million people in the landscape, 19 national parks, 85 forest reserves, 2 major river basins, and a whole range of land use practices which give opportunities for livelihoods. Now, in doing the comparison on CBNRM across the 5 countries, I looked at the governance model, wildlife rights or devolution, main resource, revenue sources, and distinctive features. And there are quite some interesting things coming up. And I wish I had more time to do it. But I'll quickly talk to Angola, which a lot of people say is in its infancy when it comes to CBNRM. But there's something remarkable. Angola is in its infancy, but Namibia Nature Foundation is there helping Akadia. The Nature Conservancy is there. WWF Namibia is there. WWF Zambia is there. Everybody is trying to support Angola in the CBNRM agenda. And then you'll notice that when it comes to devolution, it's different from, say, Botswana and Namibia, where you have structures, but they've paid particular attention to cross-border forums and support as they are seeking to take off. In the case of Botswana, you talk about trusts, but there's no wildlife ownership. What is emphasized is state lease to conservation hunting areas, community hunting areas, rights through concessions. I will not read through this, just to ask you to quickly interrogate what each one is speaking to under the columns. And I'll move to the other 2 partner states, Zambia and Zimbabwe. You'll notice the governance model speaks in the case of Zambia of game management areas and community resource boards and village action groups. In the case of Zimbabwe, we're talking of the rural district councils. In terms of rights, there are differences there to different degrees. Also, in terms of distinctive features, I want to speak on the one for Zambia, where the conservation markets for community marketing conservation initiatives is helping take outputs from conservation and sustainable use to the market. And in the case of Zimbabwe, the role of rural development, rural district councils in the agenda that they are pursuing. In Zimbabwe, you can go to Binga, Wange, when there's a human-wildlife conflict incident, they will not think of Professor Edson Gandiwa, Tate Kahure's counterpart in Zimbabwe. They'll immediately think of the Rural District Council as a grassroots initiative closest to the people. So, what lessons do we draw from the different experiences? And like I said, it's not just the successes, it's not just the specific provisions, it's not just the failures, but an interrogation of what is obtaining and how that might apply to Namibia and also draw some implications. Angola, and by the way, Director of Ceremonies, I limited myself to 3, and this is not to say for each partner state only 3 apply. I believe in the first instance, there's a lesson from Angola, weak legislation and what it means for Namibia, which is the urgency and importance of strengthening legal clarity, compliance mechanisms, and institutional support for conservancies and other structures. Reliance on traditional authorities and structures in Angola. For Namibia, maintain and deepen collaboration with traditional authorities. In terms of structures, Angola has worked outside the wildlife sector, specifically in fisheries and forestry, to establish cooperatives and associations. What's the lesson for Namibia? Would say is to explore opportunities for integrated CBNRM. I'm glad it was mentioned already. When you go to Botswana, using the same approach, 3 issues in terms of where CBNRM is being applied, which is the wildlife management areas and controlled hunting areas. The lesson for Namibia is strengthening formal land use zoning inside conservancies and communal areas to reduce land conflicts, improve tourism investment, clarity, and support corridor management. The second lesson, which relates to leasing and subleasing in the case of Botswana, is the expansion of long-term structured tourism concessioning in conservancies. Last but not the least, relates to rights litigation, a very pivotal issue that took place in Botswana some years back. And for Namibia, the lesson being strengthening the rights-based approach for indigenous and local people. Zambia, I spoke about the conservation markets, community markets for conservation and the links, I beg your pardon. This is really about exploring what we all talk about, strengthening the community value chains, indigenous foods, crafts, natural products, and the like. In terms of the use of the village action groups in Zambia, being part of the community resources boards within game management areas, is it feasible to introduce sub-conservancy governance units? And as a way of deepening and expanding the constituency. Community resource boards are by design intended to be cross-sector in the case of Zambia. They are not just confined to game management areas, they can be established in open areas. Lesson for Namibia might be facilitate and strengthen expanded legal remit for conservancies and such structures to operate, or rather to advance integrated CBNRM. Zimbabwe. The campfire program is being delivered through rural district councils. Question might be, in terms of a lesson, improving collaboration with the regional councils. It's really nice that we have the honorable governors here. What role do the regional councils see themselves playing in support of this broader vision, which is beyond MEFT, as we've heard? In the case of Zimbabwe, RDCs play an active role on fiduciary responsibilities. Is there a lesson for Namibia? An interesting one. I was very glad to hear Mr. Kahure speak about the National Development Plan. Zimbabwe recently expanded the scope of CBNRM in the National Development Strategy, where they actually provided for something to do with minerals as part of CBNRM. Whether it will materialize, something to be seen. Could that be a lesson for Namibia in terms of integrated CBNRM program and expanded mandate? Now, when we look at all these things, there are a lot of lessons. I've listed here some programs. Chuma Chato in Mozambique, Life and Conservancy program here in Namibia, the ADMED program, which later became the Sierra Bees initiative in Zambia, the Campfire and Contractual Parks in South Africa. there are some lessons that we can draw. Common impacts being wildlife conservation and stewardship, local governance and livelihoods enhancement, as well as rural socioeconomic development. And what I would like to refer to as systemic challenges, when you look at the broader region: transparency and accountability, over-dependency on wildlife, inadequate community authority, partial devolution, governance, policy, and institutional bottlenecks. Now it's refusing to move. Okay, so what are some of the emerging pressures and opportunities? I think you cannot talk about CBNRM in this context without admitting that human-wildlife conflict is a real challenge. Neither can you talk about it without accepting the reality that reducing donor funding is a reality we are living with. Climate change, shifting community expectations, as well as habitat loss and fragmentation and resource scarcity. But there are opportunities that we can look at in terms of technological innovations, climate resilient development, the changing landscape for global conservation financing, strengthened regional cooperation, and human rights and inclusivity. I mentioned in my opening remarks that CBNRM is complex, CBNRM is evolving. I just want to quickly share with you what you're seeing here are some of the selected recent developments. I spoke about cooperatives and associations in Angola. Botswana, 2025 CBNRM Act, which makes specific provisions for a CBNRM department, registration of CBOs, legal aspects related to CBOs, the national board, management of funds, property and policy revision plans are underway, and also the Human Wildlife Conflict National Conference of 2024. Same for Zambia, I've just listed some there, and the same for Zimbabwe, including the issue of a review of the campfire program, the aim being to revitalize the program. I spoke about the National Development Strategy 1 of 2025, which is expanding the CBNRM scope and mandate. The Parks and Wildlife Act Amendment 2025. And there's something also very interesting. Okay, yes. Human-wildlife conflict conferences in the last 4 years in each of these partner states, including, when was the one for Namibia? 2024, right? 2023. Basically trying to buttress the point that I made earlier, that with the successes of CBNRM in terms of conservation outcomes, manifesting by way of the number of abundance and distribution of certain wildlife species, we also have the real challenge of human-wildlife conflict. I guess from what we've heard so far, Director of Ceremonies, distinguished guests, I want to submit that CBNRM needs to be politically possible. It needs to be institutionally doable. It needs to be socially acceptable, technically feasible, ecologically sustainable, and economically viable. And also, it needs to be adaptable to changing times. And for this, I want to congratulate the Republic of Namibia for holding this very important conference, because I think it is evidence that this is adapting to changing times in as far as CBNRM is concerned. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Nyambe Nyambe, giving us that lesson from the other countries. I told you that I will tell you a joke of Dr. Nyambe Nyambe with President Nangolo Mbumba. We went to a CASA summit 2 years ago in Livingston. So when the president was saluting the executive director, he said, Dr. Nyambe Nyambe, Executive Director of the CASA Secretariat, and the man whose parents could not find another name. So if you are in this room and your name is Moses Moses, or Shilongo Shilongo, or Andrew Andrew, your parents could not find another name. Thank you very much. We have now come to the stage or the item where we get to discussions. We have had 4 presentations, an overview on conservancies, an overview on community forests, conservancies and community associations, the institutional arrangements in these conservancies, community forests and associations. And lastly, we have heard of what other countries are doing, and that's so in comparison of what we are doing here in Namibia. I now open the floor for discussion. There must be mics. Are there mics that are roaming around? I see one over there. Is it? Yes, please, Mr. Gahure, Mr. Ndokosho, please come up front. You will have to raise your hand if you want to make an intervention or a comment or a question, clarification, and I ask that we should be strategic, we should be getting to our issues. I request that what has been said should not be repeated, and I request that we shorten our interventions. We only have 1 hour of discussion for this specific session. Thank you very much. We can move to the next session because I don't see any hands. Honorable Governor of Irongo, followed by the Honorable Governor of Kunene region. Please, the colleagues with mics here. The Honorable Governor of Irongo, right at the corner there. Yeah, I see some hands. I will get to you over there as well. Yes, Honorable.
Thank you very much for the opportunity granted. My name is Natalia Magoses, Irongo region. Thank you very much for the invitation to this conference, national conference on community-based natural resources management. Firstly, observation. Beautiful submissions, presentations were made in our official language, but I brought my traditional leaders and I don't seem to see the translating tools for my community leaders to have followed these wonderful presentations. Observation number 2. If I look at the program of the last day, it appears that there will be resolutions that will be reached. I'm wondering, one of the presenters spoke about analogies of 28 years. Beautiful. I'm sure during the past 28 years, I don't know if this is an annual conference, there were resolutions taken. And when we are called to conferences such as these ones, my understanding tells me that we need to hear from the previous resolutions what were discussed, what were resolved, what were the achievements made over, and we have to zoom into, we appreciate the generic and beautiful figures that were given. I also appreciate the comments that were made that car number 1, car number 2, car number 1, it's generic. So as a governor, as government, as delegates of this type of conferences, one I would appreciate to know exactly how was it 28 years back and today, that comparison be made, and what were the gaps? How were these gaps that were identified addressed in order to improve the lives and the livelihoods of our communities in our Republic of Namibia? So that is observation 1 and 2. I want to also say that there was a remark, or also one of the presentations suggested that there is something called lobby something, anti-hunting. We need to be careful. We need to be vigilant as nationals of this Republic of Namibia. We need to know exactly what these lobbyist agendas are. We need to know exactly when they lobby and at which levels they are lobbying. This type of lobbies can disadvantage our communities. So we need to empower us on the ground so that when these lobbyists, whatever they are doing, it's the first time I'm hearing these things, but I was listening very attentively, so that we can also know what they are talking against, for us also to come with counters. And that is when we have statistics, that is when we know what is happening on the ground for our communities. That is also one aspect that I pick up here, which I thought I need to raise my voice on. All in all, Director of these proceedings, whatever we are doing, let it be to the benefit. Because after 20 years, after 36 years of independence, we still have got pockets of poverty in our Republic of Namibia, amongst our communities. We have them. We are still calling them illegal hunters. We are still failing to identify who the buyers or who the beneficiaries are that come to our illegal poor people to take these resources. So we need to be brutally honest when we come to this type of conferences, so that we can, going forward, try to arrest, and when we come next time, come and tell the conference as to this is what has happened, this is what should not have happened, these are the gaps, and so on and so forth. But other than that, I'm very much thankful to the Honorable Minister. His speech was very clear, and to all the previous speakers. Thank you very, very much for listening to me. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Governor. Honorable Governor Kunene Region. While the mic is coming, I must just say this session was also more general. As we get to this afternoon session, we start to get specific to issues. And even on the issue of hunting, there will be a presentation on that. Can we bring the mic to the Governor of Kunene?
Thank you very much, Director of Ceremonies, Mr. Moderator, for the purpose of this session. About 2 weeks ago, I was here for a strategic plan of the IRDNC. During our independence celebration, I had the Minister of Environment be the keynote speaker of the Kunene version, and today we're here. I think the nature is speaking to me somehow. I probably have about 4 things, whether it's comments or questions, but probably more suited to Mr. Kahure, being from the region where that has succeeded immensely in conservation. And in my considered view, being the epitome of community conservation on the globe. However, as a leader, there are certain things that you see that you hope would change for the better. There's a specific speed that you would want to see the impact of conservancies on communities generally, and a certain direction that you would want to see it take. And in that regard, I want to ponder on these 4 aspects. Mr. Kahure referred to the results of election of conservancy leadership, and that the hope, the question is whether these congresses or conferences, these constitutions, well crafted, produce, I think the word he used is worthy leaders. Now, that question on its own, I think, is left open-ended, but the mere fact that it's questioned, for me, says perhaps that there is a thought to say that maybe they do not necessarily produce the intended results. Now, everything in my considered view starts and ends with good leadership. So where we want to be as conservancies, the impact that we want to have as conservancies, we need to have that worthy leadership. My question therefore is, what is the strategy in place to ensure that these congresses produce the absolute best to run conservancies for our people? Secondly, I said this at the IRDNC meeting, and I'll say it again. When I was a member of parliament, the ministry came to make a presentation, and it was about some community in Babwata. And the ministry was very keen to tell us that this conservancy is making X amount of money. I think it was something like 700,000, I can't remember at the time. But I sat and I made a calculation of that income per capita. It was dismal. And I want to ask as to when we are going to move away from lumping our people together. Community. When we talk about community, the Conservancy community, it is all 1,500 people. But these people are individuals. And if you take $700,000 on 1,500 people, all it can do is buy a Land Cruiser. That's it. Then we come and we say the amount of money that goes to communities is, I think what we're saying is 109 million, something like that. But if we break down that amount per capita to all these communities, what are our people actually getting? And for us to actually say, yes, this is a worthy benefit, we need to look at the whole value that is derived from our conservation. The hunter, how much does he get? The professional hunter, how much does he give? The professional hunter, how much does he get? How much does he give? The niche lodge, about last week Monday we were in Puros, and upon inquiry of how much the lodge makes per person in Puros, we have the lodge in Serakafema. These are astronomical amounts that these lodges make. Yet when we talk about $109 million, we peg it to be quite a huge benefit. But it's a huge benefit out of how much? And this leads me to the next point. Our people, there are people that I've known to have been game guards. My father farmed in Muramba BS Flagte for the longest period. So if not, I think it was one of the first conservancies, probably the second conservancy in the country. So I've seen conservancies from a very young age, and I've seen conservancy in the infancy and in the current advanced form. And I've seen people who have been game guards and retire into cattle farming. People who were leading conservancies without them owning a lodge afterwards, without them being able to be hunters that can connect conservancies to international markets and international hunters. And it is all hinged on the fact that when we look at the community of Omuramba, when we look at Sanitatas, when we look at Puros, we look at all those people, I don't want to use the word sheep, but maybe I should. All of them are just community. We need to move away from that and start extracting individuals, empowering them, making them also own that $28,000 a night lodge, making them also being able to bring an American to come and hunt. Conservancies must move away, in my considered view, from providing the Land Cruiser that looks nice in the area to starting to build tanneries and the places that actually process the skin and the heads of the animals that are hunted here. Community-based, done by Namibians for the world. Someone, I think, remarked and said, we keep saying the same thing and doing the same thing over and over and over again. My motto in life is, if something is static, then it's going down. If something has plateaued, a point will come when it will go down. So it is my considered opinion, Director of Ceremonies, before I yield my time, that we need to improve on how conservancies take care of people at household level and the individual. We would want to see a situation where conservancies also produce a prize kudu bull, a prize buffalo bull, just as a commercial farmer does on his farm. That needs to happen. If we continue lumping our people together, yes, policy will continue, the institution will continue, but individuals will continue being supported, and the support will never be enough unless one is working for it himself. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Governor. Can I ask that we move the mics to this side? There were two hands. Okay, there's a mic. Yeah, the lady just behind there. Please, let's get, now you are passing. It was here, yeah. Please, straight to the point, please. If I can ask everyone when we make our interventions, let's get straight to the point we want to make. We have very much limited time, and I'm sure everyone wants to speak, and Ronnie wants the community's voice.
Good morning, everyone. I am Bonafilia Chivera. I'm the chairperson of Torah Conservancy. Mr. Director of Ceremonies and the House Enlarged, please allow me to remain seated. My first question is about the cars. Personalized number plates, for example, Torah 1, Torah 2. My question on that is, it comes out from Mr. Kaure's speech, and it's the second time that I'm attending a conference here in Windhoek where it comes out as a bullet point. So my question is it a problem for a conservancy to make a personalized number plate for the cars? And if it is a problem, can you please elaborate on what the problem is so that me as the chairperson of Torah Conservancy can rectify the problem, because we are also one of those that are having such number plates, car number plates. And the second one that I'm having is, I'm talking about the game guards, including the rangers out in the field. It also comes out from a presentation from Mr. Dembus. The budget, we must allocate a large budget to the members in the game guards. Now my question is there a certain percentage that we can agree on? For example, to make a breakdown from 100, maybe a 40% or 30% that can go to the game guards / rangers. The reason why I'm asking the question is, I think if we are specific on what we really want from the conservancies to allocate on our budget for the field team, I would like us to be specific so that we can rectify the problem. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We can take two more, then we ask the presenters to respond. Someone has the mic already here. Please go ahead.
Okay.
Brief and to the point.
Yes. Thank you very much. I'm Stephen Muyangwa, from Zambezi region, the manager for Skunga Conservancy. Although the time will come for the issues, but I have to rush them. This baby from 21 years old, at least we are there. We have tried. Nevertheless, here and there, but at least conservancies, we have tried. Now, there are some obstacles here and there. In conservancies, when it comes to benefit, like a benefit distribution plan in the conservancies, whereby the conservancies have to follow that. But now, we have been challenged by some of the policies as conservancies. So the ministry gave us introduced the policy of 50-50 policy. 50% of the income, the community benefit, and 50% for the operations, which was good. While we are still there, the same government, Minister of Labor, also introduced $18 minimum. So now, for us as a conservancy now, to handle the benefit distribution plan now is a challenge, because the labor also needs the conservancies also to implement that minimum wage. So now, which is which? The same government. So goes to the conservancy from the Ministry of Forest, and the labor goes to the conservancy. Please pay this staff minimum wage. Please 50%. Where now? We are started. So that's number one. We have to look at that. And also, income. Okay, we are there, we are trying to get income. But there are some of these products that are just lying there in conservancies that maybe you can also make income out of them, like skins. When they're hunted, when animals are hunted, the zebra, onions, whatever. So those skins are just there. So you find that if the skin is taken somewhere, so there will be money there. For instance, maybe the crocodile skin, just lying in Kunga Conservancy. But if manufactured somewhere there, or it can be manufactured industry, maybe in the Zambezi region or somewhere, also to boost the income of the conservancies. So that's the only idea. Because they're lying there. We just give meat. And then the trophies. Maybe we can meet that 50-50 policy and then the $18 policy, maybe. The other one is the AWC. This one, as Mr. Nyambe, I don't know whether it's Mr. Nyambe or Maroni, that's on AWC. Okay, this one also is not easy for our members, for our community members to be convinced. But now, we have moved from better to worse to frustrate our members. So I'm raising this now because we are we are on the ground. In the first place, when claims are there, so the review panel sit and then submit the report. When the money is in the account, then we pay according to the claims. But now things have changed for more frustration. So the review panel will only sit when the money is in the account. So that farmer will be waiting. So at the last minute, he's going to be told, no, Mr. Kaura, your claim is not qualified. But they've been waiting. So if we sit and then we review the claims, after reviewing, then we request the money. So those ones who are not qualified already have been informed, not being waiting until the time. We have been waiting for so long, then it's going to be told, no, not qualified. So please, can we rectify that for AWC payment? Otherwise, we'll continue with the other discussion, but this is the intervention that I wanted to take for now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. The gentleman behind. We'll get to you. We'll get to you at the back.
Thank you very much.
Please be brief and straight to the point.
Sure. Thank you very much. My name is Herman Hosabe Hone. I have been one of the instrumental people
Straight to the point.
Certainly participated in the formation of the CBNRM program years back, and I had grown into conservancies, and I want to share the following 2 points. I think the CBNRM program was intensively supported by different stakeholders when it was initiated. And the rights of the communities in the formation of the conservancies were so prominent, and they really are well established, many of them. But we are at the stage of managing or trusted to manage very sensitive and yet very important resource that should benefit the community. And that support that was there initially has gone away, I should say, or has decreased dramatically. That conservancy management committees are struggling to manage many aspects of a conservancy. There's a big gap to be able to manage a conservancy successfully. The way the management committee is being established, there must be some interventions to ensure that we get in place relevant people with the necessary skills to be able to manage. And that's where I would really want this conference to look into, probably checking with, doing case studies with those well-doing conservancies to capture what should be done compared to those that are struggling. The second aspect was, contribution was, as a representative of the traditional authority, this structure also has to play a very important role as the first direct contact of the mentioned communities at the grassroots level. And institutionally, apart from the legal mandate, they are not institutionally capacitated. And I have observed this across Namibia, where traditional authorities are struggling to play their constructive role in ensuring conservancies perform well. I could have elaborated if time was allowed, but I would leave it at this stage. Then I just want to emphasize the point of mining sectors that are mushrooming in our regions, that are exploiting simply because of our institutional incapacity as traditional authorities, as well as conservancy management committees' incapacities to deal with this. And of course also because of the relevant ministries that are supposed to play their monitoring and evaluation role on the level of the mining areas to ensure that apart from giving the licenses or whatever, they are kept accountable, or the conservancies are supported to make sure that such mining industries are kept accountable, because our land is very sensitive.
Okay, I think that's clear, sir, and there will be a presentation on that specific topic. I want to take two at the back, and I see two honorable governors here, but let me take two at the back, the gentleman standing already. Oh, okay, you have the floor, then last one from there, then we'll come back in front, and I saw a hand that side.
Thank you so much. My name is Jafet Ananias, the chairperson of Ipumbuya Shilongo Conservancy. Actually, I'm going to get straight to the point. I have 3 points. The first point is, when I was looking at the program here, I was expecting to see anything about donors or any presentation or anything, but unfortunately, I can't see anything. My questions were related to that. The first point that I have come to realize is, whenever we are getting donors funding, they come with their already tailor-made packages, like on what are they going to focus on, specifically for that. And in most instances, the conservancies, what is in the package is not what we are experiencing or what we really want to solve on the ground level. So the suggestion is, before maybe we implement these donors fundings or anything, consultations need to be made in conjunction with the CBOs. Only then we can be able to tackle the problems that we have. For instance, some of us, we are living in the Kuvelai area where we cannot be able to maybe have a borehole or anything. What we have been advocating for was maybe earth dams, but at times that's not included in the packages. And at times we feel left out because our animals, wild animals are suffering because there's no water or anything. And that increases the wildlife conflict, the human and wildlife conflict. So, and the other issue that we have, it's the implementation time frame. For instance, the donor fundings ran for 3 years. But within that period, we put up the plans of what should be done. But at the end of the day, nothing comes, nothing is implemented. Are we really doing anything on that one? Or perhaps we are putting money where it's not supposed to be? So those are the points that we really need to look at even before we go on that one, because we really need to tackle the problems that we have on the ground. So the other point that I would like to make is about the game guards. You know, when we are talking about game guards, we are talking about young people that don't have employment, or young qualified people that are qualified but they don't have any opportunity to get employed. And these people are working hard. These are the people that we have in the forest, running each and every day, going to get reports about animals, about anything, or the farmers. But at the end of the day, we are not equipping them, or we are not giving them opportunities to grow. For instance, I can give you a clear example. A young lady or a young man just left school, and then he came in conservation as a game guard. And then he grows in that portfolio or in that category. Is there no opportunity for that game guard to be employed by the line ministry when an opportunity arises? We really need to look at these people. We really need to employ these people, whether it's in the line ministry if an opportunity arises. And I've seen it, and it's in the part of the challenges where we are saying people are not getting involved, or people are getting demoralized. Yes, people are getting demoralized because there are no opportunity to grow in the fields where they are. I so submit.
Thank you. My name is Katupa Wawirakwa Katupa from Kunene, Regional Community Conservancy Association. I have a question. Why our beloved ministry does not help when the conservancies are having a fight with anti-conservation who moved and settled in conservancies called wildlife areas. Many conservancies in Kunene region having these problems, and they take a matter to court, and our ministry is quiet, just watching this issue. And these people are organizing themselves in order to jeopardize conservation in whole Namibia. The other point, our ministry in the region have no capacity to cater for the majority conservancies in that region. If you take Korihas and Ucho constituencies, Korihas and Kamanyap constituencies, if anything happens, they have to wait for Ucho office, people to depart from Ucho to go and arrest them there. Same applies to Kunene North. If anything happens at Swartbrand, crocodile harassing people there, the people have to wait for Mopuo. Sometimes you told that the car have no fuel. The car went to other side and helping the lion, maybe at Hiroipuk or somewhere else. The ministry doesn't have enough staff in our region. The other thing, I can't understand that our regional office of MEFT are there to serve the commissarial farmers only, or just there to serve the communal areas. We can't understand why our regional deputy director's office based in Ucho, which is surrounded by commercial farm, instead of going to be in Opuo, which is the capital of the region. So we have been speaking these things to the ministry a time and a time and a time. I think now this should be, the ministry must move the office to Opuo, which is the capital of the Kunene region. The other thing is this. I want to give this advice to the ministry. When the ministry taking the ranges, want to employ the ranges, one of the requirements must be that that ranges must come from Conservancy in that region. Because we have the people who volunteered them for more than years that have experience and well-trained even. And they are not employed in the government. They are just there given those little money by conservancies, but the ministry employed other people who are sitting and relax. They are not even care about the conservations. When there is a job open, you can see they came the rangers, the lion rangers, ram rangers, elephant rangers, they are being left there under the care of conservancies. I think you must set up a system to take these people from a conservancy and employ them permanent in the ministry. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Are you clapping for Christopher Manuela to be transferred to Opuo?
Exactly.
Okay.
Good afternoon. My name is Kauta Chienda from Kunene region or Tudemba Conservancy chairperson. Mine is very short because I'm used to these conferences. Because I've been in Oshuarongo for the very first one. The second one, it was here at Nampa or somewhere here behind us in Windhoek. Is it Nampa? Nipa or something. This is the third one. I do not want to say anything, but my governor for Erongo have finished me regarding that. And the point why I said he finished me is because the ministry have given us this policy, the standard operation procedures that we are using as conservancies, where my director, Honorable Kahure, have said there are pillars there that you need to follow for as conservancies for the ministry to say, yes, you are doing your job, you are successful. And one of it is that when the conservancies are having AGM, we must make sure these standard operation procedures must be on table. And you make sure your constitutions must be also on table. And then you look at your members, the quorum must be met. You also have to look at the other part. If you had an AGM last year, you must get your minutes on table first before you proceed with a new AGM. Is this ministry not doing the very same things when it comes to conferences? Are you not supposed to follow what we are doing as conservancies when it comes to conferences? Or is the conferences something different from what we are doing as conservancies? And if we are from you, the ministry, we are the child from you, and we are following suit what you are doing, what is your example to us if you are doing this as leaders? The reasons why I'm asking this, last year I was there at Nimpa. I have said the very same question as my governor. Where is the other previous minutes of Ochuarongo? Because we used to cough like this and vomiting like this every time. But you don't get your responses. The other coming years of conferences that are coming ahead. You don't see anything. And I was saying, do we do conferences for formality, or is it something seriously sustainable that could take people ahead? That is something that one wants to know. First question. The second one, no, wait. The reason why I'm saying
please.
No, I'm going to my point.
Yeah,
because there's one thing.
Get to your point, but
Yes.
don't repeat what the governor has said. We have already noted
it's
that.
fine. It's fine.
And we'll give a response.
You got to hear this.
Yes, we want to hear. Please be brief.
There is one thing also that I also want to know. Sometimes when it comes to us, the inviters who are invited into this room, the time must be limited. But your speech was too long than our questions. What was the need of inviting us?
Get to the point, please.
Let me just say one thing which is very important is that as a person who's not academic like you people, I feel like when we are sitting in this house, for me to be guided very well, when we are saying there is changes, like as I have heard from the speakers who was there, saying that there is actually regulations that we have to look into, that we are coming into. Or if there is any changes or something that need to be done, a person like me, a literate, I need that document or something get draft in front of me that could guide me to see what are we hitting to, because I don't see anything in front of me. The only thing I see here is an agenda. So for me as an illiterate, it's confusing me. I don't know where we are hitting to. Maybe I'm still waiting to see what is the changes that we need to change, or what is actually that need to be amended, or what are we talking about. I'm a bit confused. I will be helped there. The last one, what was the whole delay or the dilemma when it comes to the wildlife bill to take 30 years not to come to us as community to come and review it? Because if we people have presented this, or we had a discussion in the 30 years back, I think as a ministry or the government, you have to come back to us as communities, you come sit with us, and we do the review to see that the wildlife bill, what you have put in, is it seriously that what we have discussed in the past, or is there any things that have changed? But as I have seen it now, when I was listening to the Director Kahure, he said he's looking for the MP to help him actually now approving that bill, or to put it to the parliament or to the cabinet for approval, before it comes back to us as a community to come and do the review. And we have written that letter already, because on the 27th of that month, we were here in Windhoek, we had a meeting. We have written a letter to the ministry to say, yes, we can see what you have proposed in this bill, but we are not happy as communities. Bring the bill back to us for the review, because it's not sounding very well to the communities. That's what we have asked. But now we see that it's still proceedings going to Parliament. The MP have to force it, to put it in place. Who is the leader, and who is who between us? Are you a public servant, or are you a bosses? What are we to you people?
Okay, I think you made yourself clear. The last one here is the gentleman in the middle here in the khaki shirt. No. Yeah, yes. Please be brief, then we'll move to this side, and I will conclude with the honorable governors here, and we need to give some responses.
Thank you. My name is Don Andrew Gaisap. I'm a natural resource manager for Toronawas Conservancy. I was quite impressed with Master Nyambe's presentation, whereby he said collaboration, lessons learned for Namibia to collaborate with rural district councils in terms of fire management. As conservancies, we are facing fire problems here and there, and sometimes we cannot make the demands or to extinguish the fire. So our governors are here, Honorable Governor, so the collaboration with rural district councils should be strengthened, because as conservancies we cannot meet these demands alone. And the other thing is, I I'm grateful for the NGOs that are helping us in institutional works and human wildlife conflict policies and all those management plans that we are having. But one thing that we are omitting is we are mostly focused on wildlife and managing wildlife. But the other thing is conflict resolution. In conservancies, we have a lot of conflict, but that is not touched on. Who is the NGO or person that will help conservancies in conflict resolutions, whereby community members and CMCs don't collaborate or they have conflicts in between them? Is it for us as partners, the ministry and the NGOs, is it only a conservancy affair if they have conflicts, or do we have to help the conservancies in that regard? Because it's not a good thing that is happening in conservancies. And the other thing is human-wildlife conflict. With regards to human-wildlife conflict, the policy is different in each regions. Like for instance, in Kunene region, Kunene South, baboons will be a big problem with damaging gardens of our people. But then if you have to come to the review panel, that won't be compensated for, as baboons are not considered. Or the ministry will advise to kill the baboon, which is not the greatest remedy. And the other one is
okay.
Yeah, with regards to the livelihoods of our people. As conservancies generate these funds, it seems that conservancies have a lot of money, but the population of the community of the conservancies is a lot. So as NGOs should also help conservancies in donor funding processes, whereby NGOs will regard and will say conservancies don't have a great management policy with regards to finances. So are we only there to say and to point a finger to say you don't have a great management policy? How are we helping conservancies to come to the level of the NGOs to handle finances well? So we should try to help in order not just to point fingers. I thank you.
Thank you very much. I want to move to that side. Did I see any hand? If not, okay. Just one, then I'll move in front, Honorable Governors. The mic over that side, please. It's a general discussion we are having, and as I said, from the next session, we start to get to specific issues. Yes, please.
Okay, thank you very much. My name's again, I'm still Mr. Livanda Fabian, the operational manager for Salambala Conservancy. I just only want to stick on 2 points, and I'll be brief enough. I just only requesting the ministry to help us conservancies to issue or to introduce permits for shoot and sell in conservancies, because our community members, they want to buy animals in our conservancies. But now they are unable because we don't have shoot and sell permits. And we also request the ministry, when it comes to problem animals, like for the approval of problem animals, we can write letters to the ministry to make requests for those animals to be removed out, but it gets too late. So we request the ministry to make it as quickly as possible so that we can just solve the problem. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, now right here in front, I saw hands from the governor, which is on Jupa, Hartap, Karas, and Shikoto.
Thank you very much, Program Director. Mine is very short. If you follow very well, it seems 80%
of whoever took a stand. It's all about challenges. As we go forward, it won't be business as usual. What are the opportunities? This is where maybe one wanted to know, what are the opportunities for some of these constituencies to unlock in some sectors, to add value or to touch lives? So this is the area one wanted to know. Otherwise, we will be back and forth. So we need to move forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Abu Governor Karas.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. This is my first time ever that I'm attending a conference of this nature. But when I speak now, I speak as a traditional leader from a very impoverished community. Now, as a preface, let me say this. Conservancy in my community is in fact not known, perhaps heard of, but not known. My community is still in its starting blocks when it comes to conservancy as a vehicle of development. My community does not appreciate a conservancy. It is only causing hurt instead of developing and making the lives of my people easier. The perception from my community side with regards to conservancy is it an institution which is run by cabal that is destructive and self-centered? Or do they not address or perhaps live out the intended objective of running conservancies in communities? That's a perception. Our community, by the very people they have elected, is kept on the periphery of development. They are not seen. And what I'm saying is their ignorance of understanding development in the context of a conservancy is absolutely abused, their ignorance. We want, as a community, the following. Instead of ticking boxes, we want to see you making impact by, one, taking our concerns seriously. There have been so many concerns raised with the ministry directly, of which none has been responded to and none has been attended to. We would want, going forward, that our conservancy is re-energized with the assistance of those ones running conservancies in the south and in this country. Revise the current committee, but also assist them by taking them again refreshed through this entire process and make them understand what a conservancy actually means. And I repeat, the ignorance of my people is abused. And they are not attended to when they are querying. There is a rest camp that has been put up with conservancy money. Nobody has ever visited just to see what's going on there. That thing is obsolete now. It does not exist. An amount of almost near up to 1 million or 2 million was given. No checkup has been done, no monitoring. We are wondering as a community as to where that money has gone. There were attempts made to justify expenditure, but that does not translate into empowering the community. We want the ministry and whoever is responsible for the conservancy in our community to make sure to call the community together, because it's within our domain not to call this kind of meetings in your absence. Please, we do see benefits going to other communities through this intervention. It does not benefit my community. Please, let's live up to the promise that is put to our communities through the conservancies and make sure that we are equally benefiting from the concept of a conservancy as other people do. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The Honorable Governor Hardap, then we conclude with the Honorable Governor Ochozonjupa.
Thank you very much, Program Director. I equally want to express my appreciation for being invited. It's also my first conference of this nature. Rian McNabb from Hardap. And I want to be very short and brief to tap from what my former honorable governors has said. It would have really helped us if we had the minutes from the previous conferences to check where we have come, what have we learned, and what can we improve. Having said that, Prof. Selma has made the statement to say, a few are benefit. That's what I've been noting. Let us be bold, let us be practical, and let us be action-driven, because it's the only way the results, by action, results will bring us fruits for our communities on the ground. It's very evident from Honorable Governor of Karas, we experienced the same thing in Hardap. Our submission is that the ministry must really come down. What we are observing is there's a gap. And tapping from the lessons from Dr. Nayembe, thank you so much, Doctor, that we could see that we can learn from the lessons, that we really need to strengthen the right-based approach for indigenous and local people as a basis for inclusive governance. This is not helping. It's only a few that are benefiting at the expense of the most vulnerable in our region. Honestly speaking, the status quo must change. Our president is very clear. This is the level of conferences that must bring out tangible, action-driven results that will benefit those that really deserve to benefit from the resources of our country. We cannot allow a situation anymore that our vulnerable people are being exploited at the hands of a few who are putting the money in their pockets. That's unacceptable. If we don't breach that gap, that we make sure that we extend the structure, strengthen the structure of coordination and monitoring, how will we account as officers of the governor to those people, our vulnerable people on the ground? This is a recommendation that needs to be taken up seriously. That we can talk as much as we want to talk, but if we don't strengthen and extend, that we make sure that those that must benefit from the resources of this country. I am humbly requesting that we need to look into it seriously, because action speaks louder than words. Secondly, and my last one, is that on the community forest side, it's an observation that the region in itself, that there is no community forest. Maybe it's still on the way, but I know that in Hardap region, the Acacia Park was on many times, was, I don't know for how many times and for how long, are we going to deny Hardap region with that one to be approved so that our people can benefit? So Director of the Forestry, Mr. Johnson, is just maybe to take note of that one. I thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Governor Ochozonjupa. I see your hand, Honorable Governor. The mic here, please.
Thank you, moderator, for this opportunity. 25 years ago, a lodge was built in Kunene region. People were told, upon we break the mark-even point, this lodge will be given to the community. When money started rolling in, community that were promised that they will be trained to take over disappeared from the scheme. Fine. Nothing happened in that regard. The problem is share and shareholding. As Governor of Kunene said it. Why is it impossible for Development Bank, which scream on top of its voice, saying Kunene doesn't have a loan register, to give at least 30% of the construction cost of any lodge in the region, so that people can have 30% shares into established lodges. Rather than we find ourselves in a situation where the developer is controlling his own finances, give us $2 million at the end of the day and end of the year, and we as community are fighting about that 2 million, causing confusion amongst ourselves. I never heard about a Conservancy chairperson who mismanaged money that was put in jail. He's just replaced by next one, he chopped the money, he's replaced by next one, chopped the money. It is like American business. You finance both sides of the warmongers, and meanwhile you are taking the oil and the money. That is how I see it. My concern is whether Namibia Tourism Board have control over these people. I want to take it to the grade 1 language down. If you have one bed and you charge $100, you make $100 per night. But my dearest lodge has got 140 beds and it charged $700. I'm not a mathematician. And that is the cheapest. 700 for these guys who are driving the trucks and the buses. $1,500 standard price for 140 rooms. Again, $5,000 to $6,000 a night for luxurious rooms. And they are charging $25,000 per tented camp where Prince Harry got accommodated per night. Yet, they're giving us 2 million. We are fighting over the 2 million. What kind of mathematics is that one? Where should the Ministry of Environment, the NGOs, CBNR programs intervene, that justice is done. We are sick and tired of sugarcoating these issues. Therefore, my president said, resource beneficiation plan and business unusual. I appeal what I appealed 25 years ago at Harmony Center. Let my people get percentage share into lodges. Let them do whatever they want with money. The 2 million per year is out of question. We need 30% per conservancy from the income of anything. Let us do whatever we want to do with our 30%. We cannot be told 2 million is enough for the communities. No. Let Development Bank, and if possible, Namibian Welwitschia Wealth Guarantee Fund, fund these lodges and programs so that we move away from this 2 million per year issue that is not even calculated according to what. I urge again this ministry, audit the income of Namibian generation. We are 50% shareholders in De Beers, but De Beers is controlling the money and the output thereof. Until when? We want to add value to our lives. Things cannot go on sugar-coated with these beautiful conferences and cheap talks. We want to go to the core of the money. I thank you.
Thank you very much. We are into lunchtime. I still see some hands, but we'll have to end with the governor of Omusati. All these issues that are being said, most of them, they are coming in the agenda items that are coming. Thank you very much, Honorable. Then we end it there. I will ask the colleagues here to respond. Sorry, we end it there, sir. We will allow you to speak as we get to the next sessions. We have to allow, it's now 1:10, and we need to get to lunch. We need to get to the next session. But just before I invite them, I think 2 issues that I can speak to. The issue of translation. Yes, Honorable Governor, I think that is an issue. We are aware of it, but when we were making arrangements for this conference, we actually encouraged that the traditional authorities and even members of the community or conservancies that we select, because we didn't have much of those resources to bring the interpretation or the translation system in play. So we encouraged that we get those representatives that can speak to the English language and that we could all be together. Then the other one is this issue, I think the governor also, Governor Irongo, and it has been repeated, is the issue on the resolutions and also the resolutions from the previous conferences. There has never been one. And I think this is the first one that we are having. And we should not confuse, I think the gentleman over there said we had one in Ochivarongo. That was the Conservancy Chairpersons Forum, totally different from what we are having now. So we have been having Conservancy Chairpersons Forum. We still want to have those, but it's a resources issue, and we can discuss that here as well. But we had several CBNRM workshops, which were also focused on specific issues, sustainability workshop, compliance workshop. So these workshops we have. But what we have called here is actually the first of its kind. So if we call it next time, then we will have the report from this conference, and we have our secretariat staff helping us to put all what is being discussed, that at the end of this conference, we have a report that we can produce, even submit to levels, such as cabinet and maybe minister even presenting the results of this conference to Parliament. So that we will do. I will now invite, please, if you can summarize on the discussions, general discussions and comments, some questions. Who will start? Bennett?
Thank you, Didi. Thank you so much, Didi, and the program director. Sure, it's a mouthful. But this is our meeting. First, a disclaimer. As the DED put it, you will see that the program as it unfolds, there are specific themes that are going to address a number of the issues that are being raised. And I just want to make that disclaimer from the beginning that we are not shying away. This is our national conference on CBNRM. It has been long coming. We've postponed this particular meeting over a number of times because the resources, the time, this and that has just never presented that opportunity. So it is now our opportunity to talk. The first thing that I would want to address is the issue from the issue around leadership. Governor Muharukwa put it that it was this director who sponsored the issue around leadership. And I will couple that with why this program has been established. And I think in my presentation, I touched on the issue of the background where we are coming from. This is a rights-based program. Our people were denied the rights prior to independence. We consulted with the nation and we came up with a law. And that law is what I spoke to in the very beginning, that we have an Amendment Act 5 of 1996 that speaks specifically to the establishment of communal conservancies and associations. And I also said that the rights that are enacted in that piece of legislation also brings out responsibilities. And those responsibilities are not just with us as ministry or government officials. The responsibilities are devolved in a manner where communities are given devolved rights over the utilization of wildlife and other natural resources that are coming out of that. At the same time, there are responsibilities entrusted onto the community. And here I really want to be very factual and detailed. The membership of the Conservancy is the board of directors of that entity. The membership are expected to hold the Conservancy Committee accountable. It is not the ministry. I want to repeat that point. It is the membership who are expected to hold the Conservancy Committee, Management Committee accountable, because the rights have been devolved to that structure. The ministry plays two roles. On one end, we are a service provider, just like our civil society partners or field-based organizations. On the one side, we also play a monitoring supervisory role. But you can imagine, if this director, and I've been to many, many community meetings, the moment you start holding people accountable, these issues around funds being chopped, funds being mismanaged, this and that. The moment we bring out the stick, the same community stands up. The same community stands up and say, but he's my cousin, he's my brother, he's my woo. The same community. I stand here and I really want to say that we are your servants. We are really there to deliver a service. But we cannot be expected to take people to jail. That responsibility rests with the structure on the ground. This is where the responsibility lies. We have said on numerous occasions, please go and open up a case when your brother or your cousin or your whose children takes the money and the money disappears. We are seated with a big problem. So many funds goes unaccounted for. So much that could have gone to the implementation of all these good programs that we want to be implemented. But that issue needs to be resolved, and we are here. We have 2 days. Let's talk. Let's talk about these issues. We can bring out what the law says. We can bring out what the standard operating procedures are saying. But until such time that we take a stand and say those few members who are benefiting, those few members who are benefiting must be taken to task. How do we take them to task? That is where we need to drive to. The issue around individual beneficiation, again, my Honorable Governor referred to that. This program has an inherent qualification. It's a community-based natural resources management program. This is what the law provides for. So when we allow community beneficiation, it is within that context, not that we do not want individuals in their own rights to benefit. How else do we do it within the law? I am here and my colleagues are here. Let's learn from each other. If the law needs to be amended, let us discuss it. But as the law stands, it's a community-based program around natural resources management. But we can talk about the details and the issues around hunting. There will be a specific presentation around hunting and how we can empower individual previously disadvantaged outfitters, for example. Let's discuss it. There will be a specific presentation and we can discuss and come up with the resolutions that we ought to feel that it's important for us to come up with. The issues around PH, outfitters, it's a complex industry. It's not a simple industry. Even the tourism that we are talking about, let us come to that stage when the presentations will be given. Then we can discuss the details. This is where the money goes. This is how the payments are made. Some payments don't even reach the shores of this country. This is the reality. But those are the intricacies of the industry. And we need to discuss these things brutally, openly, but factually. So the time will come for us to address such when the presentations come. There was issues around the number plates from my chairperson from Tora. I did not really take issue with the number plates. It is the number of vehicles. I can tell you because I oversee 87 of these communal conservancies. The moment a communal conservancy starts earning $1 million per year and above, the expenses also go up. Out of the money that comes generated through tourism and hunting, we have made calculations that a communal conservancy only needs about $500,000, 500,000 to run its operations. If you earn $1 million, there are some conservancies who have decided, the membership have decided, when that money comes from tourism, from hunting, and it hits that account, you are not going to touch it. Immediately there, that income account, 50% directly to members. 50% goes to the operations account. Members who have taken such decisions are benefiting. But when you allow the Conservancy Management Committee, all the money comes in, they sit, they cater for themselves, naturally so. So, what do you want as membership? It rests with the membership. You decide and you take that decision. And the 50% as it comes in, before it's deducted, it goes into the beneficiation account. And you sit then and you decide how this money should be utilized. So there are ways and means on how we can tackle the problem. The ministry or government or our field-based partners cannot make those decisions on behalf of the membership. The issue around lion rangers, wildlife resource monitors, rhino rangers, and etc., and etc. The examples are there. And I can tell you with all confidence that we pursue within the legal parameters of the public service staff rules. If, for example, a position of a ranger or an assistant ranger comes in, which is the entry, there are examples where we have taken from the resource monitors from conservancies, and we've employed them. And they are here in your midst. These examples are there. However, we have to do it in a manner that allows for us also to be able to say there was no prejudice, there was no advancement of some sorts. So be rest assured, the examples are there and we continue to do so. We want to employ from the resource monitors who are experienced. If they qualify, and some of these positions do not even need a degree. They don't need a degree. You just need experience having been in that field and in that area, and you are born in that area. So we will continue to do that. HWC claims, yes, we hear you. Within conservancies, for those who are probably not in the know, we provide through the Game Product Trust Fund, and the Game Product Trust Fund gets its revenues from the gate revenues, the park entrance fees, the conservation fee, and the money goes into the Game Product Trust Fund. From that, we allocate specific amounts. In some cases, it's 60,000. In other cases, it's 120,000 to the Conservancy. And they themselves have established a review panel. It is not the ministry. Within conservancies, it is the conservancies themselves who are handling this. Together with members of our field-based partners, together with regional ministry staff, and the decisions are taken at that level. It's not this director or the DED or the ED or the minister. So if there is a delay in holding that meeting, it cannot be Windhoek that should be blamed. It should be there on the ground because the money has already been given to you. But in instances where the money is somehow what delayed, usually it is the report on the previous accountability where things are not okay and there is a delay in giving the next tranche. But we can work on these details and sort them out. Outside communal conservancies, the ministry has a review panel that sits every month. Every month, we handle about 70 to 100 claims. Every month, there is a meeting that sits in Windhoek and we review and we approve. We had a backlog before, but as I can speak at the moment as I'm speaking to you, claims of March, of February, do not progress to April. They are settled in March. We are not having any delays at all, unless a case has been delayed in terms of its reporting from the ground. So this is where we are in terms of claims. There's still a lot that we need to address. I think I'll just sum up. Yeah, others will just come in the detailed presentations. There are recommendations, of course. Move your office to Opuo. We will discuss those internally in the ministry. These are good recommendations. We are not throwing them out. We will really think and assess the situation. The bill, of course, we know where this process is. It has gone through this bill, by the way, for those who are probably not in the know. It has been coming on since 2007, 8, maybe even earlier. Yeah. So the bill has undergone extensive consultations publicly. We have been in the process with the Ministry of Justice, the Cabinet Committee on Legislation, basically moving the bill along through to legislature. We have submitted and we continue to ask, to request, to check when it will go through those processes. But maybe there has been too much or too long a time since the public consultations happened and so on. But now what do? We have a bill that has been coming on for so long. Do we withdraw it after all that time? And maybe we will wait another 30 years. Should we not rather have the bill enacted into a law and we can walk around the regulations and so on, so that we see where there are shortcomings to address them, if there are any. But to say we need now to open up consultations, that's an entire process that we need to undertake. And maybe it will delay this bill even more further. The good things that we want out of the bill may be held up through such a process. So I just want to appeal to the colleagues that maybe if there needs to be a refresher or discussion or whatever, the ministry is always open. But we have gone through these processes of public consultations extensively. The review of the HWC policy, we had a dedicated conference on the policy. There are specific recommendations. I had the issue about baboons, infrastructure damages, snakes, and all of these things. They are all part of the resolutions from the first human-wildlife conflict policy. And those recommendations have gone all the way to cabinet, and we continue to report. And when we do call the next meeting, we will come back with a report where we are in terms of the policy. But you've already seen some of the improvements or adjustments in the offset rates. Cattle, for example, it was 5,000. Now we are standing on 8,000. We know it's not market related yet, but it's an improvement. And these things come with this thing called money. We need to find the resources. There was one big issue around infrastructure damages that needs to be paid. We are currently undergoing a feasibility study to try and see what sort of infrastructure damages can we accept, because again, it's an issue of money. We are also learning from our sister countries who have gone that route, and some of them have redressed from doing some of these things because it will just bankrupt you. But we are not saying we are not going that route. We are doing a feasibility study and we will come back when the time is right. I think, let me end here for now and not address all the issues and look at my colleagues where they can come in. Okay. Thank you.
Thanks, Bernard. I think you have taken the load, and it's always good to have a government that is responsive. And that's what you have demonstrated, a good civil servant. I think I just wanted to say some few things around the kind of poverty challenges that CBNRM is responsive to, and whether CBNRM can do more. And I fully and more than 100% agree that yes, we can and should do more in terms of increasing the benefit share, in terms of looking at the value chains, the participation of our communities in the various value chains that can be done to improve the livelihood and touching lives. So we have been hearing innovative ideas of how that can be done, and I'm really grateful for those ideas. Having said that, I think CBNRM alone, the poverty challenge is huge and complex that we are addressing. And CBNRM can do its contribution, but cannot shoulder alone the massive contribution in eradicating poverty in our communities. In response to that, we have developed one of the innovative interventions, small, but I think something doable, the Socio-Economic Development Fund, which is designed to respond to supporting entrepreneurs in conservancies, to be accessing financing, to embark on different innovative ideas. There's a $4 million that is budgeted, again, very small, but it could be a good start to be able to support conservancies or entrepreneurs in conservancies to be able to embark on livelihood interventions. I've heard about skins and hides that are just lying around. Those could be good ideas and businesses that entrepreneurs that are sitting here and elsewhere can embark upon to address those challenges. And I think we have also heard innovative ideas how the participation of conservancies, the shareholding ideas, and that participation, conservancies, whether conservancies can take loans. Honorable Governor, we had very interesting discussions whether conservancies should be allowed to loan, to access loans, to access the value chain and those kinds of things. And we are in that phase of how that can work. On the governance challenges facing by conservancies, without really going into detail, we agree with that. But I think part of the challenge that we have got is that some of the conservancies, we have got 87, for example. Some of them are $0 income. And some of them are at 10, 12 million in income threshold. But we have got the same governance structures that we expect these conservancies. I think part of the resolutions of this conference should be to say there's a need to review and come forward with innovative governance models that can respond to the growth in conservancies. It cannot be the same governance structure for a $- conservancy to a 10 million conservancy. It needs a different governance structure, and we need to be innovative. The one-size-fits-all approach does not work, and I think there's some revisiting of those kinds of issues. We have also heard about training challenges, conflict management, capacity for traditional authorities, and those kind of things. And one of the interventions that NACSO with its partners have set up is the NACSO Training Institute. These are interesting ideas that we can continue to explore. The coordination, honorable governors, I've heard and I've listened to every word that you have spoken here, and I've taken serious about that. And possibly that regional stakeholder coordination forums that I've talked about is one of the areas that we would like to work with you at the regional level to strengthen coordination, to be together, to learn and share information, experiences, and how best we can move forward. On the game guards and salaries and benefits, there's an interesting discussion that needs to happen or is happening in this program, whether benefits to game guards and to the staff in conservancies and salaries that are paid should be counted as benefits distribution, or is it an operational cost? Those are interesting discussions that we need to have. Hence, my suggestion of regional coordination forums, national coordination forums, where we need to talk about these things and to see what can be a best way. On the game cards and the labor law requirements that have been mentioned, NACSO has taken up this together with the National Conservancy Alliance, and we are working on submissions to the Minister of Labor to be able to ask for an exemption for those conservancies that cannot afford to pay that. But that does not excuse us from continuing to pay low wages to people and from conservancies that we know can actually do better. So whilst we are working on that, I think we also need to up the game for conservancies that can afford to pay better wages to their community game guards and rangers to be able to look at that. But it's an issue that has received attention so far, and we will let you know how the progress is going. Those will be my comments for now.
Sorry to rush you. We are being warned by the hotel management that they work on time. So they say they have a specific time when lunch or the restaurant closes. I want to ask Johnson maybe to speak to the comment by the Honorable Governor of Hardap on the community forest, particularly the acacia. Then we close this session after that.
Yeah, thank you very much, Program Director. In fact, the Honorable Governor mentioned this just for me to take note. And I want to ensure him that we have taken note of that. And it's actually work in progress. People don't like that term. But we've been working on this for quite some time, and I think some good development will come out of that, and we'll brief you accordingly. I think there was also something that was mentioned on fire management. I think it was to say that learning from the example that Dr. Nyambe shared, yes, it's very, very important that especially the season we are in or we are heading into, and our assessment has actually indicated that there's quite a lot of fuel load out there due to good rains that we have received, and the occurrences of fire incidents are likely. And therefore, we need to begin to work together, because these fire issues can pop up anywhere. It can pop up in the Karas, it can pop up in Karas, or it can pop up in the Zambezi. So, and we are sitting in Windhoek. So we really need that this responsibility is delegated to the appropriate level so that we're able to respond to fire disasters. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We'll break now. We saw the few hands that were still there. We come back after lunch, then we focus on governance issues. I think the Honorable Governor Chozunjupa already started to bring that. That's what we'll discuss this afternoon. Tomorrow we'll talk about lodges, we'll talk about concessions, hunting. Then in the afternoon we'll end up with natural resources management, poaching issues, human-wildlife conflict, and all that. So let's break for lunch. There's an announcement that there is an informative demo or presentation by University of Science and Technology, just as you go out. If there are those who are interested, you may wish to look at that. We break for lunch. It's now 20 to 2. Can we try to be back by quarter to 3? Quarter to 3, we start with the next session. Thank you very much. Enjoy your lunch.
That's how we start, not us from the older generation, we say. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Can we make our way into the hall, please? We are going to start in 5 minutes. Okay, we will get started. Before we get started, just make sure your neighbor, you know this room was full when we started this morning. Just check if your neighbor is still around. And if your neighbors are not around, try to get them into the hall. Mr. Pandeni, I can see all your neighbors are not there. Can we please move in and close the doors? We are going to get started. So, my name is Maxie Louise, and I will be the facilitator for the afternoon. Can I just ask people to be seated and the meetings now to come to an end? Thank you so much. Sir, can you just close that door on this side, please? Thank you. So, I also just want to establish what
and maintain what was said by my predecessors in the morning, and would like to take this opportunity to just say I would like to observe all protocol. I also just want to acknowledge, as this is the first time that I'm taking the podium, just to say I would like to acknowledge the presence of our governors, if they are present. I also want to acknowledge the presence of our traditional authorities present, our conservancies, our community forest representatives that are here, my colleagues from MFT that traveled from the regions, and the ones that are from Windhoek, my colleagues that are working with me in the civil society space. Yeah, so feel welcome. This is our second session, and as Kolka promised, this is the session now that we are going to go into more details, addressing a lot of the issues that was brought up as part of some of the questions and discussions that we had in the afternoon. So without wasting any time, the first thing I know, this was lunch. It was very heavy, and this is also the session where I know people fall asleep for no reason. My job is very simple. I'm going to facilitate, but at the same time, I have to keep you awake. Okay? So and that's what I'm going to do. So let's start. First of all, let me invite. So first of all, the session is going to deal with governance and financial management in conservancies and community association and community forests. So that is the session. So I have a couple of guidelines that I want to give. This is a session that deals with governance, okay? Let's stick to governance, okay? So if you want to have a question around the bill, that is maybe still coming. That's not this session. If you want to discuss other issues, this is not the session. So we are going to allow 3 presenters. Is it 3? Yeah, there are 3 presenters, but also some regional experience that will start us off. And I would like to ask Dr. Rogers Lubilo from the Communities Leaders Network of Southern Africa. He will give us a 10-minute statement in terms of what is also happening on a community level in the regions. So Dr. Lubilo, if you can make your way up here. At the same time, I would also like to get all my other presenters here. Ati, are you around? Okay, he's probably still busy, but he'll be coming. And then Monica, you can yeah, Monica, can you come? I will introduce you guys properly when you start doing your presentations. So the first one, I hope you, do you have his presentation? Okay, thank you. I don't think it's the one that you think. Show it here so that I can see. Rogers, yeah. Thomas, yes.
Thomas, go. I think while we are waiting for the IT to connect my presentation, good afternoon once more. I would also like to ride on the protocols that were established in the morning by recognizing all the people who are here, our regional governors and the rest. Yeah, so my name's Rogers Lubilo. I come from Zambia. In Zambia, I'm a chairperson for a CBNRM association, like the one that you have here in Namibia. But like Dr. Nyambe mentioned, I'm a product of a working CBNRM. So yeah, so my product, I'm a product. I've been brought up, grown up learned, manufactured in a CBNRIM setup. So I understand some things that works in CBNRIM and certain things that doesn't work here. So I don't want to, because you see, because I'm speaking on behalf of CLN, I would like to stick to what they prepared for me. Otherwise, if it was my story, I was just going to tell you nice stories about me and Zambia. Yeah. So, yeah. So anyway, let's give chance to our colleagues to do their work. But while I'm waiting for them to do that, I can do the first part. Yeah, so like I mentioned, that I'm a product of CBNRIM, a working CBNRIM, not perfect, but at least a working CBNRIM, from South Luangwa National Park in Zambia. We started the ADMED program early in the 1980s. Maybe by then I was still in school, but soon after I finished school, I got involved into that. So I was elected in a structure like a conservancy. I was a secretary, you know, voluntary service like my friends are doing now. Very less educated, with no degree, nothing. But with time, with God's blessings, I went through the journey, and today I'm happy they can refer to me as Dr. Lowiro. But I still have that, I'm a learned, enlightened villager, so to speak. Yeah, so thanks so much. And greetings from your comrades in Zambia. It's raining a lot there. We have some floods in some places. I hope, yeah, thanks. Great, so how do I do it? Just this. Wow, it's finished already. Come and help me. So there is the technology in CBNRIM, so understand that. Yeah. No, I want to start. Okay. Great. So thank you so much once more, and thanks, Max, our moderator. So I know we are attending the CBNRIM conference. We are used to this. We do it every year in Zambia. We've been doing it for the last 9 years. I think this year we'll be doing it again for the 10th year. And so you are most welcome, like you have invited us. So what I've done, I've titled my presentation as Governance as a Gateway to Community Benefit. This is in support of the conference theme, which is enhancing governance for optimized community benefit. Okay? But like I said, I'm a chairperson for Community Leaders Network. So what is Community Leaders Network? CLN, in short, is a regional community-based natural resources management platform for collaborative, management within 14 SADC member states. As you are aware, SADC has 16 states, but 14 of those states, they have communities who are involved in one way or another in community-based natural resources management, and CLN has reached out to that. It's a network for communities. Of course, as a network for communities, we also work with partners. And I'm also glad to mention that I'm a chair, but my friend, Comrade Max, who is here, she's a secretary. And because of that, CLN is gladly being hosted here. And I learned something, the beauty of Namibia. So thank you so much, because Namibia has over time shown leadership, and we are also excited in CLN. And so for the last 4 years, Namibia has been hosting CLN in this country. And so in all the other 14 states, like in Zambia, we have the CBNRIM Association. In Mozambique, we have RESHCOM. In Botswana, we have in Congo, in Tanzania, Malawi, South Africa, you name them, Madagascar. They are all part of this network. And so we serve to collaborate, to strengthen community leadership, promote regional learning, solidarity among community members, advocate for enabling policies, and foster partnership so that we can be able to amplify community voices. So our major role is to ensure that community interest, rights, benefits at community level are entrenched in support of locally driven approaches that balance conservation, livelihoods, and social well-being for the present and future generations. Okay. Okay. So, but what do we see? We see governance as very critical. Governance as very critical. I just want to be sure that I didn't. Yeah, now I'm going back to the problem. Okay. Help me. I think I forgot something. I forgot my second slide. Are you able to be doing it for me? I look young, but I'm an old man. So, yeah, okay. Yeah, so take me to the second slide. Yes. Now, so what I wanted to say is that about this conference, I think that's the slide I missed. So again, we are very grateful that you have invited us. So I speak about Zambia, but I also speak about the leadership that I hold on behalf of my colleagues who are not here. So when you look at the theme, enhancing governance for optimized community benefit, it's very central to CLN. That's the core thing that we are fighting for every day, to make sure that our people, I listened this morning and I liked it that from the community, our governors, everybody is talking about ensuring that CBNRM should contribute to poverty alleviation. Now, too often, governance is treated as an glamorous side of CBNRM, assumed rather than invested in. Yet, without strong governance, the community benefits we all want to see will remain elusive. Experience has taught us that you cannot optimize community benefit without enhancing governance. Governance, for me, determines who sits at the decision-making table. It dictates how revenue flows or whether it gets stuck. It decides whether a community feels ownership of wildlife and other natural resources, or they see it as a liability. So in CLN, we see these things on a daily basis by interacting with communities from all the member states that I've mentioned. And I can give an example. You can look at two CBOs or conservancies with identical wildlife populations and tourism potential, but they can produce radically different outcomes. The difference is layer resources. It is always governance. So you can be two communities with everything, but the outcomes are different because one of the issues we've seen is governance, the transparency of meetings, the accountability of leaders, and the clarity of benefit distribution rules that govern this whole thing. So we see governance, we feel if we are serious about optimizing benefits, which is part of the theme of this conference, we must close three things that we have identified. Next. Okay. So the first gap between the formal structures and actual practice, I know now I need to be quick because I have less than 6 minutes. Many communities have constitutions and committees on paper. But governance happens in the spaces between how elders are consulted, how women's voices and those of the youth and the vulnerable are heard, how disputes are resolved. We need to stop auditing. I know we do audit only the documents. We just want to go and check whether the finances are good and so on. But we have to start supporting the relationships and the process that make governance real. So that's one gap that we have identified. Then there's another gap between benefit calculation and benefit perception. We often measure benefits in dollars distributed either directly or indirectly through community infrastructure. But communities measure benefits in trust. I heard people say that this morning. If governance is weak, even a large payout can breed resentment. If governance is strong, even modest benefits build legitimacy. We must expand how we define and evaluate optimized benefits. That's the point I would like to say. To include fairness, transparency, and decision-making power, because that is the core of governance. The third gap, and I'll be done very soon. The third gap for me, and I would have asked to say those who are 50s and above walk backwards, and let those who are below 50 walk in front. There's a gap between one generation to the next, and I'm serious about it. We are at the governance handover moment, and I like what Ron said. I think he was speaking to something like this morning. Many founding leaders who established these community institutions are stepping back. Either they are retirement, either they are dying, and so on. But where is the future? If we do not intentionally mentor young leaders into governance roles, not just as participants, but as decision makers, we risk institutional collapse. So governance for me is intergenerational. We want to be here permanently. So we need to start mentoring the young people, those that are sitting behind, they need to come in front. So that as we talk about the next 28 years, the next 30 years, the next 50 years, they will only learn by doing. They can only learn if they are doing it, okay? So for me, being part of this first, going forward, therefore, I request that all stakeholders at this conference to reflect, to ensure that when you design programs, governance is not just treated as a cross-cutting issue or a cross-cutting theme, but that it is funded as the central intervention. So you need to make sure, don't just make governance as another thing, put a budget. Budget for governance issues. Let our communities feel comfortable that they can, like the way I was a illiterate villager, but today I'm so happy that I'm from my community. When they see me, they feel very proud that at least one of our young boys was groomed to be doing what he's doing. But now I'm also getting to the stage where I should standing backwards, okay? And if you come to Zambia, what I do at my office, you see a lot of young people who are assigned to do these things. So support peer-to-peer exchanges where community leaders learn governance from one another, not just technical training from outsiders. We have to start embracing new innovative ways of measuring success in CBNRM and measure success not just by revenue generated, but by the quality of decisions communities are empowered to make. And this governance. We want to reach at a stage where my friend from Skunga is able to make a decision that everybody else in this country will be happy because you have given them the incentives. Last slide, distinguished colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, in conclusion, let me make a point out that communities we serve do not lack capacity. I've heard people still want to talk about lacking capacity. They lack the sustained investment in governance that allows their capacity to flourish. There's a lot of knowledge in this room. If we are able to invest in governance, and if we get governance right, or optimized community benefits, for me, will follow. Thank you so much for giving me time to speak to you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Rogers. You have really kept to time. You could hear that the watch was going off. So, and I hope that the next presenters will also follow suit. So, I don't know, somebody has lost their bank card. It's Chiharine. Can you please come and collect your bank card? If she's around, so we picked up a bank card. Can she please collect it? So without further ado, what I would like the participants to do is also write down as people are presenting, because I will be very strict in terms of, time management. I'm not Vakolka, I'm different. So if I say one question and one recommendation, I stick to that. So these microphones, what is it called? Is it microphones? There's things that are installed in them. If it's one question, it will switch off automatically. Kolka did not know about it. I know about it now. Okay, so can I actually ask the next presenter, Mr. Thomas Muronga. Thomas is the chairperson of the National Community Conservancy and Community Forest Alliance. And I think there was some concerns this morning that there was not a community voice as part of the statements this morning. We did not just bring up Thomas now to fill that position, but he is here now and he will talk on behalf of the communities, Conservancy Association. Thomas, are you ready? Just make sure that your presentation is on.
Yeah.
You can, yes. It's not hers. It's just collecting it. You have to introduce the alliance properly while you are waiting for it to do.
Yeah, this is part of. Yes, yeah.
Okay, ladies.
All right. Good afternoon. It's a pleasure to be here, and I'm happy that the room is still full. And yeah, I also want to say that I'm also happy. The director of ceremony last time, I spoke almost to the last of the program. Today, I'm standing here actually at the middle of the program. So my hope is next time, maybe I will have an opportunity to speak first. Because yes, they cry, the people are hearing our cry. So just as I was introduced, Moronga Hamtenya Thomas, I also stand by the protocol observed. I'm the chairperson of Namibian National Conservancy and Community Forest Associations in Namibia. So my presentation is really short, so I'm going to go direct on the outline. I have 3 points that I'm going to make. Firstly, the community perspective on management and governance of conservancy and community forest. And also, I will speak of the National Alliance. I will also speak on the achievement of the National Alliance, the challenges, possible recommendations, just because since we last time when I spoke, we also spoke about the challenges that we are facing. But yes, we can see some improvement. Like I said, actually, like the director of ceremony saying we are graduating. Next slide, please. Community perspective on governance. So actually in conservancies, we have structures, leadership structures, whereby we have CMCs, that is at the conservancy level, where we have Conservancy Management Committee, FMB, that is at the community forest level, we have Community Forest Management Board. Within the 2 bodies, we have representative from traditional authority, which we are seeing that the setup is working for us. We are getting input from all part of the people or the stakeholder, local stakeholder at the level. So also different roles and responsibilities are given to both committees, like what is the responsibility of the committees, what are the mandates of the committees, and also the traditional leaders, what roles are they playing in the committee. Participation and inclusion, actually, this is what is happening in Conservancy. We also do the planning on how we should govern the conservancies, where we start at the grassroots level. We start with the members when we are planning everything that we want to implement at the Conservancy. Actually, we look at different people who are living within the conservancies, starting from the villages. Some areas they call them blocks, In some areas, they call them clusters. So that is where we start our planning. We plan with the people. After planning with the people, then we come as management. Then we sit, we come, so that we can make a decision. So that is how we are making sure that we are involving members of the conservancies to participate in decision making. The transparency and the accountability, also the decisions are made. We come at annual general meeting, and then we call the people, we present what we planned with them and what we have brought as a draft, so that we can also have their input, and then we come up with a final plan. So that shows that actually if there's something that people are not understanding, they can come together and also contribute to whatever program that is happening in the Conservancy. So meetings also, we are making sure that as per the Constitution, Management Committee should meet so that they can discuss the progress of the conservancies. On reports, we also do reports. As you are aware that in this room there's a lot of community. I'm happy that this meeting we have a lot of representatives from community forest. That's why I will keep repeating that actually the government or the ministry is hearing at the cry that we are crying, that really we need to involve everyone. So after these meetings, you will see that when we go back to our region or respective areas, we have to feedback our people what we have discussed in this. That is why you are seeing other people are already asking that. We want to know there's a resolution and also the progress made. Next slide, please. When it comes to financial management in conservancies and community forests, including the regional associations, we currently have a source of income that is coming from tourism, natural resource, non-timber forest, and also we have a financial management in place that guides us how we should do budgeting, how we should plan, how we should do our recordings of the expenses and the income that we are getting, where we have also example like we have cash books and also receipts, and also we feedback to the members of whatever activities that we are carrying out within the conservancy. We also have bank accounts. Some conservancies also do EFTs, which is also now starting to work in other regions. To some other places, they use cash handling, whereby they can maybe have a petty cash at the office that helps them run the office. However, we also have like issues with bank signatories that needs to be like paid attention on, because actually people like the committees are coming in and out, and also the transaction of power from the new committee to the old committee is also a challenge. But yes, we have signatories to bank accounts, whereby we also have trustees who are ordinary members who are not part of the management, who does transactions of to transfer the money that is coming in the income account to go to the operation for the management to get it and use it. Benefit distribution. Economically, actually Conservancy, we are actually contributing because of the income that we are getting, and also social benefits such as employment in conservancies, and also the other stakeholders like the traditional authorities, they are also getting benefits that is coming from the Conservancy. However, just as we heard this morning, there are concerns of actually people are expecting something else, but the reality, what is happening, is really not matching with the expectation of the people. So this is due to actually the income of that certain conservancy. Because the conservancy is dynamic, we are all not getting the same income, so we are getting different income. So it differs to when it comes to benefit distribution. Some conservancies might do more, some of them might do less. But like I'm saying, we are all depending on the income that that conservancy is making. Next slide, please. Thank you. So I will quickly touch on the role, on the achievement of the National Alliance. We managed to form this National Alliance body in 2024. So there is also a good partnership with various stakeholders. Since we started with the National Alliance, we are also speaking for our communities when it comes to conservation. We are also mobilizing resources. Recently, we have just been involved in the PFP and also the role that we will play in the PFP. We also have regular engagement with the traditional authority when it comes to conservation matters. We explore broader conversations with network, be it regional and international. And I'm happy, like last year, we happened to attend an international at the IUCN in Abu Dhabi, where we represented the country as communities. So that is a good progress that we have made. However, we also have challenges in governance. The first one, the land dispute in conservancies and community forest. If you look at what I have mentioned, that actually we have a structure, the structure that consists the traditional authority. But there is a gap whereby during the allocation of land within conservancies, some of the traditional authority are really not consulting as per the Act, because there's a provision in the Act that says they need to consult the Conservancy Management Committee to see whether the parcel of land is really not in conflict with the management plan. So we have the challenge of land dispute. We also have insufficient consultation in key policies, example, the wildlife and parks bills. Actually, some of the region, there was just only a lot of ministry staffs who attended those meetings. So there's a need to do a proper consultation. We also have to acknowledge today here that when we are speaking of mismanagement of fund, that is also a challenge that we have. There are also conservancies that really are not doing it for the members. So we acknowledge that it is also happening. Non-compliance within conservancies and community forestries, especially community forestry, it is hard since maybe 7 years back, there is no income in this community forestry. And now if you are told to have an AGM while you do not have anything, so that leads to your non-compliance because you are not having an AGM. Limited understanding of policies and rights, just like my senior Dr. Rogers said here that actually he was from communities. Our communities really are lacking. Yes, we have training, but the trainings are really not sufficient. Limited extractive industries is one of the challenge. I heard one governor mention it. There's cases in this country whereby people just come there, start mining in conservancies without any consultation. So it is becoming really a challenge. I know there's development, the speed of development is too high, but it is bringing a burden to conservancies. Lack of financial skill and sufficient trainings. Yes, we are using money. We have had the millions here. So those millions are really money that we are supposed to be handled by people with skills. So we have a challenge. Some of our places or conservancies, the committees that we have really are lacking that skills of managing the money. Delays in benefit distribution, this is to the members. Yes, the member can complain that we are not giving benefit. Yes, we are also relying on the income that we are getting. And then that when we are getting that income, that will allow us. If the income is coming very slow, like the system that I have just learned, that you are given, like the hunter will pay you guaranteed on 3 occasions. So you need to do administration, you need to give members benefit, so you need to balance the two. That is bringing a delayment of benefits to some of conservancies. Limited evidence on the benefit distribution within conservancies, especially the TA. Here I'm suggesting that we have a lot of data which relate to the money that is coming in conservancy, the employment that is coming in conservancy, but we are not flagging out the benefit that's coming to the traditional authority. So that's also a challenge. So we are not only complaining, or we are not only asking. So as a national alliance, we also have a contribution to strengthen this community-based natural resource management program. So I have 3 points. We have a role to play whereby we monitor, promote, and good governance and compliance amongst our members. Actually, here we are trying to push our members so that they make sure that actually we must not be called, the management committee must not be called owners of the conservancy, but they must be called that they are management committee who are managing the conservancy. Second one is monitoring the quality service provision towards conservancies and community forestry by NGOs and our government. Yes, we have our NGOs that is supporting conservancies. We have our government that is supporting conservancy. However, we are coming on board to make sure that we also monitor this, because actually we need to establish to see that the support, whether the support that is coming to the community is really making sense. And then if it is not making sense, then we will have a room to discuss with the government and also the NGOs to have a quality service provisions. Facilitate as appropriate conflict management process within conservancies and community forest. I do agree with Bennett when it comes to 2 minutes. 2 minutes. I do agree. Actually, we need to understand that actually accountability must come from us as conservancies. We must not wait for the ministry or the NGOs to come tell us that, no, you need to do this and you need to do this. So we have the right, we are given the right, and let us make use of that right. Recommendations, 2 minutes. So I have improved communication protocol between community forests and communal conservancies between and the regional MEFT and national office. Partnership with NGO, government and bank to ensure that smooth implementation of the current financial system. I need to elaborate on this one. We have a system in place that some conservancies are supposed to follow, but you can hear that here, some of conservancies, they have maybe their trustees. Some conservancies, they do not have trustees. Some conservancies can go to the bank and withdraw without the ministry approval. Some conservancies can go. So we need to have that engagement so that this current system must at least work. Expand impact across regions. We need to start from regional level. We learn from other regions on what they are doing. The need for tracking system to be put in place by MEFT to enable us to monitor current policies which are under review. There's a lot of policies that are under review, but we need to have a system in place so that we can keep track and see how far are the bills and whatever. We do not want just to hear 30 years and whatever. We need to see it ourselves with the eyes. The last one, there is a need for further discussion and possible review regarding the 50-50. Like I said, conservancy is a dynamic thing. We are all not getting the same income. So when it comes to the directive of the 50-50, maybe we need to look at, for example, if I speak of the money paid to a resource monitor or a game guard, how do we cluster that? Is it an administration issue or is it a benefit issue? So we need to have a conversation on that one so that we can just establish that if the conservancy is employing, So that person is benefiting from the income that is coming from the Conservancy. What he's getting is also benefiting the entire community where he is living. So like the wife, the family, they are also getting from that. Should we call that as an administration, or should we call that as a benefit? So that's why we propose that we need a further discussion on this one. With that, brings me to the end, and I thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much, Thomas. So you heard it from the communities themselves. They gave us an overall understanding in terms of their national alliance, but at the same time also coming up with some recommendations as to how they see the way forward addressing some of the governance issues. So without further ado, can I ask Mr. Watiruhange Chioro to come and do a presentation on proposed regulations for management and governance on conservancies and community forests and community associations. Ati? You have 15 minutes. And when I say it's up, it's up.
Yes, while we are waiting, my name is Watiruhange Chioro from the Ministry of Environment, Forestry and Tourism. I work on CBNRM protected areas. I'm going to take you through the proposed regulations for governance and management of conservancy, community forest, and association, and community association. It's a group effort between the Directorate of Parks and Wildlife and Forestry and the colleagues from NACSO GIZ. So before I start, for those who are coming to present, it's different when you are here. Yeah. My presentation outline, my presentation. Yes, thank you. Yes, the outlines, we are looking at making reference to two particular acts, legislations, and we'll follow how the regulations on conservancies are drafted. It speak to the declaration and existence of conservancies. It speak to the power of the ministers, powers, conservancies and community forest, financial management, and benefit distribution. Those are the key things that I'll run through. We are making reference to the Forest Act of 2001 and as amended in 2005. We are also making reference to the Nature Conservation Amendment Act 5 of 1996 and the draft regulations. That this is where the documents that we are making reference on. But before I start, I just want to this discussion is coming from the technical workshop that we had last year. We had a meeting similar with fewer stakeholders where we went through the draft regulations. Just for the note taking, when we are speaking about the bill, it's different thing. The regulations is different things, but the regulations are there to support the bill. At that workshop, we were only looking at the regulations, so just take note of that. So those are the two acts that we are talking to. And what we are presenting here is just a proposal from how the lessons that we have been going through the past 28 years, the good things that we have done, the bad, that this is a proposal, and it will be open for discussions, for comments and input. Why the changes? We have experienced challenges with governance, it's known, poor distribution of benefits. The discussions are there. Benefits need to go beyond the households, need to go to the ordinary person. They need to be meaningful to a particular person out there. Our regulations are a bit outdated. If we are speaking about 1996, if we are speaking about 2005, we are way behind and things are changing. Critical lack of data management systems, especially within community forest. It's very difficult to to have historical information is something that we also, why we are proposing some changes. Absence of punitive measures. Unfortunately, if you do something wrong, you need to be punished one way or another. Competing and overlapping mandates on land management, land use options are complicated. There's different institutions, different needs, and at times conflicts will be there in terms of which approach we should take. However, this presents us an opportunities. There are few new things that are coming. If we know that our assistance legislation only speak to certain rights, which is tourism and wildlife and forest product. However, there's other things that are happening. We heard from the presentation from the Secretariat of CASA, the issues of minerals, other issues there. So we need to look at this opportunity of energy, carbon, and many other things that are coming. So our legislation need to speak to the presence. So those are the reasons why these changes are needed. However, it's important to reflect a bit that to have community forest or association or conservancy, it must be based on feasibility studies or assessment. We need to assess the social issues, economic issues, ecological or environmental issues. So it's not about just, I want to have a conservancy or community forest. Will that institution in the long run be able to sustain itself? I know there are, in Zambezi, there are conservancies that are emerging. Kunene, it's the same. And other parts of the countries, the questions that we need to ask ourselves, are these conservancies going to be sustainable in the long run? One of the things that we are proposing, management committee, to be in the management committee at least a grade 11 or 12 or a degree higher, because the demand of the job, things have changed. You are required to perform tasks that require the skills. You need to read, write, no nights of sleeping. You need to review heavy document. So we need to up our skills level. But however, we do take note, exception can be made in certain situations where people, or if it's not the full committee, the key position at least. This is what we're proposing. Treasurer, those who have appointed as treasurer in terms of responsibility on finance, again, skills, competency. You must have appropriate skill to perform that role. There is provisions even in the current existing acts. If there are things that are changing and we need to amend our boundaries, so for particular reasons, those provisions are there. We just need to exercise them. However, once we are declared as conservancies, we need to reach out to our partners, traditional authorities and land boards, that we are known that this area is gazetted as a conservancies. A lot of times these institutions are not aware that in a particular area it is, because we are not reaching out and we are not communicating effectively. There's provision. The same way you get gazetted as a conservancy, the same way you will be de-gazetted by resolution of the member themselves or by the power of the minister. So these options are there. And these things that I'm speaking there, with those reference to that act, they are there. Go and read it out. You'll see it for yourself. However, we are proposing that there is a bit of issues with membership and should be aligned to, in community forest, once you gazette an area, everybody who falls in that area is a member, regardless whether they register or not. In conservancy is a different scenario. You must exercise your right to register. So the complexity comes there. If a person who lost the livestock is not member, non-member, should we pay or should we not pay? Should they qualify for benefits? We need to think about it, which way we want to go. Should we, everybody, as long as it's in the boundary, everybody should be regarded as members? It just brings complications, because at the end of the day, directly or indirectly, everybody benefit anyway. But we need to really think about these things and make sure that we avoid that issues that is happening there. Powers of the ministers. We need to make sure that we are enforcing compliance. Where there is issues, where we ask Conservancy to take corrective actions, Conservancy, you need to take corrective actions. Exercise control over agreements. The agreements that we are signing, management committees, Conservancy members, we need to make sure these are agreements are in line with objectives why you are registered for. Let's not go and sign things there and that is contrary to your own constitutions, and then later we're having issues. Refuse, if the ministers have powers to refuse agreements that is not in line with objectives. So we need to take note of agreements that we are signing. We need to intervene in financial mismanagement. Unfortunately, we cannot run away from that. Where there are serious issues, we need to intervene. Where there are serious issues, people must go to jail. My key word, where there is serious issue, people must go to jail. So we should not fraud, theft, all these things. We need to take action because at the end of the day, they are defeating the very objective we want to achieve. Ministers to delegate, we really hope that our regional heads of regions have certain powers that they can take. We talk about devolutions here. We need immediate powers on the ground in cases of non-compliance but it's much better these things are written in these regulations that give confidence to the staff members to take actions. Our standard operating procedures, whether it's a conservancy or community forest, they are really, the response procedures are long. It's 30 days to communication, back and forth. Conservancy, they ignore some of these communications. So we are responding as shorter response procedures, at least 14 days. In case of other things, when it comes to finance, at least 7 days, we need to act on something. So those are what we're proposing, but it's open for discussion. Powers of the conservancies and community forests and associations, it's just a reminder, when we speak about your conservancy or community forest, we only work through the elected structures, which is your committee. Not another side committee on the corner there. The only one committee that was elected through the agreed procedures, that's the committee that we need to deal with. And we are proposing that management committee, you need to stay within your area. All constituencies. If you cannot stay in your area, stay in the constituencies. Otherwise, if you are too far, you are defeating the very objective you were elected for. Management committee, 5 years. We are proposing 5 years, stays in power for 5 years. You can come back for another term, 10 years, have a farewell party, go and do other things. 10 years should be good enough. Please just let it go. Yes. Management committee, again, I'm speaking to my people. There is no way you can be a management committee and you hold a staff position. At the same time, no way, no kako. You can leave one of them, you go and start the other one, but not at the same times. Where there is integrations, community forest conservancies, sometimes it's the same area, sometimes it's a different area. We need to act as one entity. We cannot have one conservancy gazetted in all the two laws, but they run parallel documents, parallel committees. We need to have one thing, because we have challenges where a particular management committee refer to this constitution today, tomorrow they are referring to another constitution because they see where it fits them. But we need, once we have those rights as one, we need to act as one team. This is the elephant in the room. Accounts, bank accounts, we are recommending, through the existing directive, 3 accounts. Meaning, if you can have maximum 3, if you have the money. If you don't have money, you can have 1. Even if you don't have it, it's also fine. But 3 accounts, operational income, HWC. If sure there is a need for 4th account, let us we know about it, because we have challenges of accounts not known, and people paying money into wrong accounts or some secret accounts that have been arranged. Separation of powers, committee and staff. My leaders, the staff members are not breathing. You are too much in the office. Let go and come back and do your oversight where possible. I'm aware there are situations where management committee, there's no staff, so those roles are you are acting. But when you created those structure, please, there must be separation.
2 minutes.
Yes, appoint a manager with financial competency. That's our emphasis. We need to do our side in terms of reviewing compliance and accuracies. In terms of the reports, we need to submit your report. However, I want to stress this point. The minister, if I say the minister, they say the ministry, may restrict financial transaction in cases there is mismanagement of funds. If there is evidence that money has been misused, or there is corruption, or there is bad governance, the ministry will intervene by restricting access to that money. All these options are there. This is what we are proposing, but it can be done. And we have done it and we'll do it. Even withdrawal of funds will go through the ministry, only in cases if there is evidence that you are misusing your position. If you are not doing that, the ministry have no interest. We will leave you to run your own process. Remember, you were given conditional rights. If you are not adhering to these rights, my brother, certain rights will be taken away from you. This is within the powers of the minister. The last, this is very important, benefits to members. That's the reasons we're here. The theme, it must be fair. We currently have a standing directive, 50% must go to members. We stand to that until it's revised. We are promoting the 50% must go to members, 50% go to operation and other things. Target group, who's getting the benefit? One of the things that we are promoting strongly. However, remember, when you are doing this benefit distribution, must be approved at the AGMs, and this must be budgeted for. One of the things that we're really working on it, which is a challenge in Conservancy or Community Forest or Association, getting benefit to members, is lack of procurement procedures. How do you select a company to do certain activity? What procedure do you follow? A lot of time we had challenges with the conservancies are reporting that we have implemented benefit distribution. When you come on the ground, not a single post of electricity is dig on the ground, but in the report is there. Because our procedures are not clear, and a lot of time we are losing money. So policy to contain procedures in terms of low, mediums, and high value purchases, we need to have those guidelines. In case of high value procurement, like you want to venture in borehole drilling, electricity, building of school, we have in situations where a clinic was built. However, unfortunately, there was no proper consultation with the responsible ministry. So what we are asking for, when you are venturing in this business, please take time, get better advice before you contract a partner to do this work. And once you contract a company to deliver work, the contract must be tight. Because this is where we lose money. Because we do things and then we cannot even, if you go to court, you lose that case and you lost that money. What we are proposing is conclusion. In conclusion in this discussion, of course, legal requisition, you are legally gazetted. There is a structured established requirement. The ministry need to have control and enforcement. We need to enforce it. The same way we enforce when you kill a kutu without a permit, it's the same way we need to enforce you when you steal conservancy money. Operational autonomy for conservancies, you can choose who you want to partner with it, provided that you follow the agreed procedures. That's all. We're not saying who, procedures. Strict financial accountability mechanism. Mandatory benefit sharing systems. I will leave you with that. Those are the proposals. They are open for discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Ati. Everybody is keeping to time. So we will have our last presentation, and this one is from Monica. It deals with issues around community association and landscape. So she will give us more information around that. Is it that one? Okay. Is it that one? Is it that presentation? Yeah, okay, good. So 15 minutes, Monica?
Yeah?
I'm not discriminating.
I thought I'd get an advantage because I'm a woman. You're different. For what? Oh, okay. Thank you. Oh, okay. Good afternoon. I stand on the protocol already established. My name is Monica Shkongo, the control warden for Transfrontier Conservation Areas and Landscape Management in the Ministry of Environment, Forestry and Tourism. So this afternoon, I'm taking you through the presentation or information sharing on, oh, I'm too short. Oh, thanks. Presentation on landscape level conservation in Namibia. And with this presentation to start with, I just want to remind you, we have already heard this morning from the director, presentation on the Namibian Constitution, that Article 95, that commits, that states, Article 95 commits the Namibian state to protect ecosystem and ecological process, conserve biological diversity, ensure sustainable use of living natural resources, and manage natural resources for the benefit of the current and the future generation. So when we are talking about landscape conservation, we are not just discussing about environmental projects. So we are discussing about fulfilling a constitutional commitment that ties together the law, the ecological process, and the international, intergenerational justice. What we mean is that we are protecting this landscape for the present and the future generation. So what do we mean by a landscape? we heard about what is meant by the conservancies, what is meant by others. So a landscape has no fixed definition. It varies based on the purpose. It may be shaped by the physical features, ecological patterns, human-environment interactions, making it flexible concept adaptable to different contexts. We heard about the Kaza landscape from Dr. Nyambe this morning. So in Namibian context, when we are talking about landscape level conservation, we are talking about platforms that are established by stakeholders that comes together to discuss issues of common concern. And that varies, as it says, it may be, it varies based on the purpose, and it depends where that landscape or that platform is based. So why landscape conservation? We are well aware that our national parks or protected area or conservancy alone cannot succeed in isolation because wildlife and ecological process extend beyond park boundaries. We are well aware that the land uses around parks, such as grazing, farming, settlement, directly influence ecological conditions inside the parks. Equally, parks also affect neighboring communities and the residents by either in a positive way or a negative way. And we also have challenges such as human-wildlife conflict or restricted access to resources. But Namibia, or the Ministry of Environment and Tourism, recognize this interdependence and has therefore developed a national policy on protected areas, neighbors, and resident communities. That was in 2013, basically just to provide guidance to improve cooperations and benefit sharing adjacent to communities. So basically that's it. We know wildlife conservation, you cannot do it in isolation. One of the practical examples to wildlife, to landscape level conservation is the wildlife corridors. And as you can see on the picture, maybe not so clear by the people that are far, is that wildlife corridors actually connect, it's a linkage or pathway for wildlife to move from one area to another, especially in areas that have been fragmented by either farming or other land uses. So for now, Namibia has, or the ministry has 3 strategies that guide us on how to manage and also just to these wildlife corridors. We have the wildlife corridor strategy for Zambezi region. We have one for Kunene and one for Erongo. This is where areas which were identified through collaboration with all the stakeholders to say this is the areas where wildlife can be able to, these are paths for wildlife, so therefore we will not be able either to have settlement in these areas so that we allow wildlife to migrate to other areas. And I just want to highlight to say that these corridors are not only important for our own as Namibia, as you can see in the map, they are also connecting international, going beyond the borders of Namibia. You can see the corridors there going Angola. We have one connecting Botswana and Zambia. Yes, as you can see, these are very, very critical to biodiversity conservation. So, as I said, these are platform landscape in Namibia, just to highlight that at present we don't have a law in the country that allow us to establish landscape conservation initiatives. However, we have done it based on collaboration among stakeholders. And at present or past, these are some of the landscape that we have, from Mudumu North Complex in the Zambezi region to the Greater Fisher River Canyon down south, and many other within the country. Hey, did I press too much? I pressed. Okay. So what are some of the reasons that we have these landscape conservation areas? As I said, to address complex environmental challenges, to promote ecological connectivity, align with ecosystem boundaries, support human and community needs, and really just to foster collaboration across sectors. So although at the present moment the arrangement is that we don't have a law that really governs us to have this landscape in place, there are some key achievements coming out of those collaborative forums that we have put up. Some of these is just to highlight some, is that the wildlife translocation or redistribution. We have a lot of cases where the ministry have translocated wildlife from national park into the landscape, into the conservancies. Enhanced fire management. This morning we hear that there's a need for collaboration in terms of fire management. We have areas where people have come together, have identified fire management as the key. Environmental challenges, integrated tourism development, and also sustainable long-term financing, most especially for the Kunene, securing conservation and livelihood funding for 50 years and beyond through the legacy landscape funding. Some of them is to strengthening information sharing and coordination, very key, where people come together and share other information apart from those key challenges within the landscape. Improved wildlife monitoring. We know most of the landscape that are doing game count is done based on the landscape levels. And also coordinated human-wildlife conflict management. Really, they just integrated approach for mitigation conflict and improving coexistence. Those are just some of the examples coming out of these collaborative forums. Enhanced wildlife numbers. As I said earlier, coordinated fire management between national parks and the community. However, of recent, as I said, we only had an arrangement where these forums are not really, what can I say? There's no law, they are guided by the national policies. It's based on collaboration, people identify key issues. But of recent, we start to get requests for the ministry to formalize some of these landscapes. So among those ones is OCMs, other effective area-based conservation measures, which is defined as a geographical defined areas that is not formally protected, but is managed in ways that results in the long-term conservation of biodiversity. We have the People's Park, more specific to the Kunene region. Conserved, then it's defined as a conserved area that are identified, managed, and co-managed by local communities. We have the geoparks, again, in Kunene region, areas with important geological features that are conserved and used for education, research, and tourism, sustainable tourism. We have the Biosphere Reserve. We don't have a Biosphere Reserve yet designated in Namibia, but this is a UNESCO designated areas that integrate biodiversity conservation, sustainable use of natural resources, research and learning. We heard this morning about the fishery reserve, a designated marine or freshwater areas where fishing is regulated or restricted to protect fish populations. So those are some of the, just to highlight a few that we are getting requests for the minister either to declare them and approve them into formally. However, at the present moment, the legislation that we have does not make provision for such initiative to be declared or approved. So what are some of the key issues around now this informal arrangement of collaboration? The management of some of these areas are insecure and will require strengthening better. 2 minutes. Wow, okay. The management of protection by communities, especially the corridors, we know how critical it is for the corridors to be protected. However, we don't have any law that regulates that. Access control to be effective in some areas, rules to be enforced, for especially in the conservancies, the wildlife, what is the wildlife? Yes. And also the management to be enforced in concession areas, and really just to put more effort to say, as Ati was saying, that illegal activity to be deterred. So we are almost there, but not yet. So in the new bill, which is yet to come, I think the director has given an update on that, is that it gives now, makes provision for the declaration of an area of areas as a national park, nature reserve, sites of special conservation of scientific importance. So section 21 of that really speaks to a site or a landscape of special conservation of scientific importance. However, the way forward, we also have challenges now with that. Of course, there's provision in the bill. What we are asking going forward is that for those platforms that are already working, we're just asking for for continuous support on these various initiatives to strengthen the wildlife economy. I know Maxi said we must not talk about the bill, but here we are calling for the fast track of the wildlife bill, because we cannot do anything in terms of recognizing all other those very important initiatives I was referring to without the bill, because they are not provided for in the law at the current stage. The other thing is that what we also face as a challenge is that some of these protected areas that are proposed are on land that is already declared as a conservancy. How do you do that when you already have a land declared as a conservancy or a nature reserve, and you are saying on top of that you want to put a biosphere reserve? Can we do that? We recommend, not really, I think we are not recommending, we are asking too many questions here. We are asking if it's legally, if one protected area can be declared over another, especially under the same act. That's what we are sitting with now. Can we do that? We have the biosphere reserve. People want to put it where there is already conservancy and nature reserves. We have the Bonde People's Parks. There it's also in the conservancy that's already declared. Can we do that? So what we are asking now, because the bill is, we are almost there, but we are not there yet, perhaps is to have a task team to be established by the ministry, because we see the importance and the critical roles of this initiative so that they look into all these issues. But they are not only looking at the law, I think they also need to look at the cost and the benefit of us getting all this, declaring or now approving areas to be declared as either OCMs or other areas of conservation importance. Yeah, but I mean. Thank you. Oh, thank you very much.
I said that on your behalf. Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you so much. And can we give a hand of applause to the presenters, please? Yeah, thank you. I think for those ones that were here at the beginning of the session, I set up some guidelines in terms of how we are going to handle issues around discussions towards the presentations that were made. But also, I want to probably withdraw what I said at the beginning around the Wildlife Bill, because I realized that governance is also linked to some legal framework. So that one I'm withdrawing, but the others are still standing. Can we agree on that? Yeah, because we cannot discuss this in vacuum. It is linked to some form of a legal framework. So you heard it from the presenters. We started very much looking at, at the region, what is happening in the region in terms of governance issues. And so, yeah, and then we went into our own. We came home and we were presented by the chairperson of the Community Conservancy and the Community Forest Alliance in terms of what is the issues, what is happening at home. And then, yeah, we had Ati, who deal with these issues, I think, day by day. You could see the emotions in terms of his presentation. And what he was saying, and we should not forget, he was just proposing, okay? So we will have the discussion around these issues. And then we look at landscapes. These are new innovations. These are new things that are coming in. I think one of the governors said this morning that we need to look forward. We need to not just look at challenges, but look at what is the opportunities. How do we address these opportunities going forward? So without further ado, we will continue with the discussion. I know the room is a little bit cold. We will not have a break because we want to finish. Remember, the morning sessions were very long. So if you really feel cold and you want to grab a coffee or tea, feel free to do so. It's outside already, but I don't want you all to go. Maybe I should also withdraw that. Because we need to continue with the discussion, but I know people are really cold. So let's start. I'm going to do this, and I'm going to be very unconventional. I'm starting with this row in the middle. By a show of hands, show me how many people would like to ask questions, recommendations, or also when you think you already have a resolution. Come up, say it on some of these presentations that has been done here. Okay, can I start in the middle? When I'm talking about this row here, can I see by a show of hands? I can see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 hands. I'm talking about this middle one. That's the middle one, 5 hands. So can I have the microphones just for this row? Also, what I'm going to do is, in that row, if there's a governor sitting in that row, he will have a chance as the last person in that section to talk. So I first would like these people to have their interventions, and then I'll come into the front row where I know a lot of governors are seated. The rules are the same. In CBNRM, we always say we follow guidelines. So keep to what I said. You ask the questions. I don't want any histories. You ask the questions or you make the recommendations, and you are allowed to just ask one question because we want to give everybody a chance. And presenters, can you please write the questions down or the recommendations? Thank you. Yes, sir.
Yeah, good afternoon. My name is Gerson and my surname is Twasep. I just want to find out, or I just want to ask, is the ministry only focusing on the Conservancy's governance structure? And is the ministry also focusing on how the Conservancy can do their governance with the management agreements that they are having with the Conservancy lodges? Because I see here is a misconceptions that is being preached. I want to say like this. Are we concentrating on the money that is given by the Conservancy lodges to the Conservancy to be divided on 50-50? Or are we leaving out the Conservancy's lodges money that they are making and agreed on the agreements that they have for 5% or 8%, so how much percent they agree with it? Or is the ministry still coming in for those agreements to see whether these agreements fit the community to benefit from it?
Okay, thank you so much. I think the question is very clear. Is the ministry just looking from a governance point on just governance in terms of management committees? But remember, the Conservancy also has agreements with lodges and all of that. Is it inclusive in terms of those governance structures? I think that's my understanding.
Yeah, but you said only one question.
Sorry?
I have still more questions to ask,
No,
but you
not
said only one.
now. Let's give somebody else a chance first. Thank you so much, Gershon. Next.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, colleagues.
Can you switch on your thingy? Is it on? Yeah.
Okay, my name is Martha N. Ngedengwa from Okongo Conservancy as a chairperson. I had two questions initially, but I was told one question by that time.
Prioritize the one that you think is really critical.
Okay, my question is on financial management. I know financial mismanagement is happening in conservancies, and the ministry really wants to try to avoid this. My question is the ministry only targeting the money that was generated by the conservancy, or are they also targeting the monies that are being given by the project through the ministry to go to the conservancies?
Okay. Can I ask, can you give her the mic back? Okay. What would you recommend? What did you think is the best way to do it? It's not just asking questions. I remember this is our workshop.
Yes,
what would you recommend?
Okay, my recommendation is to say the 100% the ministry is taking accountable for the conservancy money in order for the members to gain benefits. It should also apply the same way to the monies that are being given to project to come into conservancies.
Thank you. Good. Okay. Oh, the conservancies are happy. Okay, let's let's give it to the next. There were 5, 2, so there's still 2 left.
Good afternoon,
3 left.
everybody. My name is Ndape Shali Shapumba, representing the community forestry. My question is, if we feel like we are not equally when it comes to conservancies and community forestry, if the governments have to be equally, we have to have the same pathway, then we need to have the equally trainings. If community forestry are given 5 trainings per year, same to be done to the conservancies. That's my recommendation.
Thank you. We got that one, eh? Okay, next. I think there are 2 left now. 2 questions, or recommendations, or.
Okay. Afternoon, everyone. Mine is based on the previous presenters, and maybe not necessarily for, but allow me to.
Which one? Which previous presenter? These presenters. You have a question that you want to ask from the meeting in the morning.
Yeah.
We are dealing with this meeting here now. Just pack it. We will maybe take it towards the end. Eh?
Oh, okay.
Okay, thank you.
Very good afternoon, Desmond Batuamada. Mine is, and I trust there will be further input that we can probably provide in writing because the presentations really opened up some thinking that we can equally contribute. A very brief one, within your reviews, what is then the role of communal conservancies in a broader scale of rural development? What is their contribution and how do we ensure that the efforts from the government within the rural development is not duplicated by the communal conservancy? Is there any monitoring evaluation within that as government we can also take stock to see that those who have already benefit through this benefits distributions are not duplicated by the efforts set by other NGOs and government alike within the rural development? Thank you.
Okay, good. Thank you so much. The last, but did you not speak already? No, okay. So that's the last one.
Okay, thank you very much for the time given. I'm Charlie Wilson from Zambezi region. Mine is basically on the issues around land allocations. So it's just something like an observation on my part that there might be a need of a workshop to be arranged maybe by the ministry, I'm not sure, through the implementing partners for the conservancies and traditional authorities.
Okay.
That they should be given that empowerment in terms of how they collaborate in terms of land issues.
Okay, so that's, I will pack it, but then it's also unfair from me. Can you give the mic to the other person who wants to?
Okay.
Yeah, so because that is around land, ne? Land allocations. So, governance issues. Oh, okay, good. Okay. So we are done with this section now. Can we move towards this section? Because this section, before you even asked, their hands were up. So can we move to this section? Can I just have a look at the show of hands? I have 1, I have 2, 3, 4, 5. I have 5 hands now, going once. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Going twice. Okay. 5 hands. Can we start with Mr. Kasaunale?
Yeah, thank you very much, Maxi, the moderator of the program. I'm just targeting my colleagues Joro, Ati, Pinavendinoli. I think this is a community empowerment program designed to give the previously disadvantaged groups the same rights that the freehold farmers were enjoying before independence. And the freehold farmers continue to enjoy the same privileges without any interference, any hindrance from any government. Even when there is a national surveys, access into those farms, you have to bring the police in. So I'm shocked to hear that us included as NGOs, we failed to empower, educate and help communities. Now we are bringing in laws to basically take the power of the very people that we have delegated to, we bring it to our side and we are remote controlling the conservancies. So I don't really think that if you really want to enforce things, it's by taking powers away. What we need to do, colleagues, is also not about educated people. This town is full of educated people, but theft is high. Theft is high. People are in jail. The jails are full of people. So that is not an issue. We really need to start having resources, employ competent people to run conservancies. That should be the way to go. We should not bring conservancy on our side and basically run them like a state-owned enterprises. This to me is like water, hiring and firing. That is not rural rural empowerment undertaking, in my understanding. So I would have thought that the Ministry of Environment, and I almost said, Joro, you sound like a colonial administrations. Seriously, you are taking the program backwards. We are going backwards. Community right has been stripped off. There are certain things that we should do as support agencies and keep things going, not to take powers away. Now, we are running parks, we are running anything, now we want to come and run conservancies. The next things will be, yes, this conservancy is not functioning, let's hire ministerial staff to run conservancies. That is where we are going, because there is a power and control issues that is empowering the minister to do so at any given time. Once it becomes an act, it's an act. And it will be an act forever. We are all going to suffer that will be under this very act. So my humble plea, colleagues, you said it's a discussion, and I don't want to be followed after this statement by Kolka. I don't want to be followed.
You are protected. You are protected.
Be protected. I must be protected.
And Art is also protected.
As a citizen of this country, because it will affect me in the long run.
Thank you. Thank
So,
you.
thank you very much.
Thank you, John. There were some hands there. Can you just give it to the next person? Yeah. Thank
Hello.
you.
Good afternoon, everybody.
Afternoon.
Mine is a point of developmental issue that have been done by conservancies. Conservancies, first of all, let me introduce myself. I'm Aldrin from Bamunu Conservancy in Zambezi region. It's an issue of rural electrification that some of the conservancies are doing. They are doing it to their members, but it is being done, they are not completing it due to some financial and some other conditions that are there. So we are trying to uplift our people and enriching them with electricity. But we don't electrify up to their respective houses. We just put lines that are passing through houses and places. So my point is, we humbly would like to ask that if the ministry can forward our concern to the Ministry of Mine and Energy so that they can help to electrify, to complete this electrification that is being done by conservancies, not to its fullest. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. There was some...
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you very much. My name's Mr. Livanda Fabian, the manager for Salambala Conservancy, coming from Zambezi region. It's just only as a comment on wildlife corridors. Yes, Salambala Conservancy is sharing a border with the Chove National Park. That's Botswana side, which means when it's totally, the Chove River, when it's totally dry, we do receive a high number of elephants, buffaloes, lions, baboons, common impalas, zebras, and warthogs, waterbucks also. So it's really a very positive thing to have wildlife corridors in conservancies. So I just only want to urge our seniors, headmen, to make sure that they should not even allow our people to have to put new resettlements in wildlife corridors. And also, I do encourage my colleagues, conservancies and the community foresters to conduct awareness meetings to our entire community members for us to conserve our natural resources on a sustainable basis. I thank you.
Thank you so much. So I think I have two hands left now? Yes, thank you.
Good afternoon, my name is Kenneth. I just want to confirm with Ati if the presentation he gave was simply a proposal and it must be discussed now, or there will still be further discussions around that presentation before I continue.
Okay, is that your question?
Yeah, that question will
You
determine
just
what
have
we're-
one
Okay.
shot. Okay.
Okay, that's the question for now.
The last hand in that, yep, thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Alivet Mulifemioba from the Zambezi region, control ward and responsible for that region. I think for me it's just a more for a sort of a recommendation on Mr. Chioro's presentation in terms of financial management. I think I missed one day because I still see it's more than a proposal, but we are still looking at still on more cash handling in this whole process. So I think a proposal from my side is that we need, because we have seen that financial management in these entities, both community forests and the conservancies, is becoming a challenge. That's what it was phrased as a big elephant in the room. So I propose that instead of allowing more cash handling, we move to electronic banking, where conservancies, their transactions are done online, to minimize, because we have cases where money have been lost or being stolen or robbery have been taken place because the community, as much as we are clearing them through all the processes, they come to the ministry's offices, we authorize, they go to the banks, but what happened after the money has left the bank is beyond us. So I propose electronic banking as opposed to cash handling. Thank you.
Good, thank you. So I think I have finished my 5 hands here. I would like to come in front to the governors. In the front row, is there anybody who wants to make a comment, a question, clarity from the governors, honorable governors? Is it okay? Can I just move over? Okay, thank you. Oh, there's one. Okay. Oh, okay. Thank you. Honorable.
Thank you very much, Madam Moderator. I will limit my comment, but just to indicate, I don't know under whom's presenter to whom I can put it, but let me just put it as a comment. Emmanuel, Governor Umsati, the issue of human and wildlife conflict is so eminent in our region. This month, we just had the funeral last week of a person who suffered from elephant. So I don't know what can we do now, because the population also in some of this region, our region being the 3rd populated region, we are growing toward the conservancies. And there is no, I don't know how will we limit people to expand, because some of the areas are in Oceanas, you cannot settle there. But then really, I don't know whether fencing will be cheaper, because I don't see anytime soon that we will be able to contain the issue of wildlife coming to where humans are living. And there is also any issues, Madam Moderators, where the issue of compensation is coming in after my field has been now destroyed by elephants. Those are topical issues that we need to bring to discussion when we will be going into recommendations. Another thing is the issue of wildfire together with conservancy that my granddaughter has just alluded to here. Colleagues, we have been witnessing people moving from Ochuarongo or Utapi or elsewhere, Kahao, to extinguish fire at Ontambo Mawe. When you will be reaching there, fire has destroyed everything. Why can't our thinking goes to establishing response centers in those areas where fire is always happening? So those are some of the comments that I want to bring to discussion, but I don't want to take up much of the time, because maybe in future we shouldn't have it in 2 days, because really, Madam Moderator, We don't come to this event just to register in attendance register. We really felt we can discuss at length and really give pictures of our regions.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable. So, Honorable, there is a session that is coming up tomorrow in the afternoon. I hope Honorable will be still attending in attendance. That is going to deal with human-wildlife conflict. Thank you. The fire one we will entertain here. Yeah. Thank you. So I'm moving towards the last. Whew. Yeah. Okay. So what I'm going to do, because I want everybody to have a chance, so we are going to go row by row for those ones that have lifted. Can you do your hands like this? Okay. I don't want any chance takers. Not the governor. I'll come to the governor. Just the ones that are at the back there. So can we start here in front? Just your questions or your recommendations.
Thank you very much, Patrick Hwagup, Aus Community Conservation Association. The first one, my question is, we are moving with digital age.
Yes.
Yet we want to restrain now 2 constituencies. What if the person that should drive the interests of that community is part of the community but working at another constituency? Should that really, whereas we have we have moved to virtual age now, we want to bring in regulations that should restrict communication. Virtually we can run meetings throughout the world. What prompted that idea? In relation to that, let us strengthen with regulations that we want to bring in the conservancy committees and the structures with governance instruments rather than trying to control the community through regulations that will be imposed by an outsider without any interest for that matter.
Okay.
Thank you.
I got your question. Actually, you managed to have 2, but it's okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay.
Mike, I've got 3 that are very important.
No, you just
That recommendations.
prioritize one recommendation.
Anyway, it's fine. I just
Yeah.
want a quick recommendation by Thomas. The one also troubling us, the challenge of 50-50, whether the therapies can regard it as benefits. For me, we have to regard it as benefits, because that's why you have formed the conservancies.
Okay.
To meet the government halfway employee in terms of employment. So it's a benefit. Thank you.
There's one more in that row.
Let me scratch myself up. Felix Mbambo, the manager for Mayuni Conservancy in the Zambezi region, adding on that I'm the oldest manager in the Zambezi region. It's only the recommendation on governance on behalf of the management committee. I prefer when the presenter was saying about 5 to 10 years. Yes, I prefer 10 years because you'll find that the starting of the management committee, when they start their term of office, you'll find that they don't cope very quickly. You'll find that they'll stick to the manager and they say, I'm the boss, I'm from the management, and you have to listen to me. While they did not yet cope up with all the files there, the system which have to be maintained in the office. Thank you.
Thank you. The next row, I don't think there was somebody. Can we move? Oh, there was. Yeah. Yes, yes.
Thank you, Madam Maxi. My observation is that there is a serious need for sectoral. I think this conference should consider identifying relevant sectoral ministries, including fisheries, mines, agriculture, and so on. And especially the MURT, Ministry of, under which traditional authorities are resorting, merely because there has been a number of issues, for example, overlapping mandates amongst the TA and the Conservancy committees. And I'm saying this, if in the absence of this, the CBNRM is under serious threat, and I want to underline it with bold. If there is no proper coordination with the increasing mining sector, including the climate change, and the people will be more marginalized if there is no proper coordination. I could have elaborated on my statement, but for the sake of the time, I will leave it as.
Good. Next. The row next.
Yeah, thank you, Ne. Mine was just a suggestion or a thing just to suggest. Like Master Adi said, the Conservancy should just have free accounts, operation and human wildlife conflict and which was the other one? No. Now I was suggesting about conservancies for conservancies to have an investment account. By this I mean like if conservancies have an investment account and if the ministry could make it as a policy for conservancies to save up money in terms of that investment account, in a year's time, if they save 8,000, they will have 100,000 at the end of that financial year. And as Master Adi was saying, Conservancy committees should serve a 5-year term. So in those 5-year terms, if they save in the investment account, they could have 500,000 by the end of that committee's time. And the other committee can progress with that 500,000. If it's made as a policy or something from the ministry side for conservancies to have an investment account. Because we are just talking about benefits to the members and operations, but nothing about investments.
Good.
Yeah, well, it's me.
Yes, you are next, thanks. Yeah.
I'm next?
Yeah, you are next.
Yeah. It's good evening, all this. Yeah, Omika Jiwa Thana Jitaura. Balake Pupa, I'm Chairman of Pupa Conservancy. It's like I'm sitting, but then I have to pay the price of this beautiful hotel that I've been given a chance to sit and see everything here. It's my first time even to look at this kind of beautiful. So my input is not that much longer because the master of the ceremony said we have to stick maybe straight to the point. But anyway, then that is what I'm trying to do. I was just listening as from the beginning through the process of communication. People, they like to talk as much as they want. But then leadership is something different. Output is something different. That is what I hold as a person. So my recommend is that maybe, as from my perspective, we have to do many research so that we can come up with a proper decision out of the findings that we get from the research. My good friend, someone there, far corner, I said maybe in terms of governance, financial management, all this, but I haven't seen anybody put things on the table here. Maybe a Pupa Conservancy does weak in this and this. Or Tora Conservancy good in this, but better in this. So it should be proper, well organized so that we can make decision out of statistics instead of just talking and talking. My recommendation.
So I just want to understand so that we have the question correctly. So you want to have case studies and lessons learned from, yeah?
Yeah, that is what I hold.
Okay, thank you. Oh, we jumped somebody here in front. Sorry. Yeah, if you can just give her the mic.
Thank you, Ms.
The mic.
Maxi. So I just want to say, I'm happy that I'm part of this engagement, and I stand here to give my contribution to the growth of the CBNRM program. The CBRN is a program that can able to assist the government on creating more job opportunities through community conservancies, as I'm to propose that the conservancy must be funded or can be access to loan, so that we can use those funds to build more tourism infrastructures that can able to help us, the Conservancy, to create job opportunities to our community members, and to also create, to generate incomes to support the community project, and also to support our SMEs. And this can also help us to meet the government halfway. I thank you.
Did I got you correctly? You want the conservancies to access loans to do a lot of these things that you are you mentioned. Okay. Okay, then we are moving. Yes, thank you. We are nearly there.
Yeah. Thanks, Maxi, for the opportunity. It's late on the afternoon now. Very short, straight to the point to Mr. Ati. I would want to tell my friends Ati that I don't see a difference between these regulations and the wildlife bill that we had about 2 weeks ago. And the reasons why I'm saying there's no difference is just because of there is no way that one is creating a law but you discriminate only one part that you're focusing to, but you yourself, the creator of the law, you are also dealing with money, but you are not covered. So as a ministry, you are also part of a person who's dealing with money, but there is no any regulations or any closure that is rating what will happen to you as a ministry if you misuse our money. Only us. So, and this is the very same question I was also asking the very same other team of the wildlife bill. Where is the ministry in this bill if they happen to do any mistake? And there was nothing such. So we were wondering, is this a commonness, or why are they only focusing conservancies? Where are you? Are you not dealing with money? Why are you not covered? For me, that is one what is very, very a bit critical, because this project is for the community. It was mandated to be for the community. If the ministry is willing to take this project away from us, be straightforward, we can give it over. Or even now, because of these regulations that you people are passing, which look like by force, it's better for us to degassette the conservancies. And then we can live like the way we've been in the past, rather than having this dispute and wasting time and sitting here. Straightforward. I thank you.
Thank you. Good. Yes, the next person. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much for the opportunity. Naranje Wamititusa, Fania Rungondo. I'm the chairperson of Anapep Conservancy. Yeah, just to come straight to the point, the level of education which is stated here for the management and the staff of the conservancies, I think that is very good. I support it. And I'm trying to say that let's accept that one and continue with that one, because for me, the level is very good. But for the ministry, let them just continue to mentorship the conservancy committees and the staff in the community and the monitoring as usual. The reason being, because the way they are doing now, When we are going to the banks, the ministry is there. They must also approve, sign on that letter or whatever of that to that budget, going to the bank. If there is any mistake to that withdrawal, then they must also be held accountable, which is not good. A person from the other institution to be accountable to another institution, I don't think that is right. They must just continue to do their things like monitoring and something like that.
Okay.
So I think that is the best. My last census
You
of...
just have one shot. I'll come back again for second round.
No,
Let's
I just adding to that one. It's not the same thing.
Okay.
Yeah, just the same thing. Because, you know, lion is also money. My last census was having 160 lions. Those people, other consensus, who really want lions, are we very able to donate 80 of them? Please, please. Transport is free. Thank you very much.
So, Titus, you want to donate lions to anybody?
Yeah, because that is a problem what we are also having. It's a challenge for us.
Oh, okay.
That's why we are keeping this money to take care of these lions.
Okay.
If somebody wants it,
Yeah.
the ministry wants it, please let me also part of these lions, please. Thank you very much.
Thank you. You got it?
Thank
Mr.
you very
Katupa?
much. Maxi?
Yes, the floor is yours. One question
and
or
your
one
team?
recommendation or one clarity.
I will do that. I thought this will be one of the very good meeting. When I taste its taste, it is an old wine in a new bottle.
So we should be silent to listen, otherwise, yeah, okay?
Max and your team, on the 25th of February 2026, the chiefs and the Conservancy wrote a letter to the minister, raised their concern about the very bill that you and your team want to be fast-tracked. And they raised their concern about a certain clauses or sections in that bill, asking an open meeting like this. Until today, you did not respond to these letters. Very important letters that came from the chiefs. Today you have this meeting, and now you turn around. That's why I say it's in old wine in a new bottle. You want us to agree to this while we are still crying. So, it is my recommendation, it says, it's better to decassette the whole conservancy in Namibia, then you pass your bill as you wish. Because this is not the community program anymore. You want to give more power to the ministers, the same as it was happened during the colonialism. What are we doing now? Or who is now fooling who? Thank you.
Thank you. So I think we are done, eh? We are done. I'm going to ask, there's one more last one. That one was not there, so, but I'm giving you a chance, the last one. And then I will ask the governor if he has a question or clarity in front of him.
Thank you. My name is Asaf Tushevera Kanjo, a senior traditional counselor from Kambadembi Royal Traditional Authority within Osholonjupa communal area. The CBNRM is a community program. And I believe is making a reference to the people who are living in communal area. And the people in communal area are under leadership, which is the traditional authorities. The land in communal area is under the traditional authorities. The policy, the law, the bill, the act, whatever, has been passed next to the traditional authorities without their consent. 1, 2, in the name of traditional communities, but for the ministry's sake. Because while it is a community program, the power is vested in the minister to approve, to decassette. Even the little taste that was given to the traditional authority in a Conservancy Management Committee for Community Forest Management Body is only to be an ex officio member, meaning that you are just there to sit, listen with no power to say anything. The power is vested in the management body. From there is ministerial staff and the minister. My sister, with the team of the ministerial body and the parliamentarians, if you are here, honorable governors, the traditional authorities are the custodians of the people, and they are the leaders of the people. If their power is taken away from them to decide on their people's behalf, will there be any respect? My proposal, the bill said here must revert back to the Council of Traditional Leaders, because there is a law in this country and we have to protect the law, our own laws. Let this bill not pass to Parliament. Let it get back to the traditional authority, the Council of Traditional Leaders first, because I know for sure that the traditional leaders will make sure that they will have their right rather than the minister to speak on behalf of the communities. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable. It's not honorable. Thank you, the traditional leader. Then we will come here. Can I have the Honorable Governor from Kunene? Is it? Oh, sorry. I'll be coming. Yeah, let me start here. Sorry. Let me start here. Any governor who wants to say something on this? Yeah.
Thank you very much, and thank you for the opportunity. Actually, I was wondering, this conservancy, it's only as far as communal land is concerned. And what prohibits, for example, a communal area like that one of Omaheke, of ASAP, and so on, to establish a park and not a conservancy, so that we have the same parks that my brother there of Chikoto is having, the Tosha Park and so on, especially where we have vast land that is uninhabited and people are fencing it off in hectares of 20,000 and 40,000 hectares. Why not moving towards a park so that we also taste the fruits of independence, as opposed to having a conservancy and you can't even shoot? Like my two conservancies in Omaheke, they can't even shoot, what do you call this, even Down being down by. Because those
What
folks are running all over the place uncontrolled. If it's a park, at least they can shoot something for me for independence or for my ECD centers. I would love us to see in future moving towards also creation of parks in communal land.
Okay, thank you. So I just wanted to be clear, ASAP is a resettlement, is it resettlement farms?
It's a reservoir.
It's just a communal area.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Very vast open land.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Yeah. Honorable Governor? Yes, true. I should have not asked that question.
Something that is a pain in my heart is that this enacted law prohibited the inhabitants of that areas to carry on with their business activities, and that thing cannot be tolerated. People must be allowed so that they can put on their campsites, their shops, their livelihood. They cannot be denied. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Good. Okay. Okay, over there.
Yes, thank you very much, Maxine. I think we recently had a we have a foot and mouth scare, right? So now when you have that scare, the most important sector to listen to is the organized farmers or the association that represents farmers, isn't it? Why? Because they are the people that have the best interest of that particular sector at heart and want to protect that sector. Now, when you talk about conservation in Namibia, I think it's undisputed that Kunene is leading the charts. And when I hear this rebellion, if ministries are prepared to listen to the NAU and is it NLA, all those bodies, then surely the ministry should also ensure that thorough consultation, thorough dialogue between these conservancies that are crying about those aspects that they are crying about or that they are complaining about is heard, and they are heard properly. Because from what I can see, I see two entities that have the same interest at heart, but that are speaking past each other. The ministry seeks to ensure that there's good governance, there's accountability. I don't think anyone should dispute that. But the dispute is about how do we go about it? Who is the best custodian? Who is the best guardian of good governance, of good management of the proceeds and resources that comes from conservation? So I think that conversation should continue being had, because, and also on the other side, in terms of the conservancies, there should also be a realization that if you get responsibilities and you thwart on them, and you get responsibility to use resources and you misuse, because from this conference I also understand that there seems to be no dispute that there is a misuse of funds. I think that aspect and that point there is consensus on, because I did not hear anyone saying that there isn't. So there must also be a realization that the attempts that are there from government side is not to take away responsibility or power, is to ensure that funds, money and resources reach the intended beneficiaries, which are the communities. But that also cannot be forced through hook and crook. There must be a proper dialogue, because at the same time the ministry can have the power to make decisions, and the ministry will then incur more costs because they now have to send rangers because the communities are not playing along with conservation as it started. So I really do think that the ministry must have a survey, must have a proper sit down with those communities that do not understand why they change and that do not agree with the type of change. If the middle way can be agreed, then so be it. If not, at least there should be an understanding why there's a need for the changes and what the changes are, as opposed to that the changes are for good purpose, as opposed to a disenfranchising of communities. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Governor.
And my office is prepared to facilitate that dialogue.
Thank you. That is a good recommendation coming through. So I think we have exhausted the questions. What I will recommend is that we had a lot of recommendations, but we also had a lot of, issues that I think still need further dialogue, further platforms to discuss. But if that's not me, I mean, we need to discuss that and make some recommendations as to how we are moving it forward. But I would now allow for my panel to come and probably respond on some of the questions that were more clarities, and the ones that we probably need to look at as the way forward. I think we will probably come back to those ones. Ati, do you want to come first?
Yes, good afternoon. Thank you, Maxine. I think the comments were well received in their nature. That's the reasons we're here. I believe that we take note of the different recommendations and concerns and also those recommendations that were shared. But just one thing that I really want to ask to pay attention to, when we are speaking the regulations, is different from the bill. It's the same thing, but where we are only now talking about regulations. And this is the first discussion. There will be other opportunity given where the ministry will consult on this thing. This is not the end. We are starting. Let's engage. Let's make recommendations. And I believe my directors, the DD, will provide further guidance on that. But these are the reasons why these things are brought here, so that we understand, taking note where we are coming from and where we want to go. We need to remember where we are coming from and where we want to go. So with those comments that were raised here, they're very, very good comments. I pick up one thing that says, maybe the power of traditional authority is that all that we want them to do, just to sit aside. Maybe we need to think about something. There's also other great example that comes there. When we have done an analysis of what is the average time the committee stay in office, I think it's either between 3 years or 5 years. This information are already available. We have looked at it and say, we realize that a lot of conservancy prefer 5 years because it's not necessarily that they want to stay there for 5 years. No, they want to make impact to their community, because if you give them the shorter time, it really, conservancy thing is not easy. So times run out while you're trying to catch up. So we are speaking things that we have analyzed a bit, but that is not what we are proposing. This was a proposal. People have raised their comment. That's the reasons we brought it here. There will be other platforms where these things will be discussed, and hopefully one day we need to move forward. And we have something that will work well from the ministry in terms of the policies, the mandate, and also that will fit well with the Conservancy objective. So I think really, Madam Director, I think those are the comments. I think we have taken note of them, yes. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Ati. I think, Ati summed it up very well. I think that's also the message I got from the last couple of discussions, that this is just the beginning of the proposed regulations. We need to have more inputs, we need to have more consultations, and I'm really happy that the governor's offer in terms of being a mediator, maybe in the region where you are, so that we can move this a bit more forward. And I will probably also invite other governors from all the other regions that that's maybe the role that we should be playing in the regions. I know that Omaheke, as we said, we have 2 conservancies, but the governor can be maybe helpful also with your experiences. The park will be, there is People's Park. That is another one that is being proposed. I think she said it. Those are low-hanging fruits now that we can look at. Kunene is doing it. Honorable, we can have an exchange visit from Omaheke going to Kunene to learn from our colleagues in Kunene. There is something that happening already. So let me just go to, was there other questions that you were supposed to answer? Monica, why are you quickly saying this? Yeah, okay. So I think, is there any other burning recommendations or question that somebody from the floor? I'm opening up like for 10 minutes. If somebody says like, from those presentations in terms of governance, from those presentations in terms of what the regulations, it's really burning. Don't repeat what has been said already, and we already have an action point, so don't go back there, okay? It's the governor, and then this and this. So I want these discussions and questions to be within 10 minutes. The mic, so Honorable Governor there. Can you just do again this? Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7, 8, that's it. I don't see any more hands anymore. Okay, Honorable?
My sister, I just want to seek clarity, or it will come tomorrow, on what you have just ended with.
Yes.
Where Honorable Muharuka pledged to give support. Where in the structures of this very important CBRNM, where is it where the role of regional council and the governors are specified? Is it anywhere? So that, because we are just doing this so that we are on a safe and Christ are a safe side.
Yeah.
That was the only clarity I'm seeking. Yeah.
Okay. Good. I hope somebody will be able to help us with that. Yeah, okay, good.
Thank you very much. Speaking, it's Timothy Shivute. I'm the regional councillor for Uvudia constituency in Oshana region, but I'm now representing CRO in Oshana Regional Council. My intervention is actually on wildfire. I would want it to come up with a certain recommendation if it is possible. Should I go ahead?
Yes,
okay.
please.
Thank you so much. The reason as to why I would want to come up with the recommendation, you see, during last year we experienced a severe spread of wildlife that really made a lot of wildlife perished, and a lot of vegetations have been also destroyed, ranging from Etosha, passing through that side of Uvudia, Msati region as well, and so on. But then my recommendation is, why can the Minister of Environment, the Minister of Agriculture, conservancies, why can they not just come together and see to it as to how they can really solve this problem? The reason is why I'm saying this, like in Oshana, we are even having a grader, which is currently packed as we are speaking at the Ministry of Forestry there. I mean Environment, Forest and Tourism. That grader has been packed there for quite long as we are speaking. We were just told that a lot of mechanics were invited to come do services, but they just ended up not making it. Now, why can these ministries and the conservancies come together and if possible, they can even put the money on a table so that this grader can be repaired. The only way to prevent the spread of wildfire is when we can only work on these areas. I think by doing so, even
Was there just Kolka before, and then you will be the last one, then you can respond.
Thank you very much, Madam, for the opportunity, and I also wanted to appreciate the presenters as well as the previous presenters. It's Ludgela Nangura, the Chief Regional Officer for Kavango East Regional Council. My comment is, maybe it is a higher time for us to address the issue working in isolation. There is working in isolation. The reason why I'm saying so, from the Regional Council point of view, Section 28 of the Regional Council, where the power has been given for us to ensure, to act as like National Planning Commission at the regional level. Now, the conversation at the regional level and national level, we should seriously considering the critical stakeholders. Maybe that is the part which the traditional authority is crying. How do we limit that misunderstanding one another? It's only when we share the information. And I will tend to be corrected. Even conservancies, not only in our regions, but how do we bring the regional councillors and the traditional authority and all of us at one table making the right decision from the start? And we need also to avoid this issue of the concern have been observed 2 years ago, and we are not responding on time. Poverty will not wait for us to eradicate that, unless we should be people who are having a speed for us to ensure that the poverty is being eradicated. It's only people who are working together will support one another. The moment we find ourselves working in isolation, for sure, we will come and talk and go back, and come and talk and go back. Maybe it's a high time for us to change. To some extent, change is painful, but it is the right thing to do. I so submit.
Thank you. Then at the back, and then the...
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name is Vicky Festes. I am the chairperson of Painku Conservancy in the Erongo region, Spetskope area. My input comes from Mr. Dember's presentation, and when Mr. Watiro Hanges got up, I thought, yes, he's going to address that. Or I am going to get a chance to ask my question. And I also went through the program, and I saw, let me not miss this opportunity. We know the importance, or we have realized the importance of the game guards, and we are doing all we can in order to give them a full attention. However, we have a challenge in our region of, is it game? Due to drought, we almost have no game. Most of them went into the commercial farms, others went, I don't know, wherever, and others died. Now, having the game guards, giving them attention, one really feels guilty because it's almost as if assigning duties to them, having in mind that there is very little they can do in the field. Please advise and think about us, how we can probably have game, is it migrated or whatever, to our area also.
Translocated.
Translocated. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. So I will then leave it now to Kolka. I want you to be the last one speaking. So let me just give the last ones the chance, and then I will hand over to the DD. So can I ask you not to repeat what other people have already said? Eh? Come up with something very new, a new recommendation, but this is based on our discussion here. Okay?
Thank you once again. My point, I'm back with it again, it's on donors' funds. The reason why donors are funding the programs that we have here is because of the people on the grassroots, the game guards, the management committees that are functioning. Accountability has to be two ways, whether it's from the ground level to the ministry itself. There were a few things that we did include in our action plans, depending on the donors' fundings, for instance, the CCFN. At the North Central, there were agreements that game guards should be given incentives or bonuses according to their performances. That funding, I think it ended last year. And what we agreed upon never materialized. This kind of stuff can make one think somewhere, somehow the ministry is not doing its job, or the implementer is not doing what is supposed to be done. So that's why I'm saying it should be a two-way. If something is not done, come back on the ground to the people and say, this wasn't done because of this and that. Furthermore, whenever we are coming to these conferences of this nature, we have a few old memes and tatas here that left their kids at home and expecting that once they go back, maybe they'll take maybe a bag of sweets or bread, so to say. Now, I'm going to touch on accommodation. This whole thing of accommodation should be optional. Whether you want to be accommodated at the hotel, or you can be able to source for your own accommodation and take something with you. We cannot be coming here and pumping money in the same advantaged people, while we can be able to take something to our kids, we can be able to go fill those holes, maybe school fees for our kids and all that. I just really wanted to touch on that. Thank you so much.
Yeah, we hear you. We hear you. Thank you.
Yeah, my name is again Gerson. My surname is Twasep. He almost take my words, but I have to.
Don't repeat, Gerson.
You know, I'm not going to repeat, but I have to say something. Yeah, what is wrong? Because of repeat that he wants to speak.
Yeah.
Yeah, I want to ask, who should benefit from the from the natural resources of the conservancies? That's the first question. Will it be the NGOs that are doing researches, that are coming to do lion researches, that are coming to do giraffe researches, that are coming to do rhino researches, name it, any researches? And who is going, or who are looking after the funds that have been granted under the name of the conservancies to these NGOs? Who will apply to the fund grantors like CCFNs for these purposes for our natural resources that we are having? We see the times that we were sleeping under the pillows is getting past. We see that most people start registering, or the NGOs that has been registered are taking funds or are doing researches, not even involving the community in their administration structure, how they are doing admin. And communities have been left out, and every time the funds have been requested, conservancies and the communities are not been consulted, and these funds are going to the researchers. And once, and the contracts that have been signed between these researchers or these people that are getting money under the name of the conservancies are linked with the staff's contracts and not linked with the conservancy contracts. And these things are frustrating the communities at ground levels. We sometimes tell these people, separate the contracts of the ranchers, and then the program itself can talk itself alonely, and the contracts that the researchers, we must have a contract as the conservancies with the researchers separately, and we must put each other on accountability of these funds. And there is no AGMs that these researchers are having with the conservancies by returning back or come back to inform the conservancies how they use the funds of the conservancies after getting the funds.
Thank you. Thank you, Gerson. We got your point. So I think there's issues that are coming out here that I think are critically important, but maybe not issues that we have prepared for in terms of the program currently. So what I would recommend is that, the issues of the donors seems to be coming out this morning. So we'll put it in the parking lot, but we want to make sure that it's being discussed. Okay, so it's not that we are going to forget about your recommendations and some of the issues that are coming out. Gerson, your issue around research and, the inclusiveness in terms of research and how conservancies are not benefiting, it's also an issue that I think can be packed, but we will discuss it. And then the issue around accommodation. So those are issues that we will discuss. But I don't want people to raise issues now, because I want us to conclude the meeting, because we will have to be out of here by a certain time. But if Chindukamba is standing like that, there's not much I can do. I have to give him an opportunity to say something.
The old man Gustav is saying, moro to the house. Morning, or because I have to translate it as it is, morning to all the governors and all the people that are present here. If you are not an academic person, so you are just like those people that you can call is the deaf people that cannot hear. According to me, I can see that the meeting was very much constructive. But the only things that I've analyzed between the conservancies and the ministry, I will not want actually to see the picture of a ministry and a conservancy look like a snake and the human, or a snake and the person. Once a human being sees the snake, he's running away, or either the snake is running away. early at the beginning, when we have started with this conservations concept, we have said it was given to the traditional authority, and they've been asked to write the constitution.
The law.
Early at the beginning, it's not only the traditional authority who was custodians to write the constitutions, but there were also representatives from the Ministry of Environmental and also John Hysam's. They used to take part of writing the constitutions as well. If you see good stuff in his conservancy, let's say, for instance, running as a chairperson of the conservancy for more than 10 times, not him willing to do that, but the constitution is actually now allowing to do that. I got elected just because of the constitution is written like that, but there used to be also staff members from the MEFT to witness this when it's actually happening as per the constitution. The ministry, we will ask you not to come up with something and say that, no, if the community have been there for 10 years, should not repeat it again or whatsoever, because that is actually the members themselves to elect who they are willing to elect as per the constitution. I will leave it up to them, Maxi. You know me. Just for the sake that it's evening now, tomorrow we will talk much.
Ndangi. Okay. So I think I forgot one more person. She's the last person, and she has never, I've never seen her talking or making any contribution. Let's give her a chance.
Thank you. My name is Claudia from Ondongilo constituency. From Ondongilo Community Forest in Ondongilo constituency, or Angwena region. The misunderstanding between the traditional authority and the regional governors maybe is starting here because of we missed the level of communication. In each constituency, there's a committee called CDC, where each stakeholder needs to be taken by each stakeholder. Anybody that is rating something in a constituency level have to be in that committee. Maybe the requisition here is for maybe from the ministry from each region to ask for us the reader, the chairperson of the Community Forest on Conservancy to be the part of the CDC members, so that we can start from the constituency level. When it's come to the regional, the governor will aware and the traditional authority will aware. Thank you.
Okay. So you want the conservancies and the community forests to be part of the CDCs. Okay, good. That's a recommendation. Good. So I'm going to give Kolka and maybe Bennett. There was a few issues that I wanted, needed to be touched on from your side.
Thank you very much, Maxi. Yes, just wanted to touch on those few issues. Maybe to start with the regional forums, the proposal made by the Governor Kunene and questioned by the Governor Msati. That can be done. In fact, in Ronnie's presentation earlier, he reminded us that there are forums that are provided for in the 2013 National Policy on CBNRM that we have actually not even, we have not implemented. And one of those speaks to forums and coordination with regional councils. I think we can enter from there, and I think it's a brilliant idea from the regional governors. We need that. Perhaps we shouldn't just limit it to that dialogue on the discussion on the legislation or the regulations. I think it should be an overall this community-based natural resource management between ministry, not even just the Minister of Environment, because there are other aspects of CBNRM that involves other ministries. But as a Minister of Environment, we can coordinate and bring everyone through the regional governance office. I think we should have that really as a resolution, and it should speak actually to activating the forums and committee as proposed or provided for in the national policy. So we basically just did not do our job. This is provided for, so we should just activate that.
Okay, thank you.
And then the question by the Governor Omaheke on the establishment, he's linking that request to the establishment of a park, like a national park, like Etosha. Actually, it was specific on Etosha. That can be looked at. It's good it's coming from the governor. If the governor's office makes that request, that is something that government can look at. But for us, looking at that, we'll have to do a study, feasibility study. Is the area viable for a national park? We need to look at aspects of grazing, aspects of water, and all these little issues. And get that clarified, because we have done that in other areas. Then you also get questions from other communities. But that's why I'm saying it's good it's even coming from the governor himself. The recent one we did, was the Mangeti National Park in Kabango West. That request actually came from the traditional authority through the governor's office. And today Mangeti is a national park. So we have done that before. Then I want to clarify on this issue of the bill. Very briefly, it has been spoken about. And my clarification just speaks to that. We have gone through this together. It has been a process. The unfortunate part here is maybe the delay in getting this bill enacted. The bill went through, after the drafting, went through consultations. There's no region that the ministry did not go to, or the team that was leading. And I'm saying so with confidence because I was the chair of the whole process. We went to all the regions and we consulted. In some regions, like Kunene, for instance, we even had more than one meeting. And we were even informed that you cannot have a meeting in Opuo. You are leaving people in Ocho and Kamanyap. We had another meeting in Kamanyap. In Comas region, we had 2 meetings as well. And we had several meetings with stakeholders. Here I even want to single out the hunting sector and the CBNRM sector through NACSO. We had specific meetings. And I can even literally say those 2 sectors, hunting and conservancies, this is where we even got a written proposal in the form of the sections that we even had to do cut and paste to inform the bill. So there has been consultations, and I was saying with the colleague who was translating now, I was telling him over lunch that tomorrow I'm going to come with a file like this so that I show him who participated. We have all this information. So the unfortunate part is also that it has taken long to the extent that those who participated as Conservancy chairperson, Conservancy committees have left those positions, and they are not here today, or most of them. So that's it. But I still see faces here of those who participated, and we even have written comments on the bill. So we went through that process. So I don't think really we should be getting, because now we are not happy with that particular section or that line, we should be saying there were no consultations. There were consultations of those who were in position, and those consultations were led by regional councils in the regions. So that process we went through, and it was in 2001 when we sent the bill to Cabinet after consultations. That's when Cabinet endorsed it. It was in August 2022 when the Cabinet Committee on Legislation said this is fine. they send it. Unfortunately, the legal drafting at the Ministry of Justice has taken long. And the final meeting, we also had a national, almost like this, a national meeting where we brought everyone. That meeting took place at Safari, which was officiated by Deputy Minister Maria Yaka at that time. And at that meeting, there was even a question at the end of the presentation. Is there anything in the bill that we should change? There was one gentleman, I won't mention the name, but I know the person who raised the hand, and he said, let's change the status of some of the national parks, like Van Bach. They should not be managed by the state. We should privatize them. That was a debate, and that was the last debate in the final meeting. There was nothing about conservancies. Everything about conservancies we agreed already in the regional consultation, and the final meeting, everything was agreed. And at that meeting, even that issue of privatizing some of the parks was cleared, and we all agreed the parks remain provided that some of these categories are there. So it's a matter that has been discussed and has been cleared, and I think Bennett rightly put it that let's let the process be concluded. And if there are aspects or there are sections that needs to be amended, that you can always do later. So those amendments can be done. We are now maybe at number 19 or so in terms of amending the Nature Conservation Ordinance of 1975. We have several amendments, so the law can be amended. But the moment you propose now that let's change what is provided for in the bill, it means that we must restart the whole process. That takes us so many years before. So I think we need to be careful on how we approach that, and I think we should also not use the language that there were no consultation. There were full consultations, written comments on the bill, and we have this on record. So if there are issues that we can see maybe raises questions, let's just raise those and discuss. We can see on how to move on, and the process is still there, because it's now with the legal drafters as justice. If it goes to Parliament, members of Parliament can say, yes, we agree with this bill, but this section should be changed. That can also happen. That's the process of legal drafting of bills until it gets to that enactment stage. But I don't think we should be saying there were no consultation, we need to change this, we need to take it back. Traditional authorities, everyone was part of the process. Maybe one last one that I want to touch on. Again, I think the Governor Kunene rightly put it. This issue of saying as if government or ministry is once control or is taking over. Again, as the Governor put it, it's not about taking over. We need to put measures to ensure that what comes out of this program reaches the intended community. And I think my dear brother John uses the example of commercial farms. We need to ask ourselves questions. The rhino in a conservancy is a public resource. The rhino in Irindi, just for example, that private farm, if it's not black rhino under custodianship program, it's a privately owned rhino. That way that the owner of that farm has bought himself or herself. But the rhino in a conservancy, or the elephant in a conservancy, or that kudu in a conservancy, we even go to a national park and translocate animals from a national park and put them in a conservancy. But government does not translocate kudus and zebras from Etosha National Park and take them to a private farm, because it's state property. It's a public resource. And if it's a public resource that we are managing and we want communities to benefit from, someone must regulate that. Ministry or government does not register Irindi as a conservancy. Ministry or minister does not give a hunting quota to Irindi. They just come for us to issue permits, because it's their private thing, it's private land, it's private resources. So conservancy is different. So we need to understand that. And no one is, or no government is just taking over. Government just want us. We have seen this again, rightfully said, no one is disputing the issue of misuse of funds. And this is where we are coming here at this conference and see how can we rectify this, how can we get these benefits to the communities, and just put those measures. But that the rights to manage, the rights to use remains with the community. But we need to see on how that can be managed for the benefit of the people, and nothing like taking over.
Good. Thank you. I think those were the responses. In terms of the other issues that was raised that are not, that was more on the wildlife bill and some of the regulation issues. So I would like to, to conclude this session, my understanding is that in terms of the discussion we had today, there's still a lot of consultations that is needed, or platforms for discussions, so that we can move forward on this. And maybe that should be one of the action points. And then in terms of the wildlife bill, I think the DD explained, but I think also maybe one of the recommendations was if you want more clarity on it, but not stopping it, that should be something that the MFT should probably organize, so that I think what I want to say is that the people that are here are the people that would like to have that bill, isn't it? Yeah, we would like to have that bill, but we have to. But I think we need to make sure that those people that would like to have that bill trust that that bill is the bill that that they are going to feel comfortable with for the rest of their lives. And so to do that, we have to make sure that everybody is actually satisfied in terms of that process. So rather than stopping it, let's make sure that we have a conversation so that we can make sure that everybody is happy. Can we agree on that at least? Yeah? Okay, good, thank you. So we have come to, Honorable, is there something? Yeah. Oh, where's the? Yeah, there is a bill. Kolka, I cannot answer that. Where's we were going to conclude, so the mics were given back already.
I'm emphasizing that the consultation phase has passed. We have done the consultations, public consultations in all the regions. Before we even went to public consultations, we did stakeholder consultations. This is where we sat with NACSO, we sat with NAFA, we sat with Han and all these tourism organizations. Then we polished it, we cleaned it, then we went to the regions. And we had the final meeting here in Bindu. After that, it was cleaned. The next step was for us now to seek cabinet approval. So cabinet approved it. And as they always do, we approve in principle, provided that it passes the Cabinet Committee on Legislation. So Cabinet Committee on Legislation also approved it. Then it went to the legal drafters, basically finding it to be in a legal language. This is where we are at the moment. And from there, the next step, it must go to Parliament. So the question you're asking, Honorable Governor, is if the Cabinet approved it. Yes, Cabinet approved it after consultations. So
okay. I want to conclude this. That was just a clarity, isn't it? So I think we got that. I think the discussions are not stopping here. I had two recommendations that were made as action points. One is that the regulations that were presented by ATI, these were some recommendations coming from MFT. This meeting here, we talked about it, we made some recommendations, but it's not stopping here. There will be some other forums where we will have some discussions. We are clear on that. In terms of the wildlife bill, I made a recommendation. This was not coming from the House. I said, let people feel comfortable with whatever way it is, so that we can just get some clarity and we don't stop anything. So if people are comfortable, it's fine, because you need these people anyhow to support that bill, isn't it? Or am I wrong? So I'm asking the DD, is there some opportunity where we can maybe have that clarity? I think the Conservancy say they wrote to the minister and they had some clarity. If those things can be clarified, then it's fine, then we just move forward. Yes? Oh yeah, so can the copy, I don't know, ED, do you have copies of the bill that we can share? Maybe it's really huge. Yeah. Yes. John Jason. Yes. 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 Yeah. Okay, so what are we recommending?
You see, Maxi, what I'm trying to say is this. I'm just trying to give you a guideline in terms of the legislative process.
Yes.
Once the consultations are done and Cabinet has approved the document and is sent to the AG, the moment it's approved, it's a Cabinet document. Not even members of Parliament have it until the bill is tabled in Parliament. So if Cabinet approves and adopts it, it's a Cabinet document. It's confidential. The AG then certifies it. It's tabled in Parliament, and the moment it's tabled, it's a national document. Then only it can be shared. I'm just...
But still for inputs. Even if, then it's an act and that's it.
It's shared for parliamentary debate.
Not for public debate anymore.
Well, public can debate it, but the influence is then not at drafting phase, but it's at parliamentary level.
Yeah.
I'm just saying you might want to tell the meeting that you are going to share the document, but that you don't have the legal right to share or access to. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah. Yeah? So I think what sorry, I think we are restarting the meeting. I want us to make some recommendations so that we can quickly move forward. John, what do you want to say?
No, I want to agree with my brother here.
Who's
my
that?
brother, this one, from Analamala, Kolka. What we are saying, Honorable Kolka, is that okay, I'm promoting you now to that position. The consultation was done.
Yes.
It was done, that we know. But we don't know what happened, what input were put in the draft bill after consultations. What we have discovered after last year is that there were issues in the draft bill that we did not agree to. This is where the problems comes in. We are not disputing that consultation was not done. The content of the bill is so harsh and it's that amount to stripping some community rights. This is all we are saying. So it's better because it will become a national law for the next 20, 30 years. All of us will be on the street by then. We impacted by this very bill that we are fast tracking. That is where we are. We are not saying that it hasn't been consulted. I was part of the people, even up to last year, that were knocking on his door and Bennett for this bill to be passed, not knowing the content therein. And after we knew that this is speak to something else, this is where we started contesting it. Thank you. No, after hearing it, getting a document and reading it thoroughly through last year.
The meeting is still through me. I'm still here.
Maxi, you see, this is where we have problems.
Yes.
And I'm speaking here from a person who has legislative experience. The reason you see what John is saying. The question that comes to my mind is this. Are these changes in this harsh tone after Cabinet has discussed?
No, it has not.
Is it before? If it's before, what has Cabinet changed? So in essence, we are really discussing something that we might have the content, or some folks might have the content before it went to Cabinet, but Cabinet has changed it, and that's where the bottleneck is. So the best time to discuss and dispute, because what happens in terms of legislation is this. When the bill goes to Parliament and there are intricacies, Parliament can actually refer the bill to a standing committee, and the standing committee can then go and do further investigations in respect of that bill. So what I would suggest is this: instead of, because what this is now is now speculation based on a document that was had perhaps before it went to Cabinet. So what I would suggest is that this is a very strong lobby generally. So what I would suggest is that they must continue lobbying at parliamentary level so that the consultations, when the bill eventually gets to Parliament, can then happen. But in respect of any change, if Cabinet has approved it, Cabinet will not go and review it. There is no point in us behaving like it's a bottleneck, because it's way beyond consultations.
Okay, good. So we know now where it is. And we know now exactly where our intervention should take place. Okay? So let's wait then until that time when those I think we should just be
No, my contribution is just the recent one.
Yeah.
You know, we have come for this conference.
Yes.
Regulations were proposed, for example, right now. The participants here are not happy with some of the proposed regulations that are here. Now, if those regulations are passed by the steering committee or secretariat without going in detail as per section or as it was presented from start to finish, and we are not correcting it now, then this is what will come back. Because then we will not be satisfied at the end of the day. So it is exactly where we are. Now we want to pull it back, but it's already gone. So with these regulations that Mr. Shiuro Ati has just presented, we must follow a thorough process in terms of what is it that pains us in those regulations so that we can look at it before it happens again.
Yes, we hear you. And I think we actually agreed that that will be done. Isn't it? Good. So I think we are done. We are done, eh? Yes, okay, good. Yes, I just have a few announcements to make. The Conservancies and the Community Forests Plus Association representatives, please see Mighty outside. Mighty, if you can stand up, let people can see who you are. There she is over there, the one with the pink. Yeah, so she's the one. And then also the TA representative, please see Maggie, two different people, eh? Mighty and Maggie. Where is Maggie? Maggie is over there. So the TAs, can you see Maggie? Then the buses will be outside once you have finalized with those two. They will be outside waiting for you. Okay? So don't go and have something in the restaurant. When you are done, go to the bus. The buses will also pick you up tomorrow at 8 o'clock, sharp. Ne? Not Namibian time, sharp. 8 o'clock. Okay, thank you so much. I think, Kolka, Didi, would you like to come and close off the meeting? And then we also had, we started with a prayer, so we will also close off with the prayers. We'll pray tomorrow. Can I just close the meeting? Amen, go home.
Thank you, Maxi. That was a tough one. You try your best.
Ooh, sorry. Yeah.
I think we're not understanding two things.
Yeah.
Regulations and the bill are not.
But is the regulation not informed by the bill?
No, yes, they are there, but then, the regulations are to strengthen the bill.
Oh, so it's from here going up there.
Yeah.
The problem is people don't know most now. Sorry, can you switch it off? Let's see. Jules, do you want it? We are starting tomorrow at 8:30. We should be in here 8:30.